Mic testing. Mic test. Yate, good morning. Dent ni helli has yahagi yate shikedo dent da isnot agi. Good morning. We are on our third day of the 25th Navajo Nation Council 2013 Spring Council Session. Ikache a that the nil for so there's an nil. This morning I would like to introduce Kwadoshi Yaj Lete Hana Aden Haniya Shiyaj Mr. Benebigay Kwado A to the Zinha Ido lead for the session for this morning.
Oh, yate Arnoldsko. I don't know how to at that. Is Benda Rock Point there, you see, and the Rock Point Cougars were here. Also, Tohachi Cougars, though. Of course, you had the Hatchina Hotago, bananas, Monmouth Valley Mustangs, too. You had on the Hadadil was over the radio. Keep up the good work, Shachina Shana. Ada Ade. Shik a no thenigi bit aninchna. Kin the chini bashes change cards, so that's a chat, Hachini dasanala, or Tago a denanchna. Tapa e shadachna. Hozo do lese, Nahasa, Nihema. Yadis his nihitra, Hozo do les. In that Johana e be in that latcher. Ado in the Itahadi in Nahas Arj. Ado in the it Arch shall be. Con. Tahnane higi bigit. Ado in the ik elie bedahani, dog elie bikido irash and dali. In the dark ependanish. Ado in the ikon, the it hojo, tobenestin. Ben ha adanosengo, so ye danosenigi. Ado in the iya e bohnet zanigit a controdan lido, ba hojonigit a econ. Nahas tweedat in the not aya nahas tranigi. Ot ago e Tradedin Lenigi and the Yorkai dot Legin Lenigi. Tohanel Tsatje, Joyhota Yelen Dali. Ot Ashas Twish Natia Yadat Kin Lede Nat Ahandat Lesko. A codishin the Edo eat in the. A coquagi esodazan behadit is dot ni benacha e. Bedeshne and leho. Nhas twin de, Nitsonet dan linde. Nhizazadan ligo hot Haye he. Which Comoda Nkles Nadit, Yorkai Nadit, Tradedin Nadit, Sen Nada did, Lesh Nat Apana, short Hanigi. That is a not Sagi. Johot Ago, a bay yat echo hot as, bay yat echo on Sahakesto, bay yat echo Nat Asula. In the bay yat echo in Nasalada, Bessie Hotensinsula. Ado in the Ehot Ago, Ehojopa, Winson. The natural by instant oh you Joy hot ago a bat yet but ado said how does he and the Bahadat then Joe hot edo bedos na heshik a no sengi quan hada hatzotlo Naha and I nesigi ado not a baby dahane a large and hasi kengish and nala is not she cut so there's an hinat corner the hot Ban says case don't see case it being done dish nado ade dia. A hot ago a hot job back Winson. Ado in the eco yard a hot do yard a bonnet long his not understood yard his hotelsen. Jo a you see, never hut. Jo a baby one long dole, baby such a hundon dole. Baby yadan ski. Baby larger hundon, but saga and denny called the baby larger, this classic. Ya tegi baby ke da dit la ko kon ke da kha ko. Ye ya kon ben hat na da sla do le shik da ta kon da ko has ani bi get kon da. Ho jan do le sne ya ses na tne bila traten so tslo ko sit ben sa tsna de li tsol in bila traten de yende na da na zin kon da shik shaba khal ya he shaba bi keten I nahat do kon kil khol jis nikil kho ati hot ego khol jis a kon da lan ki chatan so zin ki cha ya dalt ki nikil chata hot khale ki cha so da dol zin ot jo pa ini tsno yita to yikha hon zatik an net an hon zate ot shil to hon zate nilzel nikhet khalien del trobedeni de kon a kon de la kon ben khada jos pa gi kon be jo ba di ni do be huitra be yat na hotlel be yat na ne khatol winsen gi khozo do le sent ayat chi aden khan chego no khadi yende na do tidel ne tlo kena huit I do le na ne khatol na ne tatol khozo na hasle khozo na hasle khozo na hasle khozo na hasle khozo na hasle
Shiyaj, koto to the Zen Khain Lagi. And welcome again to our Navajo Nation Council Chambers. Koto amato aje amasanado ache no liniki. And we do have some special guests with us in the gallery. We do have St. Michael's Special Education School here with us this morning. So we want to welcome them. And also some of our student athletes that are still here with us in the gallery. Koto o yat danikididi nil. And colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council will move forward to a roll call.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not answer roll call. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret answered roll call. Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Honorable Helena Nesbigay answered roll call. Honorable Norman Bigay. Honorable Norman Bigay. Honorable Norman Bigay did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati is excused. Madam Speaker, Crystalline Curley is present. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson answered roll call. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth answered roll call. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo answered. Roll call. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not answer. Roll call. Madam Speaker, you have 7.
Thank you, staff, for the roll call. We do have 17 members present this morning. We'll reconvene our spring council session at 10:11 a.m. Do kodo ikehat nana for our visitors in the galleries. We do have on our agenda, we do have several legislations throughout the day. First on our agenda, kodoshi e it's item Q. Kodobe has ani A 0032-23. We sponsored by Honorable Ricky Inez. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0032-23, an action relating to Law and Order Committee, Nabikiyatket Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Heather Claw as the Navajo Nation Deputy Attorney General. Sponsor, Honorable Ricky Inez. Co-sponsor, Honorable Otto So. This legislation went before the Law and Order Committee and the Nabikiyatket Committee with a due pass and no amendments. It moved forward to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic reading per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Number 9. Madam Speaker.
Ahihat Shade, Ms. Cook, for reading that legislation to the record. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Nota, second by Honorable Dr. Andy Inez. Colleagues, kodo a motion Honorable Nota, ado iket niyade a Dr. Andy Inez. Colleagues, do we have any questions on the legislation? We do have questions on the floor. We'll give our sponsor 20 minutes.
Thank you. Yat Ebena, Shanantai, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Beshbahasa Anashanant Anatheniki, Aroshik Eroshanan Atheniki Anatwaran Hano Yahaki Yat Ebena. Yat Ehoshin Hitanda is Jedo, Kodhailan Hinant Abenan, Shidayos and Ladanos Sunshine. I don't harchen, not Lenigi Yat Ebena. I don't staff a Kehe Kodo, Office of Legislative Services. I guess, certainly appreciate your dedicated work. Sahajan Kodon Histe, not Nishigi by Kehelna. They will talk about this. Jitodik, Ade Kodo, this Betan Hadi Tahi. Legislation bidi nigo ini jihiki 0032-23 yaha kadoshi gato jistahaki shiteje shinjile ot awe bekhan this case nege to holge de ejit upper fruitland holge she hosto danahast abigedo San Juan chapter holge aro ina shaha wansana enchla ho O zaid kachini bashishchin chana bitin da shichedo kia ani eda shanala hodina shin up in hicheta hodol zinti Miss Heather Claw. Benege hat enigation and anothiniki a kodo nehe President Boo Nigrin Ado Vice President Rochelle Montoya. Di kodo e agatit ahit sopati Niger Attorney General because under Department of Justice. Bia gonna ke gonna da hastado le liki e yahati the Deputy Attorney General nan shiki ha ndo lgesto be khodat all zins e ben yakodo e di sarbetan hadit ahi khadalia the confirmation for the appointment of Ms. Heather Claw for the Navajo Nation Deputy Attorney General. The legislation ikishin e kodo Ashen Hibahnidos Kido Legend and Notheniki, a Kodish Deja Hodishniki, Miss Heather Claw, she got out at his daki. I guess I ye got did, I got eat Ahibanan, Shede Yoseniki, Ajia Isthatnla. Lango bananas la anagena the kushinat ani is not all dako at celestated hastaki former presidents Aji Yanad Leshko Konzaho could yahak di kodabana hol jijiki yah deputy attorney general all gehishin yat hoshin died dos kisto yat hoshin kodot of nido lechan and not leniki a codid yah kodo asked Sagobaha or jigid bahadish zito a nen hidishnigo kodo stani at egin stana hoyani la which on Nahalnado be Yashako at Ayashanaga a cohodat ege ani yat echo a family on Tikesto, but has Arja. A cotide hold Sagobahadish to Kashe, but it is us, Koroshi. I'll introduce Miss Heather Claw. Ashi Bekoro introduce it at all Nito about it. Ask, could you turn the speaker on for her, please, Staff?
Yate Bena. My name is Heather Claw. I'm Kia Ani, born for Klash Shi'i. My Chays are Tachini and Marnellis are Todachini. I want to introduce myself. I'd like to, first of all, thank my family, my husband and my children for their loving support and understanding of this appointment and the time that it may take from them. They've been very supportive of me throughout my career, and I'm very proud of them. I also like to thank you, the council, the 25th council, for this consideration of my appointment to this Deputy Attorney General position. I've been working here as an attorney for 18 years on the Navajo Nation. I remember my first time that I came into the Department of Justice, and we were introduced to the Budget and Finance Committee. And I remember one of the council delegate leaders, came up and was very welcoming and excited. And after that, he turned and said, "So how long are you going to be here?" And at first that kind of put me off, but then I do realize after being here for 18 years that it's an opportunity. How long are we going to be serving our Navajo people? I did turn to him and say, I'd be more than happy to be here as long as the relationship is both ways, that I feel respected and I'll always continue to show the respect to my Navajo leaders and to the Navajo people, but in turn I would appreciate that same respect too as well. And as you can tell, 18 years later, that relationship is definitely, I feel, is very strong. I also like to show appreciation and say thanks to President Nygren and Vice President Montoya for this appointment. The day that I had an interview with President Nygren, he wanted me to say, you need to be bold. I want changes here. I want things that are done. And I appreciated that because I do want to be able to be a part of the changes that are happening on the Navajo Nation, to be able to go ahead and leave a better nation for our Navajo children. I'm grateful for this opportunity for both President Nygren and Vice President Montoya. Just to give you a little bit of the background of the 18 years that I've served here, I served 8 years with NTOA as a corporate attorney. I appreciate that opportunity. That opportunity gave me a better understanding of the grassroots level and what our families are really going through. We have thousands of families that are still without the basic utility needs. Having the opportunity to go ahead and witness a family that has been waiting for electricity for over 35 years, it still gives me goosebumps. I feel so proud to be a part of that position or that situation, to be able to bring that electricity to those family members. And I continue to remember that in my mind when I think about what I'm doing here for the Navajo people. It's those basic needs that if they want those utilities, that we have the opportunity and obligation for us to go ahead and provide that to them. So I appreciate that opportunity to work for our utility company. Prior to that, 4 years, I served as legal counsel for President Shelley. I really appreciated, and I think that was one of my most favorite opportunities that I have to serve here on the Navajo Nation. I had an opportunity to work firsthand with our Navajo Nation leaders, to be able to see the backgrounds of what challenges that you guys perceive and how you guys turn around to work together as leaderships on that. You know, I may not always agree, but I always saw a level of respect at the end. I always saw the camaraderie that once we were able to accomplish things together, the leadership was able to accomplish things, they were still able to come together and enjoy each other's company on a friendly matter. So that I really appreciate being able to witness that for the 4 years that I worked for President Shelley. Prior to that 3 years, I served as a district court attorney, as a staff attorney for the Shiprock District Court. Again, I had an opportunity there to witness some of the basic needs that our fellow, the grassroots people in our community face. They face situations of family trauma where they are constantly battling situations of alcohol abuse, domestic violence, neglect. As hard as that was to witness and see on a level, those are what the situation was, the reality of our Navajo people. To have an opportunity to understand that, I think for me, was needed so that I can continue to understand what my Navajo people are facing in everyday life. When I first started here, I started as staff attorney at the Department of Justice. There, I was able to go ahead and negotiate the contracts of 638, to work with social services, to work with the police department. I definitely appreciate those opportunities that I have. I think all those experiences have led to me to be able to utilize those in the position that I'm faced with today. I definitely appreciate the time that the Navajo Nation has provided for me and allowed me to work here and to get to know my Navajo people. I am definitely honored and excited to share the responsibility with Madam Attorney General Ethel Branch in managing the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. I'm committed to working with the Navajo leadership in strengthening the Navajo Nation government for the benefit of the Navajo people and its resources. I am pleased with the commitment and the high-level experience and knowledge of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice's, their managing assistant attorney generals. We have a great set of assistant attorney generals that I definitely have found resourceful, reliable. I've had the opportunity to go ahead and get to know them, not only with on a personal level, because we actually went through law school together. We've actually worked on different projects together on different sides of the aisle. But we were always able to come together and get the things done, and I definitely appreciate and look forward to their continued guidance for me in the position that I have. I want to be able to bring, like I said, my past positions and to be able to go ahead and set certain priorities that I have. The Department of Justice priorities that I have is problem solving. I want to be able to have the leadership come in, the departments to come in, to understand that once they come into the Department of Justice, that there is going to be a level of problem solving that we will go ahead and go along with that legal advice. I want to be able to cultivate the trustworthy relationship with the Navajo leaders and for our fellow legal partners in the Navajo Nation divisions, departments, states, and federal partners that we all serve. I think that is definitely the basis between the relationship between an attorney and their client is trust. If you don't have the trust of your clients, you really don't have the need to be in that particular relationship, because that is definitely key. The other priority that we have is to address and work on personnel matters. The Navajo Nation Department of Justice, like everybody else that have come before you, has testified of the vacancies, the high vacancies within those departments. Department of Justice is in the same situation. And if we don't have a high level of, if we don't have these vacancies filled, then the performance, we are not able to perform on a high level of efficiency and productivity. I've been currently, since I started, working with the Department of Personnel regarding of hiring of attorneys. We are able to meet with them monthly and to address in a cooperative and efficient manner to really sit down and look in addressing these, this situation. Of course, some of the other challenges that we face is inadequate housing that is available for recruiting and existing staff. And this is definitely a challenge. The other one is the below market pay and the lack of lifestyle and family initiatives. I know people who are wanting to live and come back to the Navajo Nation but find it a challenge because they're unable to find housing. They want to make sure that their children are well taken care of too as well. We want to be a part of these solutions. We don't want to just share and tell you about all the problems, but the Attorney General and myself have actually dedicated to start working with the different departments to see how we can be a part of this solution too as well. The other priority that we want, as I wanted when I first came on here, is the American Recovery Plan Act. I want to be able to assist on that. This is an opportunity that the Navajo Nation to have such a huge amount of funding in order for us to go ahead and find the opportunities for our Navajo people to be able to utilize the funding that we have in all its capacities to continue to move forward. In conclusion, I just wanted to go ahead and share with you is my belief, in order to serve our clients better and to the best of our abilities, we need to make sure that the clients trust you. Trust your work and trust your advisement to know that we will do the research necessary to provide the best advice to them. My commitment is to you. My commitment is I will always do my best to cultivate that trustworthy relationship to each and every one of you. I understand that you guys have goals of your own that you're wanting to go ahead and fulfill for your constituents. I want to be able to be a tool for you so you guys can help fulfill that commitment on all levels to your families, to your friends, and to your communities. Yeah.
Thank you. Koro Shanant Abichan Hainzido, Bichan Dehotson, Zindiki, Arodishi, Kakorosa, the Betan Hadit, Ahiki, Nichin, Huilanto. So this concludes our presentation. Madam Speaker, thank you. God bless each and every one of you.
Yahat Shiyaj, Honorable Nez. First in queue, we have Honorable Shandine Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, for recognizing me, and also thank you to Delegate Rick Nez for offering the legislation to hear Ms. Heather Claus, her appointment to Deputy Attorney General, and thank you also for Madam Attorney General for being here with us too, Ms. Ethel Branch. This morning I just wanted to give the opportunity to Ms. Heather Claw to provide the council a personal testimony of the reasons why she would like to serve the Navajo people, and we appreciate the words that you have shared this morning, and also we welcome your daughter to the council chambers this morning as well. And with that said, Speaker, I'm going to use my time to recognize the Monument Valley High School athletics teams who have placed in the state tournament. With us in the gallery today, we have the Monument Valley high school boys basketball team who are state runner-ups, and they are located on the south side of the chambers. Could you all wave? Oh, our colleagues would like you to stand, please. We also, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we also have members of the Monument Valley High School wrestling team. We have 3 wrestlers who we recognize this morning who placed in the state tournament. We have our wrestlers Joseph Rodriguez, David Salt, and Matthew Curley, and also we have our coaches here with us in the gallery from Kayenta. They left this morning from Kayenta at 6 a.m. To come to be with us here in the chambers. We also have our athletic director, Mr. Stephen Young, and again, our coaches are here. And I'd like to especially recognize 2 of the members of the Kayenta Unified School District and athletics, because they have been recognized at the 3A North Conference. First, I would like to recognize L. Brandon Bijo. He was the 3A North Conference Offensive Player of the Year. L. Brandon, can you stand up? And also his parents are here as well. Could his mom and dad stand up too? And Speaker Curley. We also have in our midst the 3A North Region Coach of the Year and the 3A Conference Coach of the Year for girls basketball, Mr. Jason Franklin. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Clough, for your presentation today, and thank you, Delegate Ricky Nez, for providing the legislation today. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Parish. Next in queue, we have Honorable Nathan Nota.
Yate Pena, good morning. Speaker Curley. So, Delegate Nez for bringing bringing forward this appointment of Heather Claw. Ms. Claw, it's good to see you again. We went through this about a month ago with the Law and Order Committee. And I just, for the record, want to just reiterate that we know on the Law and Order Committee that we're using the criminal codes from 1970. I'm going to bring this back up again. We're 3 months into our first year of our council delegate terms, and we do need to get these reviewed. So that's something that after 3 months, I think I'd like to get that started as soon as possible. So I'd like to just make that comment. The other thing is we talked about the Public Safety Summit, and I'm wondering if anything has been worked on that, and if you could give us an update related to that summit. I will vote for you. I trust in you. I know that you're very, very able and capable to do this job. So thank you for being here again today, and thank you, Speaker Curley.
Thank you, Honorable Nota. Do kune bana sogi kudo shija Speaker so.
Che hodo bes ani kan nil sos ado dide ko be kodo hodi ni ki Heather Claw hodo da shin sos lo o te ya ma o het nisi lo da shin so ya na hado slau ya be ahot aben ki hotini dide ni hui gadit ahit sohbet khaz aje lede hot abel holjish lede hot ego ade adola the never Washington babach ti hat iniki ajpa ahot ego ko ya bechana alti akonde nahatik ba na alte koko ako anihite ni we need a legal opinion a lot of these legal opinion that comes on from Department of Justice is usually in the favor of the executive branch. We know that the president appointed you. And I just want to make sure that you are, when you make these decisions, especially if two branches are disagreeing, that your decision is in the best interest of the nation. Because one thing is that the president has appointed you. And that's the only caution I have. Because if the president says, make the opinion this way, he's your direct supervisor. But yet, in the legislation here is, you work at the pleasure of council. When council starts to act on issues about the Attorney General or even the Deputy Attorney General, you know, they say, you know, why are you picking on them and so forth. But that's the reason why I'm possibly looking at changing the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General to an elected position, because an appointment, that's my concern. It happened. I've seen that happen here on the Navajo Nation, where opinions came out that directly supported indirectly the executive branch, and opinions kept coming out like that throughout the whole of that term. That's the reason why. That's just my concern. But again, I know you came home to the nation. I came in when you were working for President Shelley, and you understand the nation. You understand the system. You work actually with the president, how internally the office of the president works, the executive branch. Looking at how NTOA works on the corporation side, how the relationship is established with the nation. So I support your confirmation, and I just want to make sure that I do bring these issues out, and as you move forward to become our Deputy Attorney General, we just would like to try to move forward with working with each other in that spirit, because we don't have enough time to be sitting on one end, the other, trying to pull the rope on the other end, playing tug of war. We have a nation to run. We cannot continue to have friction. So therefore, that I just ask that we all work together and try to move this nation forward, and try to provide the direct services that you guys provide to the nation. So, Heather, thank you for coming home and wanting to serve in this capacity, and you will do well. I really waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yeah, Speaker So. Next in queue, Kodo Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good morning, everybody here in the chambers and then also listening online. I hope you're having a good day. And then thank you for bringing this legislation in. We were able to hear Heather Claw at our LOC meeting a couple weeks ago. And I feel like at that time I did ask the questions that I needed to make my decision here today. And I heard you say that trust is important to you. And that's important to me too. That's one of my values. And, one of the reasons why I ran for this position, because sometimes I think a lot of our people don't feel that trust in us anymore. And that's really a shame, because, that's not why, I ran for this position. I want to help bring that integrity back into our government. And I like that your boss is telling you to be bold because we do need that change, and I do appreciate that. So I look forward to working with you and also Attorney General's office in a collaborative effort, and that we continue to be trustful of each other and honest in our work. And I know decisions at what you're doing are difficult because you're using the law to either interpret them in a way that could benefit us, or so that's kind of one of the things that I want to be able to work with you and learn, how those decisions get made, the pros and cons of, how you read the law, because that's not something that I went to school for. So I would be looking at, the attorneys and also our legal counsel, for those that help me to understand, your position, and also how we are using those laws to protect and help our community and our people to be healthy again, and even our natural resources. So I look forward to working with you, and I believe I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Ahihat Vice Chair Yazi, Ado Kunesh, Banas Zogi, Badoshade, Chair Jesus.
Yate Apene Adan Shade, Madam Speaker Curley Ado Inda. Good morning to my honorable colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council that are here in person and on the call. Ado Inda Yat Enkideshni Abeneshik Na Ado here in the gallery and on the call as well. Ado Yat Honorable Naz for dropping this legislation to confirm Miss Heather Claw for the Deputy Attorney General seat. Ado Hyeha Ado Ms. Claw for expressing interest in this position. Don Linigi. I know that this job requires a lot of intense research, and I do see that you have the background with just working with enterprises and also the Navajo Nation. So one question I'd like to pose, and again, oftentimes we always get stuck with a lot of issues. I realize now that as chair of Resources and Development Committee, oftentimes we refer back to a lot of the current policies that are set in place by our forefathers from decades and years ago, which I commend them for the work. But in regards to the Dene fundamental law, there's 4 components to it. What is your position on Dene fundamental law? And I know that oftentimes we have to incorporate these 4 components of the Dene fundamental law into the decisions that we make, because as you do realize, we still have a lot of our constituents across the Navajo Nation that still are instrumentally looking at the fundamental law aspects that our forefathers had put in place for us. So, Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:59. Ado the budget not astada for questions and comments. Kodoshi Shiyaj, Honorable Nez, give the floor back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Shanantano Tlenigi Naidos Kidiki, Koro Nagere, Taneta East Sangi, Atara, Shich Taxidate, Echalet, Yodo, the neck at Yadas Tikita no. Even in addition, I would like to provide some interpretation, since I am a certified Navajo court interpreter at the federal level, as well as for the state of Arizona and the state of New Mexico. Honorable Shondine Parrish, Echanela, Kodo Eyaha, the Nahalchene Senate at the Hodes, Nitnagate. Sebin Jiskage, Ostkaki, Monument Valley Mustangs, Nalchin, Jocelyn, Yenda, Nagi, Arjeta Dajis, Do, Ndaki Nelja Wrestling, Hat Nenigi, Esto, Hot Chinaconahai, Kaito, Inina koro ye ete hosni dikishin deal chinen hitlin leti ni go. Koro alt sagoda east kishin nachin harada hande bena nishigi da koroti egat it ahita do leto da at a koti e aj hot alt chinigi in hitch ete hot josniden la. Ado bekekon na re to hachine go beshbans an Honorable Nathan Notar chinela yahati kona khagi Salab has Arjanan Public Safety Summit High Ada Ebits Ada Oho Atobin and Tinigido Artibana Idish Kid Hagi Lassel Kid Judge No in Isdel Kid Arabakeda Hajoji Koroti Benan Siske Sigi Janela di Koromes Kla Hotana. You are very able and capable. I said the hot ego bena hajotle na nishiki ben zildobina gakonan siske George no hajozi. I don't know where best bahasa antunanes the other so janela koro sitsun leniki yaha koro joya at elhot ati nehinan archelas days that satagi hot anachades case on Nahos agi huchano hajozi. Did the never nahas but Washington has aja hate ocean sata had aid a hunt with the 80 aja got it ahiki legal opinion in Waligeheki Nahakodo Bananish East Itoti hot abe has anibe hadat and no ha General source height in no ya zito hodat Asian to Neston nan nisto cotina nish in Seniki ha got it ahin linko. Did the sato height out a large in the best interest of the Navajo people, Janigo Ehazo Z, the Nehegi a large about Sohotes Kesgo did the Kodo behes Aniki Benan Nisto Hochin. Arab Kegon station and a raid of Ado Sherlin Yazi Kodo Hajo Z D Kodo a Hehe Kodo Sarbetan Hadit Ahin Hitaton Il Sozigi Janego by Hessens and Ado Koron and the Desh Kitmas Kla Hochinela. Trust is important to you, the nego Hainji Shani what ego ban case, dear what a Hainji Ki Church no Hazo Z. A koti stop in a hodat, ehekis trust or ligeheki, be hahojot leheki, yahati, kujapesh mahasa anshananish, iniki eben yendish, what a koti hodat, eheki integrity or ligeheki, di aza nini et eki koron kujapesh mahasa an bananish ich iniki to Washington, but has anjiki. Hajo hot ebe on stone sun lanan sunjano ebe hajo zito dibe has ani ha hate out anin hidden ebe ba huilian da jono ha zito hun sagoshin ha ba hajo zigi ben hilchen adolet adona bekekon chair RDC at large days of Brenda Jesus best bahasa ana a kodona redo asto a hehe. What out in Nishiki Hochinela, you're expressing interest in this job. What Nidin on Nishiki, what on Liniki, Ben Tlinko Asian Banana Hazot, what on Nin. Adoti Koro fundamental law, get the ne fundamental law. The neck at Chicoshe, you had the ne. No kat digin the nebebe has ani, but say salay, nego hot ye aje a hot ego ha, dibe has anigi, hate ego ta dide incorporate din he, Nicheben has ani satapol go best on go yat eto lechano ya haji. So Adoshe Koro Aqua because it comes claw issue and Nache Koro not on hitch and Hasdo Jin Lido. So Ms. Claw, your response, I was just interpreting for the people listening online and they were asking yesterday for some sort of interpretation as to what we were discussing in council session. Ms. Claw?
Thank you, I appreciate that. Madam Chair Parrish, thank you so much for the opportunity that you provided to recognize my daughter. Family does mean a lot to me. I appreciate them and their support that they have in this particular responsibility that I'm taking on. It's not just only my responsibility, but I believe that my family holds me to those same types of responsibilities. So thank you for recognizing my daughter. Like to be able to have this time to also recognize my family, my father, my mother, my grandparents, and who they are. I think the person that I am right now is because of them, because they taught me that who I should be. I did grow up off of the reservation. However, I never had a doubt that I was Navajo and who I was and what it meant to be Navajo. So I definitely feel a great pleasure and the opportunity and the responsibility to come back here and work for the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. Not only with my family, but also my many mentors that I've had here on the nation. I've had the opportunity to go ahead and work as a chapter president. And on that time, we had an opportunity to meet with a few of the chapter officials that I served with. And we were just talking about it, and I realized at the time that these are the people that basically taught me what I needed to do and how to become aware of who I am and aware of the needs around us. So I appreciate their support and their continued teachings of me. Nathan Nota, criminal code, absolutely. We do need to take a look at that. When we sat down with Madam AG and myself on the day that I got, just went ahead and accepted the position from the president, we both sat down, and that's one of the first things that she did say, is that we need to take a look at that Title 17. So thank you. We are definitely very aware of that and have been looking to get the information together. I think there has been good foundation. It was already taken a look at and started to be worked on the last council session. I think we just need to tweak a little things on there, and hopefully we will be able to get that. That's actually one of our goals, to go ahead and finish for the first year. So I appreciate that. Thank you. The Public Safety Summit, again, that was actually, I believe, one of the things that Madam AG started when she was here in her first term as Attorney General. So she was definitely very passionate to go ahead and get that going and started. She has been meeting with I remember the acronym, the DAP, and that committee, and I apologize, I can't remember the full title, but they've been meeting monthly, and she's been participating in that, and she's definitely looking forward to making sure that we start those summits again too as well. Delegate Otto-So. Thank you, Delegate Otto-So. I definitely appreciate your support. As the time that I've been working with the Navajo Nation, and Delegate So has definitely been there. I think one of the delegates that I've known the longest that's on the current council, so I definitely appreciate his support and his opinion on what needs to be done. At the time that I was working for the president, I do hear you. I see that. When I was working for President Shelley, I would like to think that the council at that particular, all the delegates in that particular council, they never hesitated to come to my office to talk to me, to say, hey, Heather, how can we approach this? What is the inside of the president thinking? Do you think he would appreciate this? Every single time that the council delegates came to my office, the president and you guys and the council member always had the same goal in mind. They always wanted to accomplish something. They might have different ideas on how to get to that point, but the heart was there, the desire to serve and to make changes to the Navajo people. And that's what I always can count on, I think, from you guys as leadership, is that I know that your guys' heart is in the right spot. And that makes it so that I have a better understanding of how to work together and how to work more harmoniously together, and to be able to figure out, to problem solve in order to go ahead and make the best decisions for the Navajo people. So Otto, our delegate, I'd like to let you know that I do have that in my mind. I hope that you can trust me to know at every single one of you, that it's not necessarily just working for the president, but it's all working for you guys as leaders too. The Department of Justice is the attorney for the Navajo Nation. Those are the people that you should be able to count on to understand and know that they have the goal, the mind of the people and not just one particular person in mind. So thank you for that. Appreciate you letting me explain that and express my dedication to you guys too as well. Chair Yazzie, I definitely appreciate and glad that you expressed the trust and integrity. I feel that that's been something that has been taught to me from my family, is that you need to go ahead and make sure that people do trust you, that they understand you. You may not always agree on things, but in the long run, they know that you did it with respect and that you were able to go ahead and accomplish something to compromise on some sorts if that needs to be done. But I would like to think that anybody that I had on opposing side, at the end of that particular discussion, that they always realized that, hey, she definitely did that with respect. That's the one thing that I definitely hold dear and true to as well. So thank you for that. Chair Jesus, I definitely am excited for you and your position over at the chair as the Resource and Development. I definitely think that you have the background, the basic backgrounds on a working environment to help and continue to move forward with the Resource and Development. I think when we're looking at the fundamental law, as I definitely look at it and see, is that it's basically the principles of the Navajo Nation and how we believe. Those basically are basic and often irrevocable rights that we do have as Navajo people and as five-fingered people and as human beings, actually. I think that brings the knowledge, wisdom, and the practices to maintain harmony. When it comes to the basic knowledge of our Navajo people and culture, it's how do we live in balance with our communities and harmony with our environment around us, and how do we continue to promote that? I believe that our laws should be created to uphold those basic rights. And in my position that I feel here is that going back to the basics, really understanding what our people are suffering from, what the needs that we need, is where I want to go ahead and help advise you guys on those laws too. Is that going to help out with the, like in Title 17, is that gonna help out with our domestic violence? Is that gonna help out with our, social woes that our family members and Navajo people have? I think that, to me, when I think about the basic fundamental law, I always want to go ahead and make sure that I have that in mind when I'm giving my advice and either proposing changes or upholding the laws that we have in place that will definitely continue to move that forward. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Claw. Aro daidos kirigation and Ashi bikidat or Tankaro or in the alt so at neck eche corona on Nazi gidais not I are corona on Hajozi a launching a ha codo Mishandin perishigi a ha what a go a at eti corruption Nikai Kaygicha by his knees Ado do it and never has of Kashia ho art and could the ancients Johachani go a what in their bands it's a gay beta what Jordan and Lido Totnas and a little larger the Hastagi chapter president Hanan Shiji Lado or Kaja. Honorable note a what on a hair what on niti on a Nisjobanesh Leno Hatzozi. The Public Safety Summit na hat ahas anji gish e ani patlana atleto ashin hol jishko behodo zinchon aros chitsu honorable so e korohachan ha orzi na hensen hot ahenji gi hot ani aro ani hot au e at e anil schochit auden ha ishi ba koro ba hat orzi to bendet ol khashigiten Hasho a large bond, Saha case go a belt, Aro got 8 ahit so has under Department of Justice aid, the Naat Kobe got 8 ahit and 8 Lenchochana, Arishit Koromas Yazi Hachanha or GD Kodo and Nido Ahut Ego A, and then hit Nasthado, Nashit Nasthado, or Hejano, by Kesney Zin. Aro chair has shoes at Ohachanha or G Nedo na. By Hen Sendo Nabanesh, Lamut our chair a large at the Santagi RDC what on me. Aro Connetti fundamental law, but no Coroni Yijik or Hashjiki A Ani, Ahodat Ehegi Ani Ape has Ani Petast Ongo E Benache. E Yahashito Didik Benache Equin Zendo. Nazi an has Agoron Hina, the hot Ehegi Be Hawi, Yanshiat Echanohazi. Though this concludes our response, Madam Speaker, back to you.
Shiaj Kodo, Honorable Nez, Do Kodo Shade, Kun Mistla, Kodo Junako South Beverage, Ben Kitchen, Nahos Hosto, Ziki, Hehe. Do Kune Bijit Nas Zogi, we do have reserved time. Shade Chair Jesus of 2 minutes and 59 seconds.
I'm going to waive my time, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Goshi, Honorable Yanito, if you are online via Zoom.
I've been on the chambers of not maybe Rick Nays to go like Miss Claw, I doubt the go she's come down the twin arrows that she has been go I think I would presented on Ada Bahin and though I would understand. I have a question on this livestock that why not they either the reservation and livestock he district grazing committee enforced this and all take the rangers could have not and police officers as well. And I experienced it myself when I was a district grazing committee. On the livestock, either the equipment, the farm equipment, the trailers, horse trade, they eat. All the citation yachts that's every stump. It'll been cut on it on no. See, there's a CFR that's in place with kind of laws, and I was just wondering, what or some possibility that you can help the kind of situation while you come and involve these laws here. Is there a way that you can really change the laws to enforce these kind of activity, livestock, that's activity going on there?
Agoshi Shahat Shiyaj, Honorable Yanito. Ado Kodo do Latnat dos Kido, Kodocha Shiyaj, Honorable Nez. We'll give you back the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley. Ado Bishmas Anno Seniki. Ado Honorable Curtis Yanito. Here Naidens Kidigido Kodoshi, the Neda East Anki, Asian Kodo at the neck at your hand, Sagodabil Chodesh, Art and Lina behind Zigidon at it Agi, Bahnaidens Kidiki, the Kodo and a red quiz Kandanshi, Nagay Flagstaff can kill Arja has Arja Yaha. A Hehosil Zina a Josh has Anki, 2 arrows for the gauge. A codishit is Agi in the rate and never cargo, Banahas of cargo, did livestock, Becca shido the pedonal dos elkedan ihiki ajishit ado the district grazing officials dan denigi hate ada yahado lintan zonche enforce it ido hate ada di bansen kesto hast ado nitligate au Genoba naiden kidishin kromes kla kronat an chenharot and leader later meskla.
Yes, Delegate Yanito, I appreciate that question. Definitely the livestock is as one of the resources of our Navajo Nation has been a long-standing cultural way of life for us here. And needing the enforcements is definitely something that we can go ahead and work on. To help, we can, as Department of Justice, we can go ahead and advise the resources and development, and also with the help of our chapter units to take a look at those questions that you have and that you feel like needs to be changed. We can go ahead and do that to advise you and helping you understand how to create that law for where you're wanting as a lawmaker to propose it in front of the council to change those laws. Thank you. Yeah. And also within your own chapters, you can also pass certain resolutions within the chapters that you guys can go ahead and enforce it within your own areas too as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
We don't have anybody else in request to speak. Honorable colleagues online. Honorable Chair Vince James, you have the floor. It says Shiaj, Honorable James. Honorable James, we're trying to connect you with the microphone here in the chambers. Just give us a few seconds. We good? Okay, Honorable Chair Vince James, kwadits akad.
Ayaha dan shema speaker ado shinat nostani based on sa anen kliniki ado shinale kodo na sos bedo kedi nin sos ado nana aga ik ahi hashke aj has anje alto ma annashiki alto sato aj ya Agadit ahitan lini tabista anish has anje aje atsilla data has stado le ake on it has tahiki kodod hadet out benanish ido listo biki hoti ni ikibe ke di ha chopot out biniana sos denis sos ako shisa zindot kodo shinat ahno stenigit o hajo kodo Here we ke di khan sound kodo ba hadis te ako adada additional khalchine o hayu dan hinas edo o hayu da is akoko akwaigi sa be hanetse lat da inot khalchine no nation so cash nalike asha den lede ultra adasle also instra donald sauce is in senbau ada ni da kode the Nebuchadnezzar has under and the hoist it. Hoishi be in the hoist it be cut none what dole it did was Hatni go be yadati or what are it so the zender deeds at the ako. Ebony not what are it was your Kodo his name Nasho Ebe be kid the cut so additional ako. Adonana Kodoshaho Aibena Ato Naka Lenigi Nache look on there what that the ultra Aji has Anigi upon Halchinen Hina has Trako Nato the Honorable Casey Johnson Ajo the Dasha the Archico Ajo the Net Hitianda Ajit Neta Tahandan Bihitrico Ajigo Yan Halchinen of Tadan Lenigi Ajit Nahais Trako Sha but he that of cotton. So I showed it out. Say, Ganado High School students, please stand so we can acknowledge you and recognize you. Ako, here hidini dole. Thank you. Ako that he cotton that is ado dan hinas ako. Halit in hinat atan lini dahwe halit ji yada kila halit den ni da no da no yada ki kit ada ze ani da neshin hito no da shi dan hinas to oko hot hasti to lista shama speaker ado shal khasi to shik no lini ki to kodon hitanasis khani besma sa an no lini di da the neck at your notion, honorable Nez, even in the neck at your Ecuador, the Hanana seat or lit a coito shot, Hodor, Nectar, a cautionale. A court here, honorable Nez, thank you. Wait the rest of my time.
Goshin Hihat Shiaj, Honorable Vince James, Kato, Southern Junago Ben Hansi, Ado Aden, Kachene, Nahake, Ganado Hornets, Yat. Welcome to our council chambers. Ado kune sad yanahado zihiki kudoshin bandesh our sponsor, Honorable Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ado shanale kehe araba henji gi look on keldo ne beshbans on Honorable Vince James kehe kudoshe Ms. Heather Claw but it ish not ahado Ms. Claw.
Yes, thank you, Chair Vince James. I definitely appreciate your support. Definitely dedicated to continue supporting the council and yourself. I'd like to share a quick story, if I may, about Delegate Vince James and his dedication. We had legislation at the time that we were working at NTUA, and it was going to be up on the committee. And I was trying to get a hold of Vince James, and they told me that he was downstairs at the NTUA building. So I went downstairs, and he didn't hesitate. It was something that was kind of caught him by surprise, but he didn't hesitate at all to go ahead and dial in and to let them know, I'm here. We want to go ahead and hear this resolution within the committee, and he did such an honorable, fine job. So I appreciate the examples such as and the leadership such as Delegate James in order to go ahead and continue, and I'll continue to utilize those examples in my serving here in the office. I'd like to also take the time to thank Delegate Rick Nez. I've definitely had the pleasure to know him when I was serving at the chapter and various times on that. When I was looking for a sponsor, of course, I didn't hesitate at all. He has a history that we've had together, and encouragement and understanding. We served our Northern Navajo districts, and I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for sponsoring my legislation.
Thank you, Heather, Ms. Claw. Kuro Ishmas on not object Nancy Ado na Henson Shido digin chin at Holon Roles Nedon John Nedon away put on the Nebanon Lishigi Yego and Ashon Rishadeja. Arosa was dog Koroshich on Shabed Hadosin. Nagain ho conjugo da Satanle Miss Audrey Nez, 35 years. Is Insha. Thank you for coming with me today. Back to you, Speaker.
Honorable Nez, Ado Kodoshade, for your responses. Ado Kone, we do have one more request to speak via Zoom. Shana, Honorable Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, Autoclash, Yatesh, Mr. Delegate Riquinez, though, again, Ms. Heather Kloss, congratulations. Good morning, Gallery. Good morning, again, Ms. Kloss, congratulations to your appointment. I just have a couple of questions here. I know people have been talking about maybe the Attorney General should be an elected position. What are your thoughts on that? If that's being proposed or being considered one day, the Attorney General becoming an elected position? That's the first question. The second question is that we have a lot of our Navajos marrying into different tribes, and when their marriage don't work out too well or certain things don't happen, they have to go to court, and it goes to it goes to a court. It goes to their court. The tribal member, maybe just the husband's a Pueblo, or the wife's a Pueblo, but it goes to their court system. And our Navajos tend to get very unfair hearing at these courts, and they try to ask our Navajo court system or our Department of Justice to see how they can go about try to get a fair hearing. And sometimes they think that our Navajo people are not being assisted to how they can go about to get a fair hearing. I know those other tribes have their own sovereign court system. We have our court system, but they plead out there that they said I got a unfair court hearing. I lost my kids, or just something that, it wasn't that they didn't get a fair, they got an unfair court hearing, and they're trying to seek help from the Navajo Nation, how they can go about it. I'd like to ask you, how can the Navajo Nation Attorney General's office or Department of Justice or the Navajo Nation courts go about helping our Navajo people that go through these situations? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah. And I wait my time.
Yeah, Honorable Simpson. Colleagues, if not, we'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Nez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Aro Sitsala, Honorable Danny Simpson, Naiden, Kidigi, Kro, D, Agat 8 so, Agat 8 Ahit so, but has Archer, Attorney General, Aish, Kait Allah, Yahaba, and I Nesodats, Yat Etats, a Khalit Abanson case, what you know in Nice State, Kidava Kegon A, Ada Wind, Egon, Gold, the Holigagon A, Hati, Kujan, Hidden Net, at a Bada Wind, or the Hot Ego, the Hojobaka, Yet Gogo. That age has Aja Ada Wind, Angel, Tatabats Arjan, a Constala, the Hojo, Hate Ada Hishi, do be Baka, yet has Anji, the Banana, what a hot, Edo Halit A, based Edo Yat, what all need. Judge no nice day, Kiddo Hadzo G. So Ms. Claw, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Danny Simpson. That's an interesting question, and I think that is something that always can be looked at and considered. We definitely do have Navajo legal leadership out there that if the council decided to go ahead and move forward to making the Attorney General or the Deputy Attorney General position as an elected official, I think that's always something great or good to entertain too as well. Sometimes when we're looking at things, we just take it as it always has been done this way. We don't take a look at the changes or possibilities. What will it take? I think that is an interesting question. My personal opinion on that, honestly, I haven't given it a thought. And I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do is really think and ponder about that, because I'm sure that there's pros and cons. Mr. Simpson, if you wouldn't mind me giving me an opportunity to really think about how that works and to maybe looking at other districts to see if that's something a possibility, I wouldn't mind coming back and giving a presentation on that with the council or within the smaller groups at LOC. The second question, I definitely understand where you're coming from, is that our Navajo people, like I testified before, that there's a lot of domestic violence or situations of and needs of family law that need to be taken care of or addressed. The Department of Justice was structured to be the attorneys for the Navajo Nation and the government. I think that is something that we do need to take a look at. A lot of other tribes, even within their Department of Justice, they do have sections that serve the Navajo, their people, to help them with possible housing situations or helping them with child support collections. And that is something that we can go ahead and take a look at. We do have those various entities on the outside, like DNA. For whatever reason, looking at that, the funding seems to be going dwindling in those legal aid. And that's something I think we would definitely should talk about too as well. That could actually be a topic in the Dene Action Plan. That's what DAP stands for in the summit. That's definitely a topic that we could take a look at and talk a little bit more about. The summit that had the meetings that have been going on, they're looking at either a May or June meeting to go, a summit to plan together. So I think that is an interesting topic to talk about, Delegate Simpson, and I appreciate you bringing those up, those concerns up and those questions up for your constituents. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Clough, for your response. Aro karo adanek achi echa khashin khadish zihigi e chinila karo nebnant no thinigi shi kora khan sogoda khinosen go hasht else go stoti gatit ahit sopel khaz age ba nai nesa osse osto en hin khasel lachon khitna aron de tati koro nahot I has age sakait ara khint egona kol to ninji satada hot egoda khashin bet age baho an denigi behas an hejona no in goshin yat and the dean abe office bet has age sto a kanda jati hot behas an igi hot be a kanda go bet has age no has otzi so I don't hear back to you, speaker.
Honorable Nez, for your responses. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else for requests to speak online. And there are also no reserved time. Second call. Third call. Colleagues, we're going to vote. This is on the main motion.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Going back up. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret votes green. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll did not vote. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Hat staff, Kodo, we have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Congratulations, Ms. Law. For the record, we did get Honorable Yanito's vote. Honorable Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, Delegate Rick Nez, for offering the legislation. As Speaker Curley, I just wanted to motion to suspend floor rules to modify the agenda.
Honorable Parrish, with that motion, can you specifically identify how you're modifying the agenda?
Thank you, Speaker Curley. My motion is going to move legislation 006223 to be new item R and renumber the following legislation after. Moving legislation 006223 to the next legislation that we consider.
We have a second by Honorable Vince James. Honorable Parrish, according to Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 24B, it says a motion to suspend the floor rule shall not carry unless passed by 2/3 votes of the full membership of the council. So it would require 16 votes, just for the record.
Thank you, Speaker. And the reason why I raised the motion is because we do have the, we are joined in the gallery by the St. Michael's Association of Special Education in the gallery. Thank you.
Hakoshi, Honorable Parish, we do have a motion and Honorable Kitney Yahagi, Honorable James. Do you have any questions? And then we're going to vote for suspension of floor rules. Colleagues? Question of privilege raised by Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Recording in progress.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Hello?
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, we hear you.
Okay. I raised this. I want to know, is this, if it is a two-thirds legislation, are we, will just move up if the agenda is corrected to me?
Honorable Charles Newton, your audio, our phone service is going in and out, so we have trouble hearing. Can you restate?
Let me check.
Colleagues, we do have a motion in place to suspend the floor rules to amend the agenda and to move legislation 0062-23. That was item BB as item R. It will require a two-thirds vote of the full council.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret did not vote. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret votes green. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting to suspend floor rules. And that will move our agenda along to legislation 0062-23. Prime sponsor, we have Honorable Brenda Jesus and co-sponsored by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Hakoshi, staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0062-23, an action relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Nabikiatkit committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $1,573,288 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to the Division of Social Services for a grant to St. Michael's Association for Special Education. Sponsor, Honorable Brenda Jesus. Co-sponsor, Honorable Andy Nez. Co-sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. This legislation went before the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Nabikiat committees with a due pass with no amendments. It was forwarded to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, the legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Kodoshade. Ms. Cook, for the record, we do have Honorable Helena Nez Begay who voted green, so the vote for to suspend floor rule is 18-0-1. We have a motion for the legislation from Honorable Vince James and seconded by Honorable Ricky Nez. We do have several questions on the floor on the request to speak. Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus will give you 20 minutes to present your legislation.
Madam Speaker Shadeja, Speaker Curley, and also members of the 25th of the Navajo Nation Council, and also to my agents here, Ms. Akiazi, and also Mr. White. Again, for the representatives representing St. Michael's Association for Special Education, individuals in the gallery and also visitors via call, and also my colleagues on the call. Regarding legislation 0062-23 is an initiative to request funding for the Association for Special Education for St. Michael's. Ado Hiha Enki Dishnido Kun Linigi, Kodod, my colleagues, Kodon Hatat no Ani, since we have the presence of the individuals from the Association for Special Education School here to go ahead and present this legislation to you. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and give some time to my agents here, Mr. Leroy White, who is the interim executive director, who is to my right here, and then we'll go ahead and give it to our agent as well, Ms. Geraldine Kiyazi, who is working with St. Michael's Association for Special Education. So, Shinat Ani Ado Shinat and Shato.
Joe, yeah, Shadeja, thank you for allowing me to sit here and speak to all the council delegates here. I'd like to give a shout out to our kids over there, St. Michael's Association for Special Education, our students here, our parents, our board members, and everybody else on this side. Congratulations to the basketball teams, the athletic teams. Many years ago, I used to follow, I'm from Ganado. So every time they went down the state, you know, it takes a lot of money to go down there, but no matter what school it is on the reservation, we support them. That's our kids, and that's how I feel about St. Michael's Special Education. She Leroy White in this year. Kanesan in Shlon. Kodekoshe Epashichin. Nashtez Kachini Edashichi, Ado Tutsoni Edashinal. Adon Lake, Lukan, Kele, Ade Shiaho. I've been with the school since 1984. A few years here and there to go to college and whatnot. I started maybe as an aide. I think they called it aides back then. Moved my way around, worked in the day treatment programs, the residential programs, facility maintenance, and then the transportation department. For the last 10 years, I was managing both departments. Auto recently, back in January, most of our management from the last years or so just kind of like resigned unexpectedly. So the board members had enough confidence in me since I've been there for a long time and I knew the students. They asked if I could step in just to assess the program, see where we're at. We were one step away from closure. We owed $50,000 more in bills, electric, utilities. Kind of complicated a lot of things. So I do have a management team. Jerry Kiyazi that's sitting to the left of me. She's our internal auditor. And Andrea Manuelito up there in the gallery there. She was our accounting technician. We moved her up. And the board members, we decided to try to save the school. That's where we're at. If some of you don't know about St. Michael's Special Education, the school started 52 years ago by a sister, a nurse from back east. She started with one student. Once she was successful with her first student, it became known and it grew progressively. It grew to be a big school, and we owe our thanks, I believe, since I've been there almost the longest, to Sister Mary Jane Ryan. Our school was incorporated in 1970, and we relied a lot on outside volunteers that came, donations that came through the system there to help our school. We were always considered private, and I think I've heard conversations that the tribe did not want to help us at certain points in our years because we were a private school. But now we're here, and I thank everybody, delegates in each of the standing committees that voted for us to continue on to this final council, the 25th to vote green. It's a learning process for us, and we were helped a lot along the way by a lot of the delegates here, people from social service. Too many people to name, but just to give you an indication of why we want $2.573 million. The pandemic disrupted our operations back in 2019. We used to rely on our education department that brought in $2.1 million. But once it closed, most of the students ended up having to go back. We lost our teachers, we lost the paraeducators, we lost our education director. So that really put us in a bind. Now we're just operating on 2 departments, but whatever revenue we bring in now is only so much, and our liabilities, our payments far exceeds the revenue. So that is why we're here, to ask for your help, your assistance. I can share more. Thank you.
Yeah, Otto, Shania, Mr. Leroy White. Next, I would like to give it to our other agent, Ms. Geraldine Kiyazi, just to give an overview of short acronym, Smaze, and plans on going forward. Ms. Kiyazi.
Good morning, Yate. She Geraldine Kiyazi in Asia. Ado Hanuathni in Shlon. Hanuathni Bashichin. Tachitni Dashache. Tobahan Dashanella. Good morning again. And I'm honored to be here sitting in the council chambers. And I'd like to extend a welcome and good morning to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And also I'd like to extend a welcome to our client members who are sitting in the audience to my left, and also to our visitors, our staff, and anyone who supports our special education children, young adults across the Navajo Nation and even the world. And lastly, I'd like to say good morning to my mom. My 83-year-old mother is sitting here in our audience, and she's a great supporter. And I'm honored to be here today and presenting information on behalf of St. Michael's Association for Special Education. I am a financial consultant to the organization. I am currently self-employed, and they were gracious enough to extend an offer to help them with this endeavor. And I've been working closely with Mr. White, Ms. Andrea Manuelito, and the management team, the operations managers and so on, staff at St. Michael's. And we've come to this point in time where we've had to realize we need some assistance from the Navajo Nation. We have extended an offer to other individuals as far as Washington, D.C., the legislators in the state of Arizona, and even our former administration. And unfortunately, we were unable to obtain any assistance. The funding has dwindled. There's no set-asides, no investments to draw down on to help pay for essential operation expenses at this point. In talking with the team, in talking with ourselves and knowing what we know, we knew we had to come before the council and ask for your assistance. Miss Brenda Jesus here, Delegate Jesus, Otto, Delegate Andy Nez, Otto, Delegate Seth Damon, have been great supporters, great advisors, great mentors to assist us in this journey here. We've also met with the HESI committee, the BNF committee, the NABI committee, and each one of those delegates in those committees have also extended their support. At this time, we're in a dire situation, and I hate to express that to you all, but that's being transparent. And some months ago, a former accountant expressed that she had to borrow money to meet payroll. In doing so, I wondered why she would say that. Why do you have to borrow money to meet payroll? And after her departure, Mr. Leroy White was appointed, and that began a dialogue of discussions and research to open up the books and look at what was going on. And thereafter, we discovered many things. We began to formulate an immediate plan to restructure, an immediate plan to inform the board of directors of this situation. And that just started a chain of events. And we began to have meetings with our honorable delegates to request their assistance, their advice on how we rectify this matter. And that's how we end up here this morning and speaking with you, presenting our information. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Delegate Ms. Jesus, Otto, Leroy White, then we'll continue with our presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Otto, Ms. Kiyazi for elaborating on the situation with St. Michael's Association for Special Education. Kodosha not ani no hlini, kodo e ya, nkihajo ba, ben hini ke kun linigin khal chinieja, ku debits is ben seg case, which in the has te igi. Later dashi kut bamado beja, kojet na hosan linigi, yijet dati yaha dashi kut an linigi. Bagal deste, a ko obahajo baya goshini, Khalate ebakat dilwal, and later that not on it lahayo kaho, and lay el chinija summer youth at the hot needle has tui sani, ado talat so, ado ain dan lay tat nas legit do, kodo police officers that based on linigipa and shidahayot Dik a kodo ya hajopa edain zon kodo in hitato ni kai do kun lini ya and later da ya ashipe haidan so based on linigi and lay hos do dan ada kot based on shibiche kotal in do kun de private donations at the hot nigo a ko ayan she that the need so the pandemic hado ni da Benago koje educational component da old taje Labets Easto, Ben Seg Case Dandak, Asaja Aja Kut Ashin, Leda, Belagana, D de Quaggy, Labets Ada off the reservation, A Kut A Kujit, Bananish a day del Inde. Ayan that but about the whole I who the Hajo Bat Kodoye, day eat the Neba Washington, Ye, who that the UUFB, Bidi Ninigi. Ako kodo e naltos ein hitatos nel she e danos shanat ani danos linigi exhibit A it gives a general overview of St. Michael's Association for Special Education. Adoing the exhibit BAD the board of directors or board members resolution. AD the pada ol taj. Auto Exhibit C budget forms, AD Division of Social Services, the team over there, Mr. Thomas Cody, Morlinda Littleman, Auto in the Aja, Brenda Sosi, don the team. Tada Auto, no what they hidini the tiana hide ka di nigo. Ba ni zit dan trago ajana de on nishigi Mr. Cody. Auto kuna Exhibit D the physical agent. This is going to be a form of a grant, Shanat Ani no Linigi, co Division of Social Services, a Ajin Linigi Beso Ikedes Ito, a coho a Ado Exhibit ya Dinal Tospe na dit ati Ninigi dit Sahotso, Nda Nishidon Lane Niji Hassanje, Ado in the Red Lake chapter. A Ada and linear resolutions, Kun Lini Hinat Ani Honorable Dr. Andy Nez Aja, but chapter Zigi Lada Asli. Ado A in the A Kuna A Exhibit FBD, Ninigi A the Office of the Controller, A Aja Memo Linigi Hadil Yago, A Aja, Mr. Robert Woolley A Yanhich Huila, A di Behesto. Ado Kuna Exhibit G A OMB, Office of Management and Budget, Elto Ajin Lini Memo Yi Lagi Sto Kuna Behesto. Akoshik Asian na Kodon Linigi Ashonde Hat Ninigi Benan Hinchka. This is a very special population here on Navajo Nation, and I'd like to, get this school assisted. This is a one-time grant that they're requesting, and they'd like to continue to have the school operation and go back to providing the educational component that the school had once held there at St. Michael's Association for Special Education. They do have group homes that they stay in during the weekdays. Group home parents based off of the Arizona standards, working with disability population. And we do pose for questions right now. That should not ani no klinigi, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chair Jesus and your agents legislation next in queue we have Honorable Chair Vince James.
Hey, Speaker, Shema, members of the council, Ado Nana, Kodot, Honorable Sus, Ado Kodot, St. Michael's Association for Special Education, Adet nach Nashigi, Yat Ebek Ehit Al, Ado Bit nach Nashigi, Nachachene, Alto, Kon Hinahas Tanigi, Ebek Ehit, Adon Het Kahasin, Lot Arts, Winje. Ya kodo yat hidini dole. Adonana kodo behazani kod beshmas anni tlinigi big ahonate nesh. If I was in order, if we were in order, I would make a motion to cease debate and go directly to vote. But I know I'm the first council delegate to request to speak. Okay. With that, I support this legislation. Adada sodazen linigi be hadith zishito need. Ade sen linichi sel indot sodazen linigi be hastido kodonat anini linigi nahada eat nihada when we were on campaign trail. Nahachine bakadi lawati no. Be yelti on hada is nelako. Shade ado yo campaign ishande dishneko. I didn't even do one rally in my 5 chapters. Akot aw shadene eshaho seniki beninako. Akwande kote. So the zembe hasi danda not ani jeleho. Ya kodo no sambe not achelela. No stando ape ik hatte dort zita. De snow akot aset so the zendis no san yi keda hat eni. Ba not ani jelin lela. Yadel hil has angi. Akwagi biyanal de. He kagin dat a igi city da adat ehi. Nan se adat ehigi. Chil nan se aze adat ehi. Benat achele la. Sato. Jokot a e nan tiendant e ako. Di dot a akot en halchenen lenigi. Bich e nahot e o. Na halchenen da ne sehigi. A bedok e hatte dot zitala. E ben yakodonat aninitle. E ben yakwaike e naha isnel. O course by yanada just get dole. Kodo na halchenen lenigin hilya a koyako. Hojo ba denzo. Ya kodidishni kojon neshi o huinzon dan hinel en ako. Adonana alto bitinjil nesho. Alto bit is sozda. Alto kwagi benjil nesho. Alto nza yina hastra. Akot ab is soz holon alto do ya shonda. Ako okodat ehin hina hastra shinat ah no linin ha alchinen linigi. O hojobe el kendi ka. O jobe basi zindole. Hala edin ha alchinen linigi do e ape ni hit hadot zita. Hojo ba go bad hojo ba on leden dan hinnes en ako. Hojo ba yen sida keso ye da des in ako. Hat ich da bin ye kwaige na hat a bekin bin ye bi na hasi trashit o huinzen. Sa hoshi besokot a kunza de o aten le ako. E hodat aho e ba hadis zin son shinat ah no linigi. Yego e baby kesi zindo le kodon ha alchinen linin hinta hastran dog e a hodes a ako. O hot out o hayun hit na en linigi be I na date e akot a e ya in da kai. Ado sa ho do hot a bitin da has ado it at day yata St. Michael's Association for Special Ed e do at day yata o hayun na hobis khata hotet ako. A hiya la Arjun hinan neshita ini. A hiya la do na khata do chago na halchinen linin habik isidon in na haba aholia. Asian olia hojezil sado hoje ha old nido when linigi ntse kesigi ha jol no hot abik eji galo. Abens benzin soido business anit a holla da hoganda cheta gaho ba hojilian le ako ho bisin linita ba o hoj iyan yani dita ata ba o okot a ni hinanesh o ako ahiya and God bless you and God bless the St. Michael's Association for Special Education. Ahiya, thank you.
Shahat Shiyash, Honorable Chair James, Kodonjuna Gosat by Hainzi, Ado Kune Banastogi, we have Honorable Kwagi, Kwaito amendment the your kid for some of the budget forms so late. Ado Kune Banastogi, Kodo Shija, Speaker so.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Ado ade bezbans an clinician and dide daw onakin long dide bez ani gatigi. This is something that we have to address. I really, looking back at my tenureship in council, my colleagues, this is the population, the community, our people, the Nebijit Nahoti Igi, that we have probably funneled less money, federal tribal dollars into our citizens who are disabled. The ego bitis which nahot it. Kodoha shi peso hajo shi tahi ni. Money is going into different population of Navajo for their for their livelihood. And I think that somewhere we have to continue to advocate, but change how Window operates and look at direct funding to our citizens who are directly impacted, our families that are directly impacted, with family members who are handicapped, disabled, or disabled community. The movement of Shisha, you know, they may not have, they're not capable to stand and defend our country and so forth, but they're citizens. But she adi shahole khagoshi peso chidahita. Khahosh tsagaho zanke the net edotse. Whether it's in the executive branch, whether it's in council, khahosh net edotse. And I always think about that. And as growing up, I growing up in grade school, I had a friend. His name was Bernard Hardy. No one didn't want to push him around in his wheelchair. You push him around at the playground. They just want someone to talk to. Yeah, they may be different than a normal person, but in that case, but Jay, what ego, Nilia, what Anilia. The man upstairs created this child that way for a purpose. Ha ishi benianilia onsen. Do haji banasa idande. Could really hope that I'm in favor of this. You know, we have a handicap trust fund, which the minimum set aside. Somewhere we need to change the minimum set aside amount. The 18%, the elderly trust fund account and the handicap trust fund account that we have. Why can't we start adjusting the minimum set aside and readjusting to so that these trust funds can flourish and trust fund led ni chiho led peso ni chiho which you know, but again, it's up to Window Rock to change how Window Rock operates. It's up to Window Rock how culture is going to change here. If no policies change, not the Shnini, Bernard Hardy, but ego, but Hadi Ash. Shanash.
Yeah, Shaja, speaker so, Kodo time. Ado Kone should Silibin Banasto, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Oh, yeah, Shade, Kuro Speaker, also to our agents, Kuroshima, Madam Chair Brenda Jesus, as well as the agents, Ms. Kiyazi, as well as Mr. White. Ado Aden Asot Nihano Yahigi Asot Ahia and Sago Kwaeki to your chambers, the People's Chambers here. in Window Rock. And I just wanted to recognize just a few things. I know as it was being read into record, I do want to acknowledge that Honorable Seth Damon was a co-sponsor as well to this legislation, and I'm glad the agents here have recognized that. And also to my chapters of Fort Defiance, Sawmill, and Red Lake. I know again it was mentioned, but I also want to personally thank them for passing resolution and working with them to support our kids there at the St. Michael's Association of Special Education. I used to teach kindergarten through 5th grade. We have various backgrounds, and our children come from different platforms, and for our special education, there are many different ways that they recognize our children in that way, but working with them is such a blessing, and I'm glad that this institution is here to help provide that support for our children. Also to the board as well. I know I met the board president just a while ago, and just meeting with the team leading up to this point. So great job to everyone, putting this together. I just want to emphasize to ensure that our children are getting all of the support and assistance they need from this grant. Our adults at this point, Speaker, I do want to make an motion to amend the current legislation. To my colleagues here, there was an amendment sent at 11:50 a.m. and at this point I do want to acknowledge that amendment, and I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:42. And we do have a motion on the floor for amendment number 1. We have a second by Honorable Parrish. Just give us a few seconds for staff to put that on the board. Honorable colleagues, we do have the amended language, the amendment number 1 language on the board.
Amendment 20062-23. 1, remove the Exhibit C and replace it with the new Exhibit C. 13 pages of revised budget forms accompanied by this amendment. 2, remove the Exhibit D and replace it with the new Exhibit D. 2 pages accompanying this amendment. 3, remove the Exhibit G and replace it with the new Exhibit G. 2 pages accompanying this amendment, which is a memorandum from Office of Management and Budget dated April 12, 2023. 4, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Shada Ms. Cook for reading amendment number 1 into the record. Ado kodo colleagues la ashna adolkit on amendment number 1. Online. Second call. Nobody? Third call. I don't see no comments. We're going for a vote for on amendment number 1.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret votes green. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito, please repeat your vote. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Going back up, Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacati is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
The colleagues, so just a reminder, just to keep the tone down so we can have sound decisions in the gallery. We can hold up our applause while we're still in the middle of our main motion. Thank you, staff. We do have vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, and amendment number 1. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion. We have Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, for trying to keep the decorum of the council proceedings. I want to go to page 16 of the report that's provided as an exhibit. And it says the financial situation of Smaze is dire as the nonprofit is unable to create positive cash flow. Since 2012, Smaze has steadily lost 24% in net asset value due to ongoing yearly losses as expenses were greater than revenues. See exhibits. Smaze continued in operation despite some yearly losses with the help of a deposit of a trust settlement and estate monies received in FY26 and FY 2020 respectively. No investment or emergency funds are currently available for cash needs. Bi-weekly payroll has been in jeopardy for the 36 employees. The complete recording of monthly accounting transactions, closing the books, and bank reconciliations are behind. Some vendor payments and long-term liabilities are past due. The line of credit reached its limit and is due and payable. Contract compliance and reporting revealed weaknesses that are being addressed. Prior management misrepresented and failed to analyze, disclose, and address the dire situation. The Board of Directors trusted the prior management to complete routine accounting tasks, including the completion of financial audits. The last annual financial audit completed was for fiscal year 2015. So, my main concern is whether this is going to be a one-time request from the council or if it's going to be a recurring annual request. And if that's the case, then I think the council needs to take a greater investment into the management of the organization. This last statement, which says prior management misrepresented and failed to analyze, disclose, and address the dire situation, and that the board of directors trusted the prior management to complete routine accounting tasks, including the completion of the financial audits. To me, that's a failure of the board. So at the highest levels of the organization, there was not board members who are filling their obligation to the clients and to the state of Arizona and to the Navajo Nation. And last year, when I was on the HES committee, Smaze came before us, and I was trying to terse out exactly how we would make sure that this was going to be, a one-time shot in the arm instead of a recurring request that's needed. And I appreciate, the level of detail that's contained in this attachment, in this exhibit. And when you get down to page, let's see here, it's 17, I think this is where you have some of the goals on how to try and make the organization whole and make it durable over the long term. But that's what I want to hear articulated in response to this question, and that is, how are you going to ensure that this organization becomes financially solvent? And I think on here it says an audit for fiscal year 2016. I can't find the page right now. And I want to know, is there something specific that happened in fiscal year 2016 that you want to investigate? That's, I guess, the main questions I have now. But I just want to reiterate that, these services need to continue. But if the organization is failing to fulfill its obligations in its current complexion and the way things are set up right now, and it's been that way for about 10 or 11 years, then we really need to revisit how these services are being provided and if there's a more efficient way to deliver those services to our citizens. So, Speaker, I'll reserve my time for the time being. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:21. Next in queue, Kudo, Honorable Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, for recognizing my request to speak this morning, or this afternoon. Thank you to Chair Brenda Jesus and Honorable Delegate Dr. Andy Nez and Speaker Seth Damon for offering this legislation today. I just wanted to thank the St. Michael's Association, Smaze, for servicing all the way out to my communities in Denahozo and all the way out to Mexican Water. I just got a text message from our chapter president, and he wanted to extend his appreciation for your services reaching all the way out to Western and Northern Agency. These services are not just centralized here in St. Michael's, but it's also all the way out to the most, the edges of our entire Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to share my appreciation with you all this morning. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Curtis, who is your biggest cheerleader at Smaze. When I was Miss Navajo Nation, I worked with Mr. Curtis and worked with Smaze in trying to raise money for the Special Olympics so that you all could continue your tradition of representing the Navajo Nation, not just at the state level, but nationally. That's a huge endeavor that I think that needs to continue and to represent the Navajo Nation at every level of athleticism. So thank you, Smaze, for your advocacy, for your patience, your kindness, your love for our children and all our communities, including those in Western Agency. And Speaker, I waive my time.
Yeah, Honorable Parrish waives her time. Ado Kone Banastoi, we have Honorable Nota.
Yate. In the past, I know that back in the 1980s, I did get a chance to work with Smaze We work with them with livestock programs, 4-H. They were showed at the Navajo Nation Fair and different fairs around the Navajo Nation. As Delegate Slater did state, you said that you found some internal findings of what the issues and the problems were financially. And then in seeing that the last official audit was done in 2015, my question would be, I guess, how often do you intend to do these official audits in the future? The other question I have, this might be a question to the speaker. I'm not sure what the balance is in UUFB. Could I get that information at some point? The reason why I'm asking that is I have 2 institutions in my district. Mr. White. I have CCRC, Coyote Canyon Rehabilitation Center, and then I have TAUS, the Tohatchi, same kind of a program. And we also serve people all over the reservation, even way out in western Arizona. And those 2 organizations that I have, they are also experiencing financial operational difficulties. They've been bringing it up at the chapter meetings where I've been going to, and they've been hounding me for help. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I'm asking for the balance of that UUFB. I'm in support of this, but I would like to know, and I guess I would like to know an explanation. You might understand this, Mr. White. How does CCRC and TAUS compare or differ from your program at Smaze? So those are my 2 questions. Yeah. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3 minutes. Honorable Nota will get that information to you and we'll send it out email. At this time, I would like to give the floor back over to Chair Jesus for those questions that were raised by my colleagues here this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker Curley. Ado, yeah, and Kidishnido, Ado Shanat Anino, Linigi, Naido, Kedo, Kodo, in his Saigi, Ayat, Adantago, yeah, Kodo, Shatsilla or Shanai, that Mr. Honorable Vince James, Kodon Linigi, expressing your sincere appreciation and recognition for our population that is at St. Michael's Association for Special Education. Do ani eya in hit citizen linigi kuda dits ibn nacha aquij not ani dani lingo in hik a hit nant the nebikeya paka his ago kodon linigi batsitil zendo bahajo ba ini zen ako ado eya and tago hya and the dishnil ado kunna speaker ado so for your advocacy. Ado ani edne ado shanat ani. Kodon linigi hashin sogo kodo ike hadado zehigi, our disabled population in linigi eya hashin soho eya ani ebo ona haditle do kun lini eya ashonan kodo St. Michael's Association for Special Education je Bananish Edel Iningi Koda through Dr. Honorable Andy Nesnhani Yankil Hol Nai Edi Kut Angel has Anno and Lenigi A Nache. We started working together. Les Maze Betho Aja Edi Naltos and Lenigi Kodon Hitatos Ado E Ya Sto Ashihate Ada Nanel in Odide Behas Ani and Le Beso. Atahat nito di trust be tahat niligi shin to ahit adan linigi inhinat ani bestani linigi on the 25th Navajo Nation Council she ajihit adan linigi the hajonas kazo refine policies nitla belagana eda akulyago shiat e ado I just want to share a quick story with why I was really passionate about dropping a legislation for St. Michael's Association for Special Education. When I was 11 years old, my mom was actually a group home parent there before the school went under the state, I guess, laws of how services are to be provided to this population. And now there's ratios depending on the level of the disability of our child. There's usually ratios of 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 or 1-to-2. And I remember my mom had to oversee 6 children ranging from 18 on down, and my mom would just like Honorable Vince James said, and Do Kodosha Honorable Aroso and Ningi and my mom used to ask me to help feed some of the individuals, and it was really disheartening to see. But Tato touches dog, or how at my age at 11, I was 100%, able to do whatever I wanted in life. And yet these very children of ours didn't have that capability. And I used to sit there and I shed tears. And Benago, when, Miss Kiyazi and got the executive team involved from Smaze, I was really, wanting to help the school. Dr. Honorable Andy Nez, felt the same way, as he has been, a teacher to a lot of our younger generation here on Navajo Nation. And recognizing that this is a population that is in need of some services. And Honorable Slater, in regards to the financial overview, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and give it to my agent here to answer the question for the audit information for 2016, and then also the historical, I guess, operation for the Smaze Association in regards to services going forward, how they plan to restructure and redevelop these operations. And that will also go in lines with Honorable Nota's question as well regarding the audit and what is the future like for St. Michael's Association for Special Education. So, Madam Speaker, if I may give it to my agent, Ms. Geraldine Kiyazi, at this time.
Oh, yeah, Shadeja, Delegate Jesus. With regard to the question from Delegate Slater, how do we become financially solvent? Otto, why is the 2016 audit behind or necessary? The first question, financially solvent is going to be an uphill climb for St. Michael's Special Ed. Right now, they're in the red, and they're barely making payroll at this time. We do have some long plans, a business plan, as was presented to you as an exhibit. My discussions with the management team is everyone has got to roll up their sleeves, be productive, and meet that budget that's being presented today, discussed today, and hopefully approved by you today. That budget is important. In the past, I don't know if the budgets were approved by the board or met in terms by the team to be within that range of the budget. I don't know. We won't know that until an audit's completed. At this point, going forward, we have to believe that this current team right now, along with the proposed new incoming executive director and finance manager that's in their proposed budget, will come with the experience, the skill level to maintain the proposed budget and keep it balanced. That is key to be financially solvent. We've also got to increase revenue. The way you increase revenue with this kind of client is you have to increase the client base. Right now they have 17 clients. 10 are part of the residential program, and 7 are part of the day program. So 17 has got to increase. We're proposing 6 new clients. Billings, revenue are billed back to 2 contracts, the Division of Social Services and Arizona Department of Economic Security. And when you increase your attendance by client enrollment, you increase revenue. So that's proposed in our budget. Restructuring is key. As I mentioned a moment ago, we have got to ensure that every staff member, each operating cost is scrubbed down and looked at, and everyone is buying into the budget at all levels, from top to bottom to sideways. And again, that's ongoing discussions we have with Mr. White, with the residential staff, the supervisors, the daytime supervisor staffs, the maintenance staff, the transportation staff, the occupancy staff. Everyone has got to be involved. The other question Mr. Slater mentioned is why a 2016 audit. As he indicated, the last year the audit was done was for 2015. Their fiscal year is from October 1st to September 30th, the same as Navajo Nation. And yes, the last audit done was 2015. That was completed last August in 2022. I believe the delay, as I was told, was due to the pandemic. And I believe that last audit took roughly 3+ years to complete. Our plan at this point going forward is we do have a tribal enterprise, Navajo Housing Authority, who stepped forward to pay for the future audits for Smaze. They have agreed to pay for 2016 all the way to, I believe, the year 2020. So our plan for this short-term goal is to complete the 2016 audit, in addition to getting the books caught up through this quarter, the second quarter of 2023, fiscal year 2023, and complete again the 1-year audit for 2016. The audits after that will be completed thereafter. And so that's what our goal is right now. The only finding, I believe, in the 2015 audit was the fixed assets schedules didn't match the software system, so there is some discrepancies there. We do know going forward there could be some additional findings, but our plan is to still move forward and get the books caught up and get the audits done. And that's what the funding request entails to you, our honorable delegates today, to pay for, help pay for those types of costs. Again, we do have a commitment from NHA to pay for those audit expenses. With regard to the question, I believe, for Delegate Nota, what is the balance for the UUFB? We do have a memo in the exhibit attachment. I'm not sure what page it is, but there is a memo issued from Robert Willie, Accounting Manager, Exhibit F, and he does state that the balance as of February 24th, 2023 is $18,809,586. And I'll go ahead and turn the time over to Mr. White for the other question posed by Mr. Delegate Nota. Thank you.
Thank you, Deja. Geraldine is our internal auditor. She was on board already when they appointed me, so I added her to our management team along with Andrea Manuelito. I just want to remind Council that we were appointed just 2 months ago, and these audits that were not done, it just kind of fell into our lap. So all these questions about that we're trying to rectify right now, and that she gave a really good explanation on that. I'll just add on the sustainability. We subsided on a lot of donations from third-party companies, from Gallup, Nationwide. For some reason or not, these partnerships were severed. So we're in the process of reestablishing those, and we used to get a lot of money through these different organizations across the United States. And all these years, I remember that it was able to sustain our school. And then like Ms. Kiyazi said, we have to get more students in, and we're doing that process right now. Within the next 2 quarters, we have 6 students coming on board, and that's going to help immensely. So to answer Honorable Delegate Nota's question, the difference between Taos and Coyote Canyon and St. Michael's Special Ed, I'm not really, just like I just said, you know, we're into this job 2 months from now. I know they're similar. I haven't been able to go out there to meet with their executive directors, and but I don't know how much similarities, differences they are at this point, but they do serve special needs students and adults, and I think they offer work-related placement outside the community. Thank you.
Mr. White, and also Ms. Kiyazi for your response. And I believe that we might completed their responses to all of the delegates that had a question. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Chair Jesus. Just a short announcement. Lunch was provided by Nappy and the Pumpkin Patch this afternoon. Next in queue, Kudo Hanana Zihiki, Kudo Vice Chair Yazi. You have the floor.
Good afternoon again. My name is Cheryl Nyazi, and thank you for bringing the students by to just be a part of this moment, and hopefully, you know, it gives them a little bit of encouragement in some way, whatever small way. But my question, and I might come off as not being supportive of this legislation, or that I am not caring of the special needs students, or that I might be insensitive to your finances. But what I want to know is how much time will this $1.5 million buy you in order for your school to get on the path of being sustainable? I want to know, you know, and you might have brought up some of it, but I kind of want to have a better understanding of how you're going to work with our relatives, our special needs relatives, and our students. How is that? How are you going to do that? You're 2 months in, and what are your plans? I want to make sure that this funding that you're requesting for, you know, is an investment to your program, because this type of program is needed across our Navajo Nation. I've not seen any other programs like this. And, you know, I want this to be an investment. If I vote green, I want to make sure that you're successful. And so I want to know, how are you going to be sustainable? How much time is this going to buy you to be on that path? And so that's my question, and I will reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:12. Next, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. We have her via Zoom. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, if you are online, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, we hear you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, delegates, for this conversation. I was hoping that we would go straight to vote, but I know that there was an amendment that was made. I want to remind my colleagues that at this point we don't have, I believe St. Michael's may be the only school that assists our students who have special needs. We have been talking about this, I know, in the Shiprock Agency. A lot of our students, because schools, whether they're public or BIE, don't have either the funding or the manpower, our students oftentimes get sent off to Navajo Nation. Our nearest blind school for Navajos who are blind is in Phoenix and Tucson. They do offer small programs in Albuquerque, however, that's still off the Navajo Nation. So what we're doing is, if our children are special needs, we require, or if they require special needs education, our only option is to send them off to Navajo Nation. And that's a really sad message that we're sending to not only the families that have to, that have special needs children, but it's also sending that message to our children. So I support this legislation. I know that it's a private school, but I support the school because it's one of the very few schools that offers these types of services to our special needs children. So I hope that we get a favorable vote with all three votes, and we can continue to assist the school as much as we can. And what I would like to see St. Michael's is an expansion plan. I'd like to see your school expanded and hopefully have smaller schools within the different communities, like Shiprock, Tuba City, Chinle, and then maybe the smaller schools. But this was also an issue that was brought up at the Tribal Interior Budget Council when we talked about the BIE funding. Most of our schools are not receiving the proper funding when it comes to special needs children. We should be advocating for our special needs children and making it clear that the Navajo Nation is asking for not only full funding, but also proper facilities and operations and maintenance of these facilities. I haven't really heard very much on that. I do assist the disabled community, and their message is always a kishan, because they're oftentimes forgotten. All of our disabled members of the Navajo Nation. And the last survey that was done, there were over 50% of our Navajo people have a disability. Over 50% of our Navajo people have a disability. Our housing is not up to par when it comes to complying with the ADA laws. Our schools are barely offering any type of services, educational services to our kids. And in fact, during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I did announce that I will be dropping legislation during the 25th Navajo Nation Council to sponsor a swing for children who are in wheelchairs. This swing itself is going to be over $500,000. There is a playground, the nearest disabled playground is found in Rio Rancho, Albuquerque. So if our kids who are disabled want to play on a playground, they have to travel to Rio Rancho. And then on top of that is the 6-month waiting list for our kids who are in wheelchairs to feel what it's like to be on a swing, or their wheelchairs to be put on a, there's a special kind of swing that allows our children who are in wheelchairs to remain in their wheelchairs and to get onto this ramp, and then they get tied down and they're allowed to feel what it feels like to be on the swing. A 6-month waiting list is what we are seeing, not only for our Navajo disabled children, but for all disabled children. And that's really sad. Can you imagine telling your child who is disabled that they have to wait 6 months to get onto a swing on a playground and that you have to travel to Rio Rancho in order to do that. So we need to start paying attention to the group that is oftentimes forgotten, and we need to be advocating for them. And so I stand with this legislation, and I hope that I can count on all of my colleagues to vote green on this legislation and start developing a plan to assist the school. Again, yes, it is a private school, but we should also be assisting because at this point, I believe it's the only school for disabled students. And hopefully when that inventory of schools that I requested from Health Education Human Services, when that inventory of schools is provided to us, we'll be able to identify which schools offer programs for our children who are disabled, and then which schools are.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, time. Thank you again, colleagues. Next in queue, we have Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, yeah, it's A. Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley, and thank you to our sponsors, Chair Jesus, as well as the individuals from Smaze. I thank you for your time and for being here. And I just want to, just as a business owner, I know it's incredibly difficult, because the Navajo Nation doesn't just hand you over a budget for you to do with. You absolutely have to find it in some way. Whether you're for-profit or nonprofit, it's still basically a business. And so I know that it's incredibly difficult to exist, whether you're nonprofit or for-profit here on the Navajo Nation. And I've had the opportunity in my early years to work for, a nonprofit that was absolutely successful in bringing in money. And the way they were successful was because they were located in a city. They were surrounded by multiple banks. They had the opportunity to fundraise in so many different ways. They had board members that were accountants and lawyers and all these technical experts that could just provide in-kind service. So they weren't going outside, like with your audits, they weren't going outside and trying to pay for somebody to do the work, because those folks served on their board and that they provided that service at no cost to the program. And I came home to my community and worked for a nonprofit there for several years. It's incredibly difficult. You're not surrounded by businesses or banks. There are very few fundraising opportunities. And then you don't have those professional resources readily available in your community that can serve on your board. So I understand, and I sit here as council. Sometimes we grill people on fiscal responsibility, but I often think, what about as council if one day somebody decided to say you're a nonprofit organization and you figure out how you're going to bring your own money to cover your own expenses. We're gonna at that point gonna realize it's incredibly difficult. So you're doing, some hard work. I'm sitting here thinking about, you're absolutely providing a critical service. It's not even a service that we should even question, its importance and whether it is absolutely critical. You are the only one organization here on Navajo that provides the service, and I really appreciate the fact that you have it here, and that we're not, and that we're not sending, all of our loved ones off the reservation for this service. You are providing it here, and you're making it available here, and so, and you're allowing our loved ones here to be here on the nation. So I really want to thank you for that. But as I'm sitting here and we give money and we buy silly things, why not? How come we can't at the least, at least the administrative folks, how come the Navajo Nation, it can't fit under one of the programs to pay salary? And then we have, I'm just, wanting to say that we really need to, I believe this is one group that I think we should, all assist in some way. If we know of resources that want to be of help, we should, send them your way and say, here is an organization that is absolutely critical that needs help, whether it be in technical support, human resource, or whether they want to make direct contributions of funds to you. But also folks that might want to, host some kind of fundraising opportunity on your behalf. And so I'm just kind of thinking about all those things. But, and just in terms of, fiscal responsibility as well as service to our relatives here, because I'm the vice chair on HES, I just want to ask if you could, provide some consistent reports to us. And if you're finding difficulty, please communicate that. I believe as long as we're in communication going forward and really, hearing about how you're working to, fix and find solutions, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Next in queue, Kodo Shiche, Honorable Toth, via Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We can hear you in the chambers, Shiche. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm heading to Woodrow, so and I do support legislation. Also, so
Shiche, Honorable Toth. Ado Kunebana Sogi Kudoshiyaj, Honorable Ricky Ness.
Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Chair Jesus, Chihortso, Olgede, Nebeshbasa Anado, Nharchana, Do Kuchigo da Santa Hakiyat, Shin Shirek Nes, Great Hornland on San Juan River. I'm the man from San Juan River. So, not Snowy River, San Juan River. I represent 6 chapters, but just what I was reading here about how St. Michael's, this special school, how it started with this Mary Jane. And I was looking at that story and reading that story, and I thought, wow, Just having that nurse be here at that time and working with a Navajo child, a Navajo boy. And then a medicine man rides by in his wagon, then he sees, and then he kind of interprets the little boy. And then her working with this boy and having him stand up. And just what the medicine man saw, he took off and went home and brought, a cerebral palsy. And I was thinking, Moses was told to go back to Egypt, something out of bed or nippet on. And Moses, it's a Dishilnahun as it so do, do yo yashtkit at Chanela. I am slow of tongue, I am slow of speech, and I'm not eloquent, you know how to Ne digging Nachasnela. Hushti Pantahnas Anigi la what on name. Di Sapanata, Dendoba Jetta, Kasobantahnas, Anigdo Hushin so la what on name. A co arajan Nahwis Nashin. A codola that gin of but a lunson. Cozo doesn't tahagi is though Nahastui. A hen harchne yo deno. That I love you, no osat it earlier. Because love is a verb. A verb is an action word. When we say I love you, Janigo, be it iniki shingip ben here was an needing nego han here yon ne eat, here yon nish, das neshigido a mother jed and of senigi arnold Nahano Yahagi, a corn harchina, Nikena house hodina, a core. Habahadish, just oh, here, Nahano, Kayagido, a bishmas, and basically a lastly, St. Bonaventure or Liego, old catcher. A cortishi, what the heck it at all, dash, nado late, a call. What, though it la, old get 1.5 million. Then in the 1.8 billion, hitch, what yonder, what in our shades hot then though. Oh, you pay so the meal so what the gehekishit asa the meal and sagi no. I don't the meal yes the meal and sai but ohokishit aligako. Do what you do have my vote and God bless you and everything that you do with for our children. God bless you.
Honorable Nez. Ado kune banasto gi shade Honorable Shauna and Claw.
Yad Eshadeja, Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, and first and foremost, I want to thank Shadin Dinigi, Brenda Jesus, and then also Sile, Dr. Andy Nez, and then Shay. Honorable Speaker Damon, thank you for bringing this legislation before the council. And I was listening to all of the discussion here. Very good, very heartfelt, very sincere. And then also, good morning to all of our participants in the gallery, especially our honored guests today from St. Michael's School, and then also the administration and educators. And I just wanted to also say I do support this legislation, and also I appreciate the work that is being done. But I do feel that, my honorable colleagues there, Ms. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie and Honorable Carl Slater, do have a justifiable concern, especially when it comes to sustainability of these programs. And my insight is coming from the stance of a board member on behalf of the school district, and so I do know that there is state funding available for adult disabled which is the DDD service. And then also thinking about how the school does tap into Social Security and supplemental security income disability programs. So I think that we do need a detailed report to the council to assure that the school is not going to be in the same predicament in the upcoming years. And I know that with this opportunity here, it has given them the capability to look in hindsight to make sure that this doesn't happen again. But I know that it's very unfortunate in several state institutions as well as tribal programs that are disabled adults and children program funding are the very first ones to be captured and used in an erroneous manner. And then also the services are not provided, although they are fully funded. So those are some of my concerns, to make sure that there is accountability as well, and also to provide the programs, not just for the student themselves, but also for the families that are involved. And I'm very thankful we do have families sitting there, and then also the workers there in support, and that does show that, you know, that might not be the situation for this particular school, but it's just to show that we as council are aware of some of the things that are happening across the Navajo Nation. And then also I just wanted to add that there are programs within the Navajo Nation, but they're not out there marketed or broadcast as well. But Chinle does have a disabled student program as well, and it's the Chinle Valley School, where they do serve adults as well as children. And so I just want to extend my gratitude to Chinle Valley School as well for providing those services. And I do agree with Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton that we do need to expand these programs. And then also with Speaker So, when he did say that we do need to look at the funding to increase the funding for all programs across the Navajo Nation, whether they be nonprofit or tribally run or even state run. So I do think that we do need to extend our support to all programs. With that, Madam Speaker, I will turn it back over to you.
Shada Honorable Tlaw. At this time, we'll give responses back to Kodoshada Chairwoman Jesus.
Yeah, Madam Speaker Curly Shadeja Koto, and then also to all my honorable colleagues here that had a question or even just giving recommendation, as well as your positive messages that you have shared here. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and give it to Ms. Kiyazi in regards to a response to Vice Chair Yazi regarding the timeline of getting Smaze back to sustainability, and then I believe the educational component of Smaze going forward as well. So Ms. Kiyazi, Madam Speaker.
Oh, yeah, Shadeja, Delegate Jesus, and thank you for the question, Vice Chair Yazi. How much time will it buy and how will it be sustainable is the question. We plan to restructure, as I stated earlier. We want to become self-sustaining and have a balanced budget. It's going to require the full commitment of the current team, the staff, and the incoming new management, which is going to consist of a new executive director and a finance person at a minimum. We are proposing a budget to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. That budget has got to be followed to the penny. And that's what I've been stressing to Leroy, Mr. White here, and Andrea, Manuelito, and the team. Every person under this organization has got to be committed to be productive. We intend to develop strategies to increase revenues. One of those methods, one of those ideas is to increase client enrollment. We did propose that in the budget. We plan to bring in 6 new clients this year. When I say this year, I mean the budget that's being presented to you. If we can exceed that, that's even better. I know Mr. Larry Curtis, who is the social service liaison, is working on that. He's got incoming calls at the moment, and he's working on bringing, I believe, if he hasn't already, at least one person right now for the month of April. We're going to identify other avenues to increase revenues, such as capitalizing on donors, the direct mail campaign, fundraising. Donors did go down, donations did go down during the pandemic, and we do plan to repartner with SWIFT, Southwest Indian Foundation out of Gallup. Their contribution and partnership to the organization is critical. They have an enormous database of contacts, and it's important to the organization to continue to receive those donations. So that's going to be a priority for Mr. White. We're going to establish, again, a revised management framework to revisit and scrub down the operational expenses. We've been doing that so far, making sure that every expense and cost that's being paid for is essential and needed. If it's not, it's going to be revisited and removed. We're looking at capital needs. We're going after the fiscal recovery funds for some capital issues, such as premium pay, IT assistance for our broadband, and then paving the road to the business itself. So we are working with Deputy Executive Director Lisa Jim over at the Fiscal Recovery Office in San Benito. And of course, just reevaluating ourselves internally, making sure we've got the right team on board, the right board and staff, and that's going to be ongoing. So that would be my response to how we're going to become sustainable. The other question, I believe, that was posed by Delegate Simonson, she asked if we would provide a consistent report back to council. Yes, by all means. We've got to be accountable. We've got to be transparent. We've got to ask for your assistance when we need to. If you've got the resources or know about other resources that the team can access in terms of funding, grants, and so on, we've got to be open-minded to those. And one thing we plan to do again is to get caught up on our audits so that we can present those audit reports to these outside grantors so we can apply for additional funding. So once we get caught up, I believe we can submit our audit reports to those organizations and requests for additional funding. So thank you again. Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Kiyazi, for your response, and I'd like to go ahead and give it to Mr. White at this time to respond to Madam Chair Charles Newton's question. Mr. White.
Okay, Nana, Deja. And I had to make an emergency break here, so I think your question, Madam Chair, Nantani, was is the operational and maintenance costs included in the budget? Yes, it is. We had budget $86,990. And if I can add on to what Shade just said about sustainability also. And the question is 1,500 or 1,574,000 going to be enough? I think we probably should have asked for more, but we were confident that within this, it gives us a year or 13 months in order to explore a lot of other avenues. And it's critical that we get our audits done. That'll open up the door in ways. And we were always successful in the past raising monies through our donor base. And I know times have changed, but one of the things that we also are exploring is to reopen our education program. That was a program that sustained our program for so many years, and that's the closure of the school there, the educational program, kind of helped get us to this point. So some of the money that we're going to be receiving, we're going to be using that to try to reestablish the education program. So they'll help us in the future to maintain sustainability. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I raised a point of privilege because I appreciate the response regarding operations and maintenance. I didn't have any specific questions. I was actually speaking on behalf of the legislation and asking my colleagues to vote green, but I appreciate the questions answered regarding operations and maintenance. I just wanted to clarify that I didn't ask that question, but I'm glad that it's being included in the legislation, because oftentimes we do see legislation without O&M costs being attached to it. So I support this legislation 100%. I didn't have any questions. I was just trying to convey to my colleagues that we should be supporting this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Charles Newton. If there's no additional responses, we're going back to the floor for request to speak. We have Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the Smaze team to be here today, and all your representatives in the galley. Thank you for being here, and those that were here earlier, thank you for being here. I'd like to make a recommendation that this organization gives a full quarterly report back to the Social Service Director, Mr. Thomas Corey. So, I do support your legislation. I do support our children, our kids, and I look forward to visiting your facilities and getting a tour and meeting all the children there. And, just wanted to say that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. I don't see anybody else in queue. Honorable colleagues, when we can go back to reserve time. We have reserve time for Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater with 1 minute and 21 seconds. And we have Honorable Shondine Parrish with 3 minutes. And we also have Honorable Vice Chair with 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Great. Madam Speaker, to our sponsor, Honorable Chair Jesus, as well as your agents. Again, thank you, and to my colleagues here. I know I was hoping our children would be here to see and celebrate the passing of this legislation. I see it passing here unanimously. Unfortunately, I know it does take time away from their services, but I just wanted to take this moment to also appreciate my colleagues for asking their valid questions as well. I know we each have respective backgrounds and serve on different various committees, so appreciate that. Also to our families as well as our children. And again, I mentioned that as a former classroom teacher, you have to have a lot of energy, a lot of patience, but it's such a rewarding career and a position to have to take care of our children in this way. And also want to acknowledge Winter Rock Unified School District, who works closely with Smaze as well to provide some of these services. And Winter Rock Unified School District is housed physically in the community of Fort Defiance. So again, just wanted to make those additional points and acknowledgements to everyone who, you know, supports our children in this way. Hashin sogo not days tell quaggy ni JP to the business that no nish to with the bay go nas what I been zeal to late to here and sago. Madam Speaker, I waive the rest of my time.
Yahat Kodo Shatilla Honorable Nez. A correction, that was reserved time for Honorable Nathan Nota with 3 minutes, not Honorable Parrish. Next in line we have for reserve time, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 1 minute and 21 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the presenters for answering the questions from before. And I'm happy that you provided this level of detail in your report and what the challenges are that you're confronting. I think the biggest thing that stands out to me is that deficit on a monthly basis of $70,000. And figuring out a plan to overcome that, I think, is really important. As I understood it, the education program had shut down during the pandemic, and then so you lost clients, which was revenue, and then you kind of got into this spiral. And this is somewhat of a recollection from last year meeting with the organization on HES. Having a really concrete plan to expand the client base, I think, is going to be really important because you know, a $1.5 million subsidy per year for 17 clients is not sustainable for the nation, nor is it sustainable for Smaze. And this will get us to March 31, 2024. That's the projection. But we really need to have a strong plan on how we're going to overcome that $70,000 a month deficit. It's just not something that is good for our students or for the clients. And you know, I appreciate you taking on the work. I appreciate you stepping up and trying to do the best that you can for everyone who's involved with this great organization. So, thank you.
Yahat Honorable Slater. Next for reserve time, we have Honorable Nathan Nota with 3 minutes.
I waive my time.
Honorable Nota waives his time with 3 minutes. Next in queue, we have, for reserve time, we have Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie with 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you for answering my question. I do appreciate it. And I do want to say, I think I hit the button, sorry. Also, I want to say thank you to Delegate Claw for also making suggestions of looking at other programs. I think that is going to be really important for you to get on this path to be financially sustainable, and also making sure that you know, our students and also the participants and customers that you're working with get the best possible care that they need. And so I'm going to waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie waives her time. We also have next in queue to request to speak. We have Honorable Arvizo.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Aro kodopes bahasa andi tlenigi nati shlapen hitortinigi. Madam Speaker, at this time, if I may, I would like to ask for an amendment and ask the Legislative Council to get this legislation, when it passes, over to the President as soon as possible, rather than the 30 days, if I may do that. Madam Speaker. I believe it would take about a 10-minute recess to do the amendment. If we can do that, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Kudo Iheha Shana Honorable Arviso will have legal counsel help you out with that amended language. Are we good for recessing for 10 minutes, colleagues? Are there any objections? I don't see no objections. Let's go recess for 10 minutes. Point of privilege, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Is to ask Ms. Barbara, in terms of the amendment, I appreciate Delegate Stephen Arvizo's request to get this legislation through the process right away. However, within our Navajo Nation Council laws, it takes 10 days to certify from the Speaker's office, and then an additional 10 days for the President to either sign the legislation into law or for it to automatically go into law, which is 20 days. So I just want to make sure, are we going to be putting this legislation, as soon as it passes, are we asking that it immediately get certified by Speaker and then be sent over to President? Speaker, it is within the Navajo Nation Code, the certification law regarding Speaker, as well as the 10-day requirement for the President to sign. I'm just wondering what the purpose of the amendment is. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. If I have to get clarification and refer that question over to our legal counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Charles Newton is correct. There is a time period, it's 10 days, for the Navajo Nation President to sign the legislation into law. So we at Legislative Services and Legislative Council can act expeditiously to get the documents over to the Office of President and Vice President. So what I was thinking is maybe the best way to approach this would be to do a directive to OMB and OOC such that after the legislation is signed by OPVP, the executive branch departments will expeditiously process the money getting to the grantee. So I don't know if Delegate Arvizo has a specific time frame or if I should just say something as soon as possible, but maybe 2 weeks is a reasonable time frame. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, legal counsel. We'll refer back over to the motioning party to Honorable Arvizo for further clarification on his motion.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Your deed, there will also be a directive to OMB and OOC to release the documents and get it over to the clients as soon as possible. So this is as soon as possible. Yeah, I know there's a 10-day, 10 and 10, but I believe that legal counsel can move that or work with that time frame, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Arvizo did ask for a recess for approximately 10 minutes to get that language together with our legal counsel. Colleagues, are there any objections to the recess? I don't see no objections to the recess. We'll recess for 10 minutes, colleagues. The time is 1:28 p.m. and we'll reconvene at 1:38 p.m. both in person and also via Zoom. Please press your request to speak button to mark your presence. For our guests in the gallery, thank you again. Thank you for your patience and your time for being here with your leaders this morning and this afternoon. Ado received also a notification that we do also have a former councilman in the audience in the gallery. We have former council delegate, Mr. Tom Chi, on the south corner of the gallery.
Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret answered roll call. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw is present. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth did not answer roll call. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth did not answer roll call. Madam Speaker, you have 20 members present, including yourself.
Thank you, staff. We do have 20 council delegates on the floor. We reconvene at 1:44 p.m. Honorable colleagues, before we recess, we did have a motion on the floor from Honorable Arvizo, and that amendment was emailed out. And we'll have our staff put that on the board here for you.
Okay.
Honorable colleagues, we do have the amendment number 2 language on the board. Do we have a second for that amendment? Second by Honorable Nota. Staff, could you help us read amendment number 2 into the record?
Amendment number 2. 1. Insert new section 4 as follows. Section 4, Directive to the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Social Services, and the Office of the Controller. This is underscored. Underscored, next paragraph reads, the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Social Services, and the Office of the Controller are directed to take all necessary steps to expeditiously process this resolution to ensure the grant money is received by St. Michael's Association for Special Education. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading amendment number 2 into the record. For questions and comments, we have Honorable Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, and first, thank you very much to Honorable Jesus and Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and for bringing the legislation forth, and to the staff of Smaze for your diligent work in the process, and then to the board members that are here present, and the staff and the students that were here as well. I appreciate their effort and the collaboration, and also appreciate the collaboration from the assistants that Division of Social Services under the leadership of Mr. Cody did exuberate, did considerable amount of work to help assist the organization in getting us to this point. And I don't want that work to be held up. And I think Honorable Arvizo, I thank you for the amendment. I was texting Dana frantically, blowing around on the way over here to get this amendment in there. And so thank you for getting the thoughts of this. And the reason why is there's 2 things I'd like to ask for additional clarification in this amendment, though. One is to include the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. And the reason why is because the Navajo Nation Department of Justice is going to be the organization that's going to develop the grant agreement that's with the organization that's in between Division of Social Services and Smaze. And it's usually the Office of, or the Navajo Nation Department of Justice that takes that lead role in doing that. And the second, when we're talking about all necessary steps to expedite this, I don't know if that's, I would leave this up to colleagues for discussion. We have the number one problem that Navajo has is we don't have a problem with money. We have with getting dollars to the nation. Our number one problem is getting the dollars out. to these organizations, to our own departments. And if we leave it in the fashion or the way it's written right now, I highly think that expedited services is 6 months. When you're looking at a grant agreement right now, I'm waiting for a grant agreement that's taking 4 years to get power lines. You're looking at Wheatville's, Honorable Slater can attest to this, Wheatville's Saley Farmers Association, to get their dollars out to them. It took almost 18 months for their first tranche to get drawn down. So if we're going to advocate, and this is a priority, I highly recommend to you, Honorable Arvizo, that you change that from expedited services or exponential process, whatever language in there, and put in 30 days, because it's going to take some time for either tax and finance unit or whichever unit under it's usually tax and finance unit. I know Mr. Melrodas has worked diligently to get those things together. That takes some time for him to go ahead and get that grant agreement in place, and then has to go back. That grant agreement has to be reviewed internally one time between all the different organizations, OMB, Controller's Office, Thomas Cody has to sign off on it. Then it has to go back and all the way through again to go start the 164 process. And we all know this is going to have to go through the 164 process. And we know that 164 process is going to take some time again, all the way through. So it's critical if we're talking about getting dollars out, and the administration is stating in the leadership from the President Nygren is stating that they're willing to go ahead and move forward on expediting certain resources. This should be one of them. And I hope to know that these modifications can be requested in this timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Kodoshana, Honorable Arvizo, there was a request on the floor for that modification and recommendations. I'll turn the floor back over to you, Honorable Arvizo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Otto, colleagues, Otto, Delegate Damon. Ani, I would like to get it done within, I don't know what the time frame is, but I'd like, they really need this, and they need some help. I don't want this to take 6 months or 18 months. I wanted to get it done in 30 days, if that's doable. I'm sure we could put that in there. I'd like to see it happen in 30, because I know it takes 10 days here, 10 days there. I know the president has put, he put everything electronically as far as the 164 process up to 5 days. If you don't sign off on it, then it goes in okay. So I think we can pull this off in 30 days, Madam Speaker.
Hokoshi, Honorable Arvizo, you do accept that modification to include within 30 days, although I believe there was another one to include the Department of Justice. Honorable Arvizo.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Kodoi Kate Niyahagi for amendment number 2, Honorable Nota. Are you okay with that modification? Honorable Nota concurs. Just give us a few seconds to resend that amendment number 2 through email. Honorable Arvizo, we have the amended language up on the screen.
Yes.
Hakoshi. The second concurs. Honorable Nota. Colleagues, are there any additional comments to amendment number 2? Online? Second call? Third call. Going for a vote for amendment number 2. We'll do a second reading of the amendment first from our staff.
Amendment number 2 to legislation 0062-23. 1, insert new section 4 as follows. Section 4, directive to the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Social Services, and the Office of the Controller. Underscored. Next paragraph, underscored, the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Social Services, the Office of the Controller, and the Department of Justice are directed to take all necessary steps to expeditiously process this resolution to ensure the grant money is received by St. Michael's Association for Special Education as soon as possible, but no later than 30 days after the resolution's enactment. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
For our staff for reading that into the record, although Kone will call for a vote for amendment number 2.
Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Honorable Helena Nesbigay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Going back up, Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker, not voting.
Okay, thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting for amendment number 2. The amendment passes. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion on the legislation 0062-23. Honorable colleagues, I don't see anybody with additional questions or comments on request to speak. We also don't have any reserved time. With that, we'll turn the floor back over to sponsor Brenda Jesus.
Yeah, Madam Speaker Curley, and I'd like to greet my colleagues. Good afternoon, and also to visiting guests in the gallery. Nana hiahat kodo. In closing, kodo tsadan tsago hiahat in kidadeshni kinso. Shanat ani no liningi. Janok batlansen kun linigi in hidato dinal tosnil tosgi legislation number 0062-23. Ado kode. Kodo eyat adan tsago nanishin linigi edelia. Kodo satsile. Dr. Honorable Andy Nez do nana Speaker Damon leltot dan tsago hiha kodon linigi di ohlain to know through your guidance put on linigi legislation delia. And then also I'd like to thank leadership from St. Michael's Association for Special Education. Kodon linigi Miss Geraldine Kiyazi ado kodon lanjit not ani gong hidini igi Mr. Leroy White do that president. I understand you're in the gallery, Miss Anna Beth Nez, President for Board for St. Michael's Association for Special Education. Do that, and dal nishigi kinan nish aja dal inigi shik aishit na. Do that shal chinija no linigi. Nishi na nish bikage ehit da. Nah eyan kinan nish linigi da do kun kinat ani yehata hasigi kun de bikage ehit da. Do bich da hanshine large shin sa case do hashine large in linigi the chin the shibik to yago da ku at any hinan nation linigi inosenotin za holjish hashtladin na hai did ya altaigi lwalo ado dishjin de inda kodon linigi the nebo Washington do could that 25th Navajo Nation Council that no ya edit on linigi hika to what tato nigo en habik at the hotza ako ado ya hat not the dish nil kodon linigi colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council hashin togo eyan le beso not so jibik e the no bana idol kidigi ado to eyan le naha ho di the beso cho inje ebi nanel inigi audit isna belagana Ajel topic and I don't keto and lay tra naha the zebik ashikun linigi e ya kodo St. Michael's Association for Special Education a report and to the oversight a hesi ado e inda e ya to Division of Social Services ado akot ein linigi e ya nkinanish dadil nilno kodon linigi naltos baka sad linigi shaja ado to hya ntrago nana hya kodo Division of Social Services Mr. Thomas Cody nado kuded na dal nishigi na dal nishigi adan trago hya ado I'd like to thank Office of the Controller in Hilto Ajade no nishigi Ado Office of Management and Budget. Ado nan alto kun linigi hashin togo kodo in kinahat trates agi iltot adan trago hat nan hitidish nil do kun linigi e ya di ilchinije baadi linigi shi kun den trago beltan ledo agent bananish ededel inigi kun e ya kot an linigi e ya bakatsa deals and do bakahajo ba initzen akokon linigi e kutela shik eshit na doshanat ani no linigi tsadan tsago heha in hidini do kodo. And I just want to thank everyone, and God bless each and every one of you here today and out there, as well as callers to Heha and Tsago. Madam Speaker, back to you.
Honorable Vice Chair Jesus. Anybody else with additional comments or questions online? Second call. Third call. Colleagues, we'll have our second reading before we go to a vote.
Legislation 0062-23 has two amendments. The first amendment is to, 1, remove the Exhibit C and replace it with the new Exhibit C. There are 13 pages of revised budget forms accompanying this amendment. 2, remove the Exhibit D and replace it with the new Exhibit D, 2 pages accompanying this amendment. 3, remove the Exhibit G and replace it with the new Exhibit G, 2 pages accompanying this amendment, which is a memorandum from Office of Management Budget dated April 12, 2023. 4, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Amendment 2 is as follows. 1, insert new Section 4 as follows. Underline, Section 4, Directive to the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Social Services, and the Office of the Controller. Next paragraph, underline, the Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Social Services, the Office of the Controller, and the Department of Justice are directed to take all necessary steps to expeditiously process this resolution to ensure the grant money is received by St. Michael's Association for Special Education as soon as possible, but no later than 30 days after the resolution's enactment. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Staff, Ms. Cook for reading the second reading of the legislation. With that, colleagues, we'll go for the drawing board for a vote on the legislation. Green or
Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus breaks, excuse me, I'm sorry. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Madam Speaker, with the vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Speaker not voting.
Yeah, thank you, staff. With that, on the main motion, we have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Congratulations, Honorable Jesus. Yeah, thank you. We'll resume back with our agenda. Ado Kodoshi Yaj, Honorable Vince James, Shakadil Wahliat for being pro temp for the next portion of the legislation.
Ikihat Nana, Shetkaha Sinko, Kodoshi, Deya, legislation 0040-23, Ashinde Yae, Kodon Hijanani Dolka, Ado Shaman Lenigi Dokwaiki, in Histanle, Kodon not Sosnil Sozigi, sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley, A Kwaiki Holonko. So with that, staff, if you can read legislation 0040-23 into the record.
Legislation 0040-23. An action relating to Nabikiyatkit Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the nominations of the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation President to the Eastern Navajo Land Commission. Sponsor, Honorable Crystalline Curley. Pro Temp Speaker.
Here had Honorable George Toth makes a motion. Do I have a second? Colleagues, second made by Honorable Otto So. 25th Navajo Nation Council, do we have any questions pertaining to legislation 0040-23? On the lineup, we do have Honorable Otto So. Chanale, the floor is yours for, you're in the lineup, Chanale, Otto So. So with that, we give time to the sponsor, 20 minutes. And after that, we'll give it to Honorable Otto So because I believe he has an amendment that he would like to provide to legislation 0040-23. Kotela, Shema, Honorable Crystalline Curley, you have 20 minutes and your 20 minutes begins now.
Ikihat Shiyaj, Kodo Pro Temp Speaker, Honorable Vince James, Ado Kodo Nadine Ishla Beshbata Saane Dani Tlinigi, Yat E Nana, Ado Kodo E Sabe Ben Nahadit Ahi for legislation 004023 this is to confirm the nominations of the Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation President to the Eastern Land Commission. Jodi this is an appointment for the commissioners to serve on the Eastern Land Commission, and it is nominated by the speaker and also one nomination from the president of the Navajo Nation. So the commissioners will consist of 6 council delegates, representative of within the Eastern Agency. This was created through the resolution of CO 4512. And once the appointments are made to the commissions, then the commissioners will have that ability to select a chair and a vice chair. For the delegates that will be serving on the Eastern Land Commission will be Honorable Danny Simpson, Honorable George Tull, Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, and also Honorable Norman Begay, and also including the nominee from the Office of the President and Vice President. To have our Eastern Land Commissioners established and to begin working on their priorities on behalf of Eastern Agency. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.
Speaker Curley for that. So with that, we'll go ahead and go down the lineup. And first one in the line is Honorable Otto So. Shinale.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and move forth with an amendment to this particular legislation. And the amendment has been sent out to the body of the Navajo Nation Council. Pretty much amendment number 1, page 3, line 21, delete Edmund Yazzie and insert Lauren Cook. Number 4, page 4, line 9, delete Edmund Yazzie, insert Lauren Cook. Delete Exhibit A and insert new Exhibit A. Number 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits. So, email this is amendment number 1 to amend the president's nomination to the Eastern Land Commission. Reserve my time if I have to.
Speaker Otto So Shinale, thank you. 4 minutes, reserve time. With that, there's a motion on the floor for an amendment, second made by Honorable Parrish. With that, staff, can you read the amendment into the record?
Amendment 1 to legislation number 0040-23. 1. Page 3, line 21, delete Edmund Yazzie, strike through, and insert underline Lauren Cook. 2. Page 4, line 9, delete, strike through Edmund Yazzie, and insert underline Lauren Cook. 3. Delete existing Exhibit A and insert new Exhibit A. 4. Renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsors of this legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation's Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other amendment, which languages shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Pro Tem Speaker.
For reading that into the record, Kodon on Hayin Katsulin, Adobe case. Not the kid Linigi Quaggin Habe Naho at Sulin, Shanat Ahno Linigi, Lashna Adult Kid, Kodobe Kate Aj Amendment Benia. Are there any questions? Going twice? Are there going any questions? Going 3 times. Roll call. Roll call vote for Amendment 1. It's going with Nada Dolchid, Hajishi, Dot ejda the chi ejda. Do here kunzad and he kono ko shik shit and no thinigi ko he na so tanigi he not or le chino so quite no yado quite he not a need ko a code adla 8 zi ko sad be da na dit I sad not so be do kd the quishi la at the kate das the ko baz on lane da initial doesn't ha iliate o honne na halendi alla legislation he daton nas keshi hanza shin hatan de lo ako ko o hodon ni na halen ako de shin hin hod nation at no tlinigi she besh pas an no tlinigi ni tlinigi kodo amendment 1 a yabinia roll call.
Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Amber Kinesba Crotty is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Pro Tem Speaker with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Tem Speaker not voting.
Ikaha nas eta da ilandon need but RJ nas pasto ado ahike etha ko kachi de ya Ecuador amendment iliagi hot on deal sos dole kachi da main motion RJ not ba na hold G dole ko back to the main motion. I don't see anybody in the lineup. We do have reserved time, 4 minutes. Honorable Adoso. Honorable Adoso waives his time. Are there any other questions, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council? Roll call vote. Second reading, staff.
Amendment 1 to legislation number 0040-23. 1, page 3, line 21, delete, strike through Edmund Yazzie, and insert underline Lauren Cook. 2, page 4, line 9, delete Edmund Yazzie, strike through, and insert Lauren Cook underline. Delete 3, delete existing Exhibit A and insert new Exhibit A. 4, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsors of this legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in improving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Pro Tem Speaker.
Yajin Kodon Hitch 9 Kut Ao Shide Ya 8 and Hitch El Katolich. Space Mass on the clinic, a chi now Adolish. Skin of it nada dot cheat Haji she dot is that the chidaz. Roll call vote. John Shinta off the guy look. Honorable Ricky Nez died on at St. Aniki desk it up a Yanni Khan echo it's go yai that's Nale echo. Yat echo and Hata so thank you. Hands go Adon Hick in of Liniki quite hit on Sonido. Asa Tota or Yans Linko. Ados at the Shinta that the only Nahone. Hata to catching the chin no so. Or the auto be down the dog the could a laco. I don't hear not. I don't lay then, not he trust a dog eat, eh? 8 she not he need in all your honor hunt and oko. She's not is never a car down on Nanish in lay in lay there. Found that the name in are there. Mr. Chi, that eh? Oh, yeah, it's good to see you here. Tom Chi, but he got cut, the former council delegate from Shipra. Yeah, echo. And he not no song, the no song, Kunzao, the Hoel G show, and he not Naganta deal jail, quite he not nesh eat echo. Oko, he had not so, she not no Sinigi. But Ella, roll call vote for online.
Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Going back up. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Pro Temp Speaker, with the vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Na din London din do but Ajenas Basto Ado E Agena Killa Akot A 20 and chair not voting for legislation 0040-23. Congratulations, Speaker Curley. Thank you.
Iha Shiaj Kodo, Honorable James Kodo Shakain Wadigi, Skitons and it. Do Koshi, Nostra Nahol Jistole. Quaggy item T, legislation S 0042-23 T. Sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. Quaggy staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0042-23, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Navajo Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Debbie Nez Manuel as the Executive Director for the Division of Human Resources. Sponsor, Honorable Vince R. James. Co-sponsor, Honorable Otto So. This legislation went before the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Committee with a due pass with no amendments. This came before the Navajo Nation Council, and this legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Madam Speaker.
Shada, Ms. Cook, for reading that legislation to the record. We have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, second. We have second by Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie. Kodo Honorable colleagues /Natul Kit. Oh. Honorable Vince James, we do have a request to speak. A quiet 20 minutes, not a dot al.
Speaker, Ado Shinat Ahno Kliniki, Bishmans Ane, Kodo AA Legislation 0042-23 in Hitato Nani So Salinko. To confirm Kodo Shinale Shama, Alto the Quigoshi, Hiti Neko, Ako Miss Debbie Nance Manuel for Executive Director for Division of Human Resource. Ako Aji has Anigi, Ani, Hane Laji, AA, Nihich Nahot Ito, Anil, Tot AA Ben Hitch Hata Isiton Ben Hitch Hata at Zehoko. Ako Ajina Nation Linigi, Nihik Ain Lini, Yenda Ini Loko. Ako Deed out Iya Ain Sos and Date Nanish Binia. Di Kotahot Edo Deed Auna has Atoshich Kot Ni Hita Tahat no the Yadat Hiako Adonana Ashon Haishina Nestabatet Ahe Nlede Janiyade Akade background check Liniki Ade Kot Ao Hait Ashi Tajdi Yahigi Ajin Dal Kahas Anigi Jokotat Ahoda Ahata sheet a Sha'aliande Doshit Nahad Netaha no da ako. Ado the Quigo Shin Aje Division Director Linibia Eta Anish Stoko do 8 Yata Kodona Nanishwa Digi Eko Ako Kodo Dam Nihinat Linigin Hatlan Tahigi Honorable President Bu Nigran Ishi Aje Hot Slato Aje Bikitil ni Sali Ado Bikiln Dasatahiki Abol Oko Honorable Vice President Montoya Ako Bik Ahoshid Aje Na Adikit Linigi interview the Shin Italia go Ekode Bik Ehodini Eko Ado Ahonat in Hiltoko Aje Oko Nahat Lange das Kahigi Sahot Enigi Kone Anana Ashko Do Ba Lahan Neslo Jo Hotat Ne Akoti Aje da Anish Biyan Biya da Anishiki Aje Abik da Dilni Okoti Sato Kotza Salinko Oko Asian Ekodo Di the Nalsos Beto Kediki Nalsos Beta Nahodit Ahiki Aje Ade Ye Kate Zindo Ye Ishane Iliaki Behest Oko Adonana and the Kodosh Nalen Leniki, Benanish Ila, Ado Benalish, Il on Tahadol Gigi Kito, at Kate Ahona Au, Aja Naha, Yigis Osalinko, Deed Ashananish Ishla, do Deed and Leda Shananish Hadit, Jono, to what Arnold Sos and Leniki, behest on Ha'i Lako. Ako konzad hol just the quishit ya quado bashbans anani glini at anan hit it netlo ajben hit dotje ako ajito il tobet hadil change not sauce liniki ako adona big iat hit hat ninita alto di eight anil tona din bashbans anani gliniki jo to ajit ya hot ni hitaton change has trans at the ilandon need ako at the Nabik Iat regular meeting, 16 votes, a Landon need, Quenza, the in Hidato, Nanil Sosalin as council, based on Anan Liniki during the spring session. Okot out Eya Equadobe and his Nashas Netolation at Arnos Liniki, Adoshin, Quadodan, Shanadan Liniki sheet, Elto, Banahidish, Ato, Abin Hitch, Etanahodolzi, what Edolation at Arnos Liniki. Kodoshi dan Nalan Leniki Eba with this article. Ms. Debbie Naz Manuel, the floor is yours. Shanale.
Thank you, Shanale, for sponsoring this legislation. I really appreciate your confidence in the work that I'm doing here with the Navajo Nation. I just want to take a few minutes to acknowledge our veterans that are in the room, all of you who served, all of you welcome home. And those that are listening out there online, thank you so much for your service that you're providing to the nation. And then to acknowledge the Navajo Nation Council, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, thank you for the work that you do each and every day. Yet earlier, there were some students that were here that were really inspiring. Our Ganado High School students, our students from St. Michael's. I'm really glad to have heard their legislation, and I learned a lot about the challenges they faced. I'll get a little bit more into what I heard in that legislation. I want to acknowledge my sister, Shadeja, the speaker. I'm really honored that she's there. She's learning. She's really figuring this out, so I appreciate that. And all the staff that are here today, for those that fed us today, they carried around and tended to all of us. The leaders, the community leaders that are listening in, those that are here seated in the gallery, and my colleagues who are listening online. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate your support. But I especially want to thank my children who are also listening online. Megan, Haley, and Shandine. I really appreciate your support, everything that you do, and the dedication and commitment that it requires to be here. You are all really supporting me. She sanjikinin shle tetna bisni bashish chin tetna jiri dasha che kaban dashanala leyi twote yisidet nasha. I am proud to be here. I think one of the biggest accomplishments I have is that I have persevered through many obstacles in my life to be here today. I'm grateful for the education that Navajo Nation has supported me with in my pursuit for higher education. I've overcome many circumstances to get here and grateful for those lifelong learning experiences. I think some of the most important things that I have to share today is my experience in our community. It takes a very well-trained individual to be able to look at systematic issues, gaps that are breaking our systems when it comes to serving people. When we think about our communities, we think about not only individuals, but families who are parents, who are mothers and fathers and grandparents. And when I think about our young people who are going to school and how they pursue their education or higher education, vocational programs, and how they pursue life in the military and become first responders, they serve our families in so many different ways. And today, when I come here to work for the Navajo Nation, I think that's the biggest experience that I bring to the table. As I look around the nation, I think about all of our systems. We have not only the government, but we have enterprises, we have community stakeholders, we have our applicants that are out there looking for jobs. We have individuals who become personnel employees who are working here. and really looking to find ways that they can fit in and make contributions to the nation. I think those are some of the most critical parts that I bring to the table. I worked for many years in a nonprofit setting. I get called upon a lot to figure out some of the challenges that our nonprofits face. I listened earlier to our legislation with our St. Michael's School, and I thought to myself, we really need some education on school board management, nonprofit board management. We need to ensure that individuals who are on these boards have really adequate training. The same training that's needed when we train our employees, when we think about the abilities, the capacities that they have, what can we do to support our employees? I think the other thing that's really important for me to think about with my experience is understanding what it takes to become a qualified, competent team player in the Navajo Nation. And what I learned in the urban area is not the same as here. Many ideas are there when you go to Western schools, education, higher education. But when you come here, it's a much different feeling. The people here, my people, my relatives, I understand the challenges they face. I think this more recently, after the pandemic, we were able to see how many people and our employees, our personnel struggle because of the grief that they're still carrying, because of the challenges we face in returning to the workplace, because of the transitions that are happening in the president and the administration. I think when I look at in my entire scope of work, my skill set that I've earned through my lifetime is really helping with our employees. I have challenged my employees in the last 100 days. I have asked them to take a look at things, be innovative, be creative, and just like our president is saying, be bold. You know, don't stand back and wait for permission. Just try it and see if it works. If there's something we need to streamline, change it and test it, see if it works. And those are the authority that's given to me, and it's working. I think when I look at the work in the last 100 days, we've really pulled together a task force that is hard at work, that is looking at our procedures and underlining what is working and what is not working. And we work with the chapters to figure this out together. We look at the training that they provide to our personnel. So there's an extensive amount of work that we have to do, and I'm excited about that. How much time do we have? So as I look ahead, I think some of the other experience that I bring to the table is my understanding in the legislative process, understanding what happens here, how it relates to administration, and vice versa. I looked at some of these programmatic issues that we face when we've gone over to HESI during the committee meetings. It was real specific what they wanted to know. First of some of the things they asked right away is what are the challenges in background investigation? So we sat down with Office of Background Investigation, Public Safety. We talked with one another, we looked at the gaps, we looked at the numbers and used data to figure out what we had to do. I think as we go on, we start to look even further at what are those external factors that are out there. What is holding us back? How can we reduce this when we look at systems? And then how can we also retrain ourselves if we have been accustomed to policies that have always been there? As I sat and reviewed with our team, one of the discoveries we made is one of the policies that we're following was actually established in 1970. And today is 2023, and we questioned, is it still going to work for us today? How do we change it? How do we improve it? And what do we cross out if we need to? So in looking at these policies and procedures, we take part in the administration in all of these team meetings, these work groups, and we look at these procedures and we walk ourselves through this process to figure out what it is that we can shift just ever slightly that will be really effective. As we go forward, we also look at some of the manuals that are there, because these manuals that we have, they're all interconnected. We break it down, we sit in work groups, and we figure out how to streamline them. So as we go forward, hiring personnel is not the only challenge that we have. We have so much more, and they're interwoven. So across the board, it requires teamwork. It requires somebody to constantly be at meetings, listening, hearing, working really closely with all of our divisions, our offices, and making sure that we all understand what is at stake. When I look at the vacancies, I think to myself, why am I looking at the vacancies? Yeah, that's there, but I don't want to be somebody who's just looking at the negative in a situation. What we have accomplished in the last 90 days is we have hired nearly 300 people who have returned to work, who are working, who are feeding their families, and they're doing exactly what they want. And we're also looking at when we hire people and we bring them on, let's give them something. Let's look at their history, let's look at their work experience, and let's figure this out. We've gotten a lot of feedback about issues that were systemic. And so we sit there and we figure that out. Assessments is one area which has probably been challenging, but we sit there and we look at it together as a team and we start figuring it out together. I think probably the biggest achievement we have so far is that our team worked together with legal, with Tom Platero's office and with Hess, and we finally put together some language for provisional hiring, which is something that's really tremendous. And we were glad to send it over here to the legislative office and be able to drop that legislation. I'm excited that we have sponsors who are interested in supporting this, because that means soon we'll be able to hire using our provisional process. We'll be able to get people trained in workforce development. We'll be able to partner with external organizations to get people of all ages on board and working. When we look at some of the safety measures that we have in our departments, safety and training is critical for our staff. So that's something we do very, very easily. We train, we provide, and then I think the other side of it is we celebrate our personnel. The achievements that they have done, I look at Department of Personnel Management and what they have done in the transition with the President Nygren and Montoya bringing people on board. The individuals have been working very, very meticulously, working very hard to bring people on board. So I'm excited for the competency, the teamwork, and the collaboration that our team has provided. Thank you so much. I'm here to help answer any questions.
Akihatan Shinale, Kodon, Kitlahasin, Neko, Ado, Shinat Arno Liniki, Beshmas, Anan, Aya Ecuador, Bechuhin, Asin, Ko, Akiha and Skago, Kodon, Nahat Adits, Ado, Haid Aje, the Anishas, Aniki, Lato, by Yelkis, Leko, Ado Nana, Naso, the Bansa, Kesto, by Yelkit, no, and Hilchuhin, Asin, Ko, Akiha Shinale. Ado shink hot ahoshid Aya Ecuador Bahizito Speaker Curley Quadidole. Thank you.
Yahashiyaj, Honorable James, Ado Shadow Kudo, Miss Manuel, Ado Eltahadzi Higi, Do Naidil Kidi, Shiche, Honorable Tulth.
Madam Speaker, also my colleagues, not Ani no Senigi Bishwasan, Ado not Ani Taso Lido Nasotra, Keha Ado visitors, Ado Shatlan Ashkuro legislation in Sozi, Ado Director Lehiki, Miss Manuel. We already talked to you, and I hope you can carry that on. One of the things that I worry and my concern is we need to establish minimum wage. I know some smaller business disagree with me, but we can come together and negotiate. Right now, at the chapter level, what they use is state or federal or since the tribe don't have it, minimum wage then. So that needs to be implemented somehow. Some of these salary increase from their supervisor employees, they yokido, just for a minor incident or minor fraction. That needs to be looked at also, Joe. And also, we've been advocating for employees to I know we have the committee, the task force we're working on. So what are some of the changes we're going to make? If I work for BIA, not BIA, IHS, when you fill out the application in there, you check off veterans. Are you a veterans because you check that off. That when you're a veteran, they give you some extra points, and when you calculate the whole thing, the veteran might be the top person for the job, but make sure that the individual has the qualification. So that has to be implemented. The tribe doesn't have one. All the state in there is, are you a veteran? Then you have to fill out the form. From there, I don't know where it goes. That needs to be, fixed and look at it. See if that paper, when you check off a veteran go, points to halonko. That has to be looked at. When I applied for employment, my days was different. We used to go to agency, not the Windrock. So what are some of the plans that you have for this agency? Are you going to redelegate or decentralize from your office so we can have a better hiring people, especially van driver, janitor, cook at that Eki? We have to go all the way up here for Windrock and odd. But now you fill out those positions. That needs to be looked at. It is nandadishkil. Do ye go into not honest and ishin ya dan has zidon jahid so. Do congratulations. Thank you. I'll wait my time.
With wave time, although kuna budget Nabakai, we have Honorable Chair Shandine Parrish.
Speaker Curley, Otto, thank you, Chair Vince James, for offering this legislation today, and thank you, Ms. Debbie Nez Manuel, for being here with us today. I appreciate President Nygren and Vice President Rochelle Montoya's their approach to their administration, and President Nygren has shared that he has great confidence in the division directors, and that approach is very similar to a business management style, which is something I'm very familiar with because I just received my master's in business management, and so that means that there's a lot of weight and responsibility on the division directors, and I think that colleagues and those online that are listening, there are two red flags that I see when I look at the resume. I don't see any education in human resources, and I don't see any work experience in human resources. And we're entrusting a division director that has, with this responsibility of multiple, the Navajo Nation is the largest employer of Navajo people on the reservation. So we're entrusting the division director to have that leadership, to have that work experience, and to have that education. And so those are some things that I see, that there is no prior work experience or education in human resources. And that's very important because we are the Navajo Nation. We are the largest tribe. We set a precedent across the entire United States. And as delegates, when we go to Washington, D.C., and we advocate for funds and we advocate for payroll increase or new policies, we need to make sure that we have a team of division directors that are also knowledgeable and have prior experience to help us as legislators make decisions. So
I guess my questions are, what is the largest group of people you have managed, Ms. Manuel? And also, I see that there is plenty of political experience on your resume. You were a campaign manager during the Navajo Nation primary election campaign from among 15 eligible candidates during the regular election period. I don't know how many people you managed during that time. But I just want to know, also secondarily, is how many departments you have and what are the changes to the plans of operation that you have already made edits to or want to propose in legislation? Because I believe in the winter council session, President Nygren had directed the division directors to make those changes. So I will start with that and I'll reserve the rest of my time. Okay, thank you.
Reserve time of 2:11. Ado kone Hanana Zihiki, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
You guys get the Budget and Finance Committee double whammy. Good afternoon, and thank you for stepping up to take on the challenge of helping your people and being a leader on the Navajo Nation and serving the Navajo people. I want to offer a couple thoughts and then make a request. Or maybe I'll start with the request first. But in the last Health, Education, Human Services Committee and the 24th Council, we spent a lot of time trying to work with the Division of Human Resources on hiring issues. And I feel like we made a lot of recommendations and had a lot of requests, and they weren't fulfilled and followed through upon. And some of them I've mentioned to you informally, but I really hope that these are initiatives that you can work with this current HES committee and the council on. And that includes something you mentioned earlier, and that is provisional hiring. So taking folks who maybe through workforce development or public employment who have been hired at the chapter level or in other programs, proving their competency at a job or a skill set, give them, a provisional 90 days to prove that they can do it. And then if they can do that, then let them stay in the position without having to fulfill onerous education or experience requirements that keep people unemployed instead of employed. Second, focusing on competency-based hiring. So we have an initiative going with Aspire Ability, and we've been asking the president to support this initiative so that we can integrate more upskilling of our Navajo Nation employees and also private sector employees, and then people who are looking for work generally. And I've asked that he assign either an executive staff assistant within the president's office, or he develop a new, initiative within the president's office to focus on this. Competency-based hiring is saying that, okay, you can fulfill the job. You don't need to have, X degree or X years of experience. But working with NTU and with Diné College, with their School of Transformation and with the other schools at NTU, we're going to develop curriculum that should address some of the hiring or the needed positions within the Navajo Nation government, like accountants, account maintenance specialists, things like that. So you can upskill some of our office aides and office assistants, but then move forward with people who, say they just want to better themselves and they haven't been performing a job on a temporary basis, but they want to advance. Instead of making them go back to school for 4 years or 3 years, we can work with the schools to have a curriculum that's validated by programs and by the Division of Human Resources and get those people moving up so that we make space in the ladder for newer generations of workers to come in. So that's the second thing. A third request I have is to think systemically about hiring and not focus exclusively on the background issue. I think there are really serious liability concerns when it comes to the sensitive positions that we have. And instead of waiving background requirements for certain positions or making them conditional, that we need to think about why we have this backlog moving through. So, there's different sorts of management styles. Asking 5 whys is one of them. And I think you get to the real cause, and that is a lack of digitization of records from the judicial branch and from the Division of Public Safety. If those were easily accessible, then we wouldn't need to be running around to every different courthouse and understanding okay, this person was arrested there or they weren't. Having identifiers, like social security numbers or other things. So, John Begay is not confused with John E. Begay when they're moving through the background check process. So there's been proposals to develop a Navajo Nation data center, and it's something I hope to meet with Mr. Bowman on tomorrow. But that's something that's sorely needed, and it's not exclusively within the realm of human resources. It crosses to judicial, and it crosses to public safety, law and order committee, and elsewhere. Having records that are easily accessible, say to a school program, they receive an application from someone, they could immediately disqualify them once they, search a publicly available database to understand that this person should not be around children, or, they mismanaged the money over at this school and this school and this school, and maybe never really came to a concrete conviction, but you have like 7 different allegations or something like that. So I think that there are opportunities for you to take advantage of, and I just ask in closing that you provide written documents.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, time. Ado Kwagi Visit Nastoagi, we have Honorable Chair Jesus.
Yeah, Ado, Madam Speaker, and also I just want to thank Ado Shanat Ani, Honorable Naz, and then also, Honorable James, sorry, and then also to Ms. Debbie Ihiha Kwadon Linigi for expressing interest in the Human Resources Division as an executive director. I often believe that, every individual has the potential to excel. And again, it's an individual attributes where, the individual has to pose a dedication for what they do. And often as I share to a lot of my previous colleagues that I used to supervise, and even the younger generation that I used to supervise that would work for me during the summer months, I used to tell them, find a career that you will enjoy where you're never going to work a day in your life. With that said, I want to share with you some personal experiences as I had been working with Navajo Nation government, at the management level, as a lot of our managers and or supervisors that are in these departments don't allow equal opportunity to our employees in the workplace. Oftentimes, it's more of a concept through personnel that it's not what you know in terms of education or experience, but it's who you know there within Department of Personnel Management. And now with your directorship, Shanat Ani, Debbie, I'd like to request for that mentality to change. Because if you ask a lot of the Navajo Nation employees, that's what has been shared. And again, I will advocate for them because as employees, they're the backbone of every or any department, division, entity, or enterprise, but yet they're the very individuals that often don't get recognized. I know that since I've come to the Navajo Nation, I haven't been recognized for the many years of services that I've contributed as an employee. I know that years before, I have colleagues that would say, yeah, we used to get recognized like 5, 10 years, 15, 20. But that recognition is no longer there. And if you, as a manager, value your employees to keep them staffed or employee retention, that you would recognize them through, just in a token of appreciation. And I think that would be something a little bit more deeper if it was coming from the Navajo Nation, to actually have, a really good recognition event. And again, with that will hopefully keep employees to stay with these departments, because a lot of them, have the historical background information on what has transpired over the years with a lot of these divisions or departments. And again, going back to the managers,
what I would highly recommend is that they too need to take customer service or conflict in a workplace, or how do you deal with difficult people. You know, these basic trainings that a manager should pose to hopefully be fair across the board with a lot of their employees that they supervise within their workplace, and have that positive work environment, you know, that culture. Because one of the things that I often get, and I think these are for, you know, a lot of this, you know, departments, you know, you go to the office and you greet them good morning, but it's not a good morning from them. It's like, what do you want, you know? And I want to change that mentality, because we get, you know, visitors from off the reservation, and we want them to have that really nice, you know, welcoming approach. Like, good morning, how are you? How may I help you? You know, so I really think that type of a training really needs to happen. So now that you're saying that you're restructuring or re-strategizing, you know, the employee policies, and maybe these are the type of trainings that need to be, you know, added to the employees, just like the sexual harassment training, so that they know that they're valued and that they are being empowered instead of being left out. And I just wanted to share that with you. And again, you know, from a management perspective, this is just only one area that I have a concern on, but there's others that we definitely can share. So, Madam Speaker, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. Next in the lineup, we have Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, correction, Kodo. Is next in the lineup, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Then you're right after Dr. Andy Nez.
Great, thank you, Speaker. Honorable James, as well as Ms. Debbie Nez Manuel, for coming before the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Most of this, what I will be sharing, are some recommendations and suggestions. I know I've shared them through HES, but here on council floor, and we have also the attention of more delegates, as well as those who are currently joining us online. So the first thing I want to mention, and I think this comes across what has already been shared with some of my colleagues here, is the DPM and hiring. And I know Delegate James and I had several conversations on how do we improve that so that we get and garner more of our employees here. But additional areas that I wanted to also provide here is looking at having some of these positions be virtual, where we have a lot of our relatives in urban settings, from Phoenix to Salt Lake to Albuquerque, even in Los Angeles, or even further far, that, you know, when we look at positions currently advertised on DPM, such as a contract analyst, PIO, et cetera, I think a lot of that can also be, you know, considered for our urban Navajo communities. Also, decentralizing some of these positions. I know that we expect, you know, all of Navajo Nation employees to be in Window Rock, but we also have agencies out there, and I think some of these positions can also be supported within Tuba City, as far as Aneth, even in our remote communities of Tohajale, Alamo, et cetera. Because we also have many of our relatives who live in these urban spaces. The next is also assessing some of these positions, because I truly feel that some of these positions, there are more than one position that can be deleted. I know that sounds bad, but I feel like at the same time, you know, coming from a department where there was multiple office aides and office specialists, and I think that in some instances you can have one who respects the job and is able to do that, rather than spending $20,000 to $30,000 more on an extra position. And in that case, if that is also something that can be seen within this department, that, you know, you have extra funding that can support step increases. We have many of our Navajo Nation employees who have devoted over a decade to the Navajo Nation who have not seen a step increase, but should be earning those step increases. The other thing that this money can also be moved towards is incentivizing our employees as well. You know, many of our employees, they multitask. They work here, but they go home to take classes, work on credentials, but none of that is really meaningful to the Navajo Nation because there's no incentivizing. So I wanted to mention that. auto workforce development. I know that we've received some insight coming from the workforce development with Fort Defiance chapter to use some of their operators to establish CDL programs. And I think that was very unique. And I think, you know, as a division director, to encourage that as well across the board with the Navajo Nation. Instead of going into outside sources, we do have a lot of experts here on Navajo who are able to provide some of those training. The next is workforce development. I know Ms. Kuroshima, Ms. Kruger walked in and shared these with her too, that there is a lot of discrimination that happens among our LGBTQ plus communities and our relatives that are serving as Navajo Nation employees. And perhaps it's just that the additional employees are uneducated on the topic, or if they're just seriously, intentionally discriminating against our LGBTQ plus employees. But I think that needs more education and refinement, especially when it comes to the Navajo language as well. And I said this on Monday during the sexual assault and awareness, that oftentimes Navajos will use Diné language to tease and to make comments. And when we have student employees coming into our departments and divisions to work over the summer or to do internship, many of them are oblivious to the teasing, and I think that needs to be corrected. The last thing I also want to mention is, you know, Delegate Slater brought up aspirability, and this is one of the comments I made on HES, is working with them as well, because they carry a lot of the statistics. Mr. Moroni Benali has been very adamant about collecting that information, and I think partnering with your division would be helpful on, you know, exploring what is the possibilities for our Navajo Nation employees. So I just wanted to make those comments, and congratulations, and I support your appointment and look forward to working with you and improving the overall state of our Navajo Nation employees and re-emphasizing that they are there to serve the public and they should do so in a healthy, positive manner. Thank you.
At this time, Kadosha Yaj, Honorable Vince James, I'll return the floor back over to you for questions, responses to the questions.
Speaker Curley, Ado Shanat Ahnoliniki, Kodo na Adol Kitten Liniki, Ahan Hidini do Lekako, Ado Ani Anit Adishnit Ad O Hayujit Ado La Ben Hije Nahot it. Ado na the kitten linigi quite ben haho at the linko. Ado Mr. Chi Tom Chi Haja E Yako Lata en his nithle. Bansana or Gantly his no the yen hitch yalt hitleko. Zedalachit aho adon nitla. The human resources anje ako at la anahe athahit ao ba yilt oko. Hiring process iki hot andog stokot dol nilti no dol net ako ede ya ashin bohone ando bohone zanit shid ya ikodo ekil nanel neshoshin kodo dan shinalet mestebi nes manual bil ya ekil dadil neshin leko ado need ya ado la beson linigi ado la ne yil na ako dan kodo dan honorable hasusia ha zi ko the recognition ko aba hanet ze hon leden ho jishin de beso kodo beso aje be chidon in ligi ba hatten hit no konzagon hit da hwel jishin le ko ha huge ado la epeteni lindo ha huge ado la ba hanet ze de beso git ko based on Linigi ad Adaba or Kodon hit departments in Linigi, which one day in Hiko Ado honorable Ado Soul Asto Ako o Yoda de Discaho Bano Nils on Nils na Gatlin Nasto Oko Egit ouch in hit departments based on de Yoki Eko Ado Nana budget season Dahuishi Joshim. Ba coordinates in Toba now needs in Dole Kodo, Adola Adam, Beso, Wake, Dogni Hikodo, Adola, Dit, Adole, kut ala bohonet zado lehti niniki benel ne hoshi ade departments net budgets ni hitaton da has oshi ade shi ba nanit indo lehti toko kut it arts asod e kodo ike da sa ado lehti aden da doch kidiki achesh naleba dish article Honorable Don George Toth, Don Honorable Parrish, Honorable Slater, Honorable Jesus, and Honorable Dr. Nez Ecuador Sadi Hatahasti Don Da Adel Kits Linko. Shanale.
Ooh, there it goes. So thank you so much for those questions. They're very, very valid, appropriate questions for the work that we have before us. Honorable George Toth, I really appreciate the question on minimum wage. I agree 100% that we have many individuals who work at very low wages, and the whole purpose behind forming a personal task force is to talk about this. We've requested people to all divisions to come together to talk about that very thing. As a person coming into the department, one of the challenges that I face is I don't know every single person. I don't know the function of every division because I've never worked here. That's in all honesty. So what we did was we pulled the expertise from all of our divisions together, our directors, our program managers, our supervisors, the people actually doing the work. We pulled them at the table, we pulled council to the table, we pulled all of our offices, including Office of the Controller and OMB. Those are the experts here in our nation. Pulled them together, we asked questions, and one of the fiduciary responsibilities our division has is to ensure that we provide and do assessments, research, and do these wage studies. So the last wage study that was done is in 2019. And so when you do this in 2019, that was pre-pandemic. Since that time, there's been inflation. How do we serve these people in the same way we do post-pandemic? So what our fiduciary responsibility is to pull a comprehensive wage study because that's our management responsibility. When we look at all of our branches, every one of them do different things. But if we want to do this right, we do that wage study, but at the same time, we provide data to council so that if they would like to pursue something through the legislative process, they can do that as well. So it takes all of us as stakeholders to make that happen. So that's kind of the report that we gave to Nabik Eyetkit the other day, and we provided that. Coming out of that report also was the understanding and conversation that we had with the legislators here, is that we would look at the minimum wage and look at the different classifications of businesses on Navajo Nation. And where do those businesses stand? Because we have government, we have corporations like Bashes and the gas stations, but we also have educational institutions like Dene College or Intech, and then we have our small business owners. We don't want to put that burden on small business owners, so how do we do this? So in order to go forward, we need to look at our 5 agencies, and one of the solutions coming out of that conversation is that we would have some listening sessions. We want to hear directly from the business owners so that we understand where they're classified. When we finally present this, where will we draw the line? Who will be asked to follow those guidelines that are set out by either council, the executive administration, through the data that we gather? So when we think about that, that's really critical. That's a responsibility on our division's part. Going on to Shundeen, Honorable Delegate Shundeen Parrish, I really appreciate those questions that were shared. I really lean on experts in our division. We have directors who are trained in human resources. Have extensive training. I love the balance that we have in our personnel division because we have a balance of institutional knowledge, and then we have new professionals that are coming in working for us, and then we have young professionals. So one of the most important things is to really look at our succession planning. How are we passing on that knowledge that is here and those values of the nation, along with policies and the philosophy behind human resources? So we take all of those moving pieces and we weave them together to make sure that they work and they're effective. And I think that when we look at our departments, we have, our departments, our divisions. Within the human resources, we have 10 programs and divisions. Programs and departments. That includes our directors, our supervisors, our program managers, some that are here in this room. And then we also have other divisions that we work really closely with, like public safety. We also work very closely with community development to make sure we're getting information out to our chapters. And then we work closely with people who have been here a long time when it comes to budgets. How do we manage those budgets? How do we successfully transition from one budget year to the next? So there's a lot of people out there who are experts and who join us at the table, and we work together. For Honorable Delegate Slater, I really am excited to work with Aspirability. What I really like about Aspirability is the fact that they provide that sort of case management system for young people who are just coming out of high school and pursuing opportunities. They help them understand when you fill out a job application, it's kind of difficult because our elders tell us not to talk too much about ourselves. Don't say too much, let other people say it for you. But I always tell my staff, there's one time where we have to talk about ourselves in depth. We have to describe what we know and what we've accomplished, and we do that on an application for a job. And that's what we really want people to understand. It's really a partnership when we're working with applicants, because we might have the most educated person doing an application, either even experience, but one of the things that happens, and it just happened the other day, is we have this individual who's working for the state of Arizona who wants to come back to work for the nation. They did not complete their application process. Very qualified, very able to come on board, but they didn't sign the application, they didn't include the supporting documents, they didn't do a few things. And so we have to go back and forth. So it's a partnership to say, if you submit something, review it, make sure everything is signed. It's kind of like your ballot, you have to sign it in the back and you have to put your phone number, and it's a driver's license application, and some of the really basic things like that. So, and that application, when you sign it, you're agreeing to a minimum of understanding with it. Those are some of the real basic things, but it's not that the department is saying, no, you're not qualified. It's a partnership of, this is an application, let's go ahead and make sure it's fully complete and go from there. I think for those individuals who might say, well, they're overqualified, I don't think that's the issue in all cases, because we have an equivalency hiring. If they have this, then individuals can alert our department, they can ask questions, and then we can review it as a team. So I really do appreciate Aspirability. They're doing great work, and we're looking forward to the work they have. I think the other thing that has come out of this conversation goes back to what President Nygren was talking about, is the need to automate. We really need to automate, and we do have a couple of contracts and vendors that we're looking at. We've talked with them in depth, at length, to review contracts and the cost. They're both really great vendors. But the only thing is, we want to be stewards of the resources for the nation. We don't want to pay too much money for some electronic item that they're offering us. So we'll sit there with the legal department, we'll review the contract, we'll make sure it works with our platforms that we have, and also for storage. I think that's another part of the process that we're looking at, is the digitizing all these applications. So I agree that we do need a data center. With Honorable Jesus, I really appreciate what you're talking about. When every individual has the capacity and the capability of learning, we say that to our children when we send them off to school. We say that when they come back to the nation. We say that when they experience challenges and trauma in their life. So we tell them that, and I believe that wholeheartedly. I think the other thing is, when you're choosing a career, you might choose something, but something happens traumatic in your life and you have to change it. I have a number of personnel where situations come forward, and that does happen. It happens to our colleagues here on the nation, is they have life experiences that are traumatic or life-changing, and so we have to find a way to help accommodate them. I think when we also look forward is, recognizing our employees. This I take really personal because I have a number of employees who bend over backwards for so many divisions. They do excellent work. They have the capacity, the competency. They're collaborating. They're working so hard. And I think over the last three months, I saw that, and I think, we need to do something really special for our personnel. So we decided to host a protection prayer for our division. And it was very, very beautiful. The Hogan at the museum was full to capacity. There was a lot of people who came, and they were very excited about it, and they participated through the whole ceremony. Afterward, we had a chance to eat together like family and to celebrate together. And I think to me that has probably been very meaningful, not just for me, but for them. The expressions of gratitude that came from our personnel were really, really tremendous. And I'm gonna leave that there because, those are their words, and I don't wanna restate their words, but it was really special to them. I do agree in honoring our service and our personnel, especially if they reach a milestone. If that's 1 year, 1 year can be very challenging for somebody who is struggling with getting to and from work because they just struggle. Maybe childcare, maybe vehicle problems. But then we have milestones that we can celebrate too when it comes to 5 years, 10 years. We have some colleagues that I'm working with who've been here 30 plus years. Tremendous amount of institutional knowledge, and I always lean on them when I need these experts. Like this has happened before. I know this is something that we've always done, but how can we change it? What can we do to improve it? I think the other thing that was stressed by the president was training, making sure our staff are competent, but that means we do ongoing training. So we have a staff member here with, in the audience in the gallery who does training for our nation, a number of types of training and traveling throughout the nation to provide this for our employees, no matter how long they've been here. I think that's a tremendous value we have, and I believe that there's training opportunities we can provide, not just to the administrative side, but even here as well. If there's information that you would like to learn about, this department can take care of that for you. Moving over to Honorable Andy Nez. When we think about our remote work, that is extremely valuable because one of the biggest challenges we face right now is lack of space in our buildings. We don't have adequate space sometimes for, take example, our Department of Personnel Management. We have probably 28 people in a very tiny room. And as much as they're all tightly squeezed in there, I think the goal is to hire even more people to do assessments to ensure that we continue to increase these numbers of hire from 300 maybe to 1,000 a quarter. But we are unable to do that because we don't have the space. So I agree that we could really benefit from remote work. I believe that there's people in the urban areas who would really enjoy this kind of work, especially our young people. They use technology very easily. They're quick on it. But we also have some well-versed professionals out there who could also work a second job, who would love to serve the nation. So there are opportunities there. I think the other thing that I really value too is cross-training. If we have individuals who are doing one kind or one type of work and have roles and responsibility, it's important to cross-train because we might have individuals who have to leave for either family medical leave or emergencies, and this is their chance to really get back and give back in different ways. But also they develop professionally when they learn a new skill or they're working with a new program. That's really valuable. I'm glad to say that at Workforce Development, one of the things that I learned over the past year visiting a lot of these agencies was the concern coming from the chapters and the communities that, nope, there's heavy equipment there, but nobody's using it. So when I came on board in January, and there was this workforce development grant, it was valued between $4 and $7 million. And our workforce development program alerted us right away. Our Washington office alerted us right away, and we're like, don't lose that. And right away we realized that the workforce development has a clean record. They have never returned dollars to the government, and they wanted to maintain that. So we worked really hard with the Washington office, with our local divisions, and we made sure that we got this signed, the correction plan process signed, and we saved the tribe already within 2 weeks of coming on, maybe even 3 weeks, millions of dollars through the workforce program. And we stress that we need to get this certification training for heavy equipment, because this is an opportunity to really look at the possibilities. Is we wouldn't train someone, just one person for one chapter. We would train them and make them available to all chapters. They would become essentially contractors for the nation, always be available to serve any community that's on the nation. And so those are some of the values that we've seen as a team. We worked on it, and I'm really proud of our team. I commend them for all of their ideas, their creativity, and the solutions that, we all come up with together. And I definitely agree when it comes to, this is a very delicate conversation about LGBTQ communities. I support all people, Allah shlai. There's no reason for us to tear down anybody when they're a human being. We don't know what their lives are about. We can't pass judgment on them. They have lives that are different than their own, and these individuals have parents and grandparents. They have masanas and chays that are their own. And when we come across children, working with children, the number one risk to children and young adults, adolescents, is suicide. When we put on discriminative pressure for our children, too often and unfortunately, suicide becomes the next risk factor. So in our workplaces, it's so important to understand that we find ways to add, focus on their value, their talent, their skill set, and help them through that. And so when it comes to discrimination and bullying, I won't tolerate that. There is no reason that we should be doing that to our own people. There are enough worldly issues, global issues, where we can get hurt as a Native people, because we're only 1% of the population in the world, in the global world. Only 1% as Native Americans. There's a whole population that exists out there that is against us. We shouldn't be doing that to each other. We should take care of each other, honor each other, respect each other. And so when I think about our personnel, that's what I think about. I don't want anyone to bully our personnel or to mistreat them. We should celebrate them and commend them for their work and their contributions to the nation. So that kind of answers all of my questions this far. Thank you so much for those questions. I really appreciate it.
Ikehatan Shnalet Kodotan Besnez Manual Equadotan Satanini Juno behind Zito Dek Hito Self Behata Isaiki Abin Soidobin Anit out not Ahanenzi Linko Ashi Kut Edo Letan speaker. Thank you.
Ikihashi Yaj Kodo Ado Shade Miss Manuel Kodon Junoko Sad Behainzi Iki. Next in queue for questions and comments, we have Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, congratulations on your appointment. Thank you to the sponsor, Chairman Vince James. Thank you for sponsoring this legislation. And I have several questions. The first thing I see that needed on the Navajo Nation is the customer service. Needs to be improved now. And we need to provide our employees the training and development, and we need to pay for quality training. We can't be asking people to do free training, and we can't be asking to waive their rights on these trainings. So, I believe that there is funding for training and development. Number two, minimum wage increase within the Navajo Nation tribe. You know, start with the tribal employees. Right now, Subway, McDonald's pays a lot higher than the Navajo Nation, and we're having a lot of our employees taking these jobs as we speak, as we sit here. I also would like to know the timeline on that plan. Number 3, the Navajo Nation insurance. A couple months ago, I went to, became a delegate, and I got my insurance card. I went to the Walmart eyeglass shop, needed some glasses, and they wouldn't take my insurance. They said, we don't take Navajo Nation insurance. And I think that's kind of commonality around these border towns. So I'd like to see how, you know, you're gonna improve that issue. Number 4, DPN needs to go automation now, paperless. You know, I would like to know what the timeline is for this. Number 5, we got over 2,000 plus vacancies within the Navajo Nation. How will you evaluate and solve these hiring challenges? Recruiting. You know, we keep saying that we're gonna bring back our children, our kids, you know, but, you know, if they're gonna get paid twice, 3 times as much off Navajo Nation, you know, they do wanna come home and they do wanna work from home and, you know, take care of the family, their livestock, and the land, and, you know, that's something that really needs, you know, I would like to know the timeline on that. And the 6th one, tribal colleges are offering free tuition. I was at a meeting with the Net College a couple months ago. I know they were doing a free tuition on college courses. So I believe that, you know, that we talk about professional development, but we also want them to, you know, move up in the pay grade. We want them to move up in a higher position, you know, help and grow our own tribal employees. So there needs to be a collaboration with the Net College and NTU. Also, like an explanation on as to why DPN, 5 agencies, why they're still closed, or if they're open. I'd like to get an explanation on that, and when will they all be open? I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:31.
2 minutes.
Up next, we have Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Good afternoon, Speaker Curley, thank you, and Honorable Vince James, as well as Debbie Nez-Manuel. I just first want to acknowledge Debbie has been a long-time friend of mine. We went to school together and, you know, followed each other from NAU to ASU, and then even followed each other to however way that worked, to Salt River, Pima, Maricopa Indian community. And, you know, some young, recently educated Navajos kind of took over Salt River there for a hot second. And I remember we really, that was a real, a lot of learning that we did there. And I know you spent longer there than I did. But I just want to say congratulations. And, you know, I wasn't sure in what position you might fill in coming in. I automatically thought that you might go with Division of Social Services because of the years of work that you've done in that field, some real critical work. But, you know, I was surprised to learn that you were in human resource. And for a minute, I thought, as Shondine expressed, you know, Debbie has never worked in human resource, but certainly I know you are competent. I know you are well versed in a variety of skills, and that you're always, you know, you're teachable, you're coachable, and that would be the biggest. I think, you know, that's huge. And so I appreciate that, and you coming back and really trying to sort through things. And when I came, and you invited us to a work session, and we came real briefly, and this was right within a month and a half of you starting. You had already pulled all your staff together, and everybody had their, their laptops out and ready to work. And I really appreciate you as a true, like a true social worker and trying to be a change agent and creating change. You absolutely knew that it was important that your staff had to be involved in this systemic change that you were trying to make, because they're the ones who will carry it out. And if they don't buy into what they're carrying out, then you're not going to be successful. And so if you were going to do a top-down approach and, create something on your own and then, gave it to them and said, here, you go implement it, it just isn't going to be successful. And I see that over and over in a lot of our, tribal programs here, as well as when council, enacts the legislation, makes a law, and just hands it over and expects people to implement. If you don't buy into it, it's just not going to happen. And so I really appreciate that. There was a story, so I appreciate Debbie, a really hard worker, and I know you have really high expectations as well. And I think sometimes for some folks that can be a little much. I remember last year I was telling you about a project that I've been really wanting and finally was going to get it, and finally, got some money for it. And because I was complaining and saying that I wasn't ready for it and that I hopefully it gets done. And she said, I don't want to hear any of your complaints because you already expressed over a year ago that you wanted this. You should have already been getting ready for it, Shitani. So I really took that. And so I wiped my tears real quick and I'm like, okay, yes, she's right. But anyway, so the other day I had mentioned to you that I met a co-owner of a bank, Gateway Bank, and he mentioned to me that he, hires based on competency. And he mentioned to me that one of his workers she just has a high school diploma and working in his bank, very passionate and very good and she's very good at what she does and is making $100,000 a year. So, we have 2,000 jobs. Let's get people working. And so what if they just have a high school diploma? As long as they're teachable, let's give them more opportunities to learn and let's get them working. So I just want to say that much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simonson. Next in queue, we have Shadow Honorable Shauna Ann Pla.
Thank you, Shadeja. Madam Speaker, Ado Kunde Shanalan Lenigi, Vince James, Ado Kunde, Debbie Inez Manuel. Good afternoon, and then honorable colleagues, those in the gallery and those listening online. And I have a few comments that I want to include here along with my colleagues. As we hear about the minimum wage, the salary increase. But I know I did pull you aside a few times to discuss some of my concerns regarding our personnel. And one of the things that I want to bring up is the donation of the sick leave requests. And I do see Shana, Mr. Roderick Begay in attendance with us. Good afternoon, Shana. And I want to ask if we can go ahead and get those sick leave donations reviewed by the DOJ. I have many colleagues that are requesting for that, and so I feel that we are prepared to move forward to look at the policy to see if that would be able to be implemented once again. Another one that I wanted to talk about was, as Madam Chair Jesus also expressed, the need to recognize many of our employees for their many years of dedication to the Navajo Nation. And then that ties into our retirement services. I know that post-pandemic, they have not had any retirement services. My mother, she worked for the Navajo Nation for over 40 years with the child care department, and she left without being recognized as well. So I know that we do have many of our Navajo Nation employees that dedicate their whole lifetime, but they go on, I guess, unawarded. And then also, I know that you have other departments such as the workforce development. I think that there needs to be a push for more information to the public as well as our communities on some of the services that they provide. They do offer rental assistance, and then there's a whole change that has happened, but I don't see the case managers going out into the community. I also have a concern regarding our child support services, particularly in Chinle. There is a need for an office there, and we do have an individual that keeps coming before the chapter, so I do want to sit down with you and maybe look at some alternatives as well. And then as Shiche, Mr. Toth mentioned with the application, I have also a need for a review on that, particularly when they're filling out the veterans portion. There's a section that asks about their physical disabilities, and I want to make sure that's not in violation of their HIPAA rights. Many of these veterans have told me that they don't want to put it on there because they don't want to be deemed ineligible for the physical disabled requirements, so they wanted us to look into that. And then also going back to personnel management, these positions, some of them are being held hostage almost because they're not being filled. A lot of these department managers want to do a change in the position, so I feel that they're not able to do that quickly enough, and that's going back to the personnel lapse. We also have our Navajo Nation TV and film, and here in the council, we hear out there on social media that this needs to be broadcast, but we are limited in our staff and the capability here, so if we could make use of our Navajo Nation TV and film, they could assist with that. And also our background investigations, I think that the time frame, we do need to work on that. We also need to work with the police department on that. If not, hiring more individuals to complete that, especially with the ARPA projects that are coming. And then also just going back to our Navajo Nation band. I know that for people in my community, they are music lovers. We have a high school band, and we don't have any, it's been inactive for many years. So I wanted to see what your plans are with that. Maybe doing a show of some sort for the community. Like in New Mexico, they have the Philharmonic. So I just wanted to bring that up to your attention, and I will reserve the rest of my time. Thank you. Reserve time of 27 seconds. Do kuna bana asagi Shiyaj Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito, if you're still with us online.
Can you hear me?
Honorable Yanito, we can hear you. You have the floor. Honorable Yanito, we can hear you in the chambers.
Okay, just my mute here. When it comes to change to on the audience, I don't quite get a point in the issue. You know, you can on your background, your big something. You know, I don't see. I'm in favor of working. I don't the corner or you and the people here. It is. I need to you I don't the count or you then I that as far as employment hiring that any you don't I don't the count races to that any that my concerns are the uranium victims. They could just see us consist that conflict, yeah. There's people that been removed from their area. Burial. There's a cell site there. The no what are you like hotel like pile. I don't see those people there, they were removed there. Now those people are just living on the side of that area, not developing anything. They're living in shacks and they need water. And there's a lot of the victims, they die from this exposure. This EPA that then we and that's my concern. And those people should be the first priority to have their own houses built. General service for human. What are in the nation, and whatever facts finding you have, please report that back to us, because I know that us 25th Council have your back. Although on top of that, the wages is low. We have all these companies that comes into the Navajo Nation. These companies, they say they're Navajo Nation. For example, this knockup, you know, they have a lot of bondings. All these bondings should be transferred to NACA. Navajo own the business. If that's the case, they should take over. On top of that, they're not paying the Navajo individuals. They're getting underpaid, comparing it to the companies pay from the outside. They don't cover the deep east store. I want to request for you to look into that too. On top of that, we have an oil spill over here. The net oil use spill did not come. There's a major spill over there right now. The EPA, no, they don't go over there. There's just a cover up going on over there. There's been some firing going on because of these reports that they've been reporting to the bosses. And Nidia hired up the fire, not a replacement. See, those things need to be investigated. EPA with other citation because we're concerned about these people's lives right there. They have permits, grading permits, and they're dealing with this everyday chaos. What's out? The only office on the night, that's where I think that you should really concentrate on your job description. What I did a corner with my request to Janisha go she on new kids or other vacation that is installed other. Do you need a backup? We're right here on the council. What I can congratulations for your appointment, or I'm in favor of your appointment too. I don't think change for your legislation here. What I feel of it,
Honorable Yanito. So we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Chair, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you, Shanella, Delegate James, for bringing this legislation, and then also to Ms. Debbie Nez Manuel. I was just looking through your resume, and I debated on whether I wanted to ask some questions, but I think that some of the questions that you're being asked really kind of obviously it pertains to the responsibilities that you're going to have as director of DPM, but it doesn't really coincide with your experience. It looks like you have a lot of experience in working within the health field, maybe the social service field. So I'm a little bit concerned, and the reason why I bring this concern is during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we did also have an individual who did apply for a position that didn't have any experience in the field in which he was hired, and there wasn't very much that came out of that. If anything, it seemed like there was a lot of issues that were just identified, but nothing more than that. No solutions were offered. So I am concerned about your lack of experience within human resources. And so I'm hoping that maybe you can kind of steer me towards the green vote. At this point, I'm not seeing it within your resume, and don't get me wrong. I'm glad that you're back, but at the same time, I think that DPM. I am very hard on DPM with the previous administration because our Navajo people apply for positions, and you hear the same thing, that they were never selected for the positions in which they applied. I think that every single one of us can attest to knowing somebody or ourselves being in that position. But DPM, is kind of the gateway for Navajo Nation, for our kids to come back. That's what we always say, right? We want our kids to come back. We want our educated to come back to help lead the nation. But oftentimes those applications get overseen for either being overqualified or in some cases underqualified when there's experience that is there. Or there's the getting turned down because we can't pay you those wages. So I think that there's a lot of issues within DPM. We recently requested this survey for the job survey so that we could have some justification for having discussions about minimum wage and about increasing our general wage adjustment for our employees. But we were told that salary survey actually went with the previous director when I felt like the answer should have been, we'll contact the consultant who did the survey to get the information that's needed for council to proceed forward. We understand that there's a lot of issues as to why people are not coming back to the Navajo Nation, but that's what worries me about your resumes. I don't see any of that HR experience on your resume. And I think that you have some really good answers to the questions that are being posed before you. But please help me and convince me that you are right for this job. I reserve my time.
136.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 36 seconds. Ado Kodoshi, Honorable James will return back the floor back over to you.
Shema Speaker, Ado Kodon Nada Adol Kidigi, Yat Ehiko, Chinale, Honorable Johnson, Ado Nana Dan Shate Ito, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, Ado Chinale Honorable Cloud, Do Chilna Ashiyet, Alto Honorable Yanito, Do Nana. Like Herman Daniels would say, my favorite Che, my favorite Nale, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Herman Daniels, you're using my quotes, so what echo, Jone, what on the adult kiddo, Abinot, so it opened Anit out, then the adult kid in Lenko, a Haha, Ado, what but not still kiddo. Bahatzit ado la nas jo ko iga ta jo hat ba kun sendo ba kun ni zenat anini kliniki ko yat ko adon leden alton hinat ahlan hitli ha iya ko shinna Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. JRAWD ne easy Danil at the Asla in Lafan, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you. Kwaigi Shaho Ibn Nato, I just want to recognize our brother here. Achinde ya Shinalen Lenigi, Kodo, Banat Dish Alto, Kodon da Del Kidiki Shinat An Lenigishi, and Hijenat An Hato Zinleko. Shinale?
Thank you again for all those questions. They're very, very good questions. I want to go over to Honorable Johnson. Very thoughtful questions about quality and training that's needed, and not just needed, but he needs it now. I feel the same way. I agree wholeheartedly. I think it's, the other thing is we don't want free training, is something you said. You know, it's proven in research that free training doesn't work. For some reason, the brain operates and is much higher and efficient when you know you've paid for something. This one time when a transaction is really critical is when you put money down or make an offering for something, you're basically describing what that means to you and what you're invested in, you know, how much you're invested in. So I agree with that. I often will tell our staff training and development is, no matter what kind of training we have, let's find the investment for the person who is receiving the training. And so I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I think we have one of those individuals on social media that teases a lot about customer service skills at IHS and how rude or abrupt or raw it can be when they answer the phone. And I think sometimes when we call Indian Health Services or another organization and we receive that treatment, it's really difficult. And sometimes it catches you off guard. And I think those are clear examples to look at when we say, how do we improve our customer service skills? One of the most important things that we learned from Vice President is that she's called our department, she's talked with people, and one of the things she reminds us in our meetings is, please be kind, courteous, and respectful to all of the people who come in, who call. Show them the way. Be mindful that these are our relatives. And this is a teaching that comes from our Vice President, who is female, who represents a mother to a lot of us, an auntie, a grandmother, and she's giving us those reminders. So she said, when I call your departments, talk to everybody like you're talking to the Vice President. And I think that's something that we really have to think about is, you know, we shouldn't be having these conversations only because someone is a top leader. We should be having these kind, respectful conversations with anybody who calls or walks into our office. So I agree that quality training, practicing, listening to our voice through our nonverbals, because we might be sounding really nice, but we might be rolling our eyes at the same time. Those behaviors, they contradict each other. So in training, those are things that definitely will help improve the delivery of customer service. I think the other thing is when we talk about using our insurance, I can relate to the experience you shared about, you know, using our insurance. I went to order my glasses and I had the same thing. And when you use those benefits that help you, you learn really quickly what you have to do. So I believe that this directory of vendors that we can go to, it's something we can all benefit from. Vendors for glasses, for dental care, for some of the basics, and it just gives us a source and an option to use for our benefits. The other thing is, you talked about vacancies. There are definitely over 2,000 vacancies, 2,100 the last time I checked, which was a couple of weeks ago. But there are also 300 hires that we've had. The amount of work that goes into a hire, not only is the research on the job description, not only is that taxing, but sending it back to departments for them to review, the editing that goes into that process, all the way to the point where you're hiring somebody. And I was really curious, you know, when we hire somebody, what happens? So I've sat in on interviews to listen to the types of questions we're asking. And one of the things that we've added to our interview is to ask all of these applicants, if there are 5 or 10 of them, we know only one person's going to get offered that job. We know that. But there's 9 other applicants. We don't want to lose that that captive audience. So we ask these individuals, if you were not hired, we'd like to extend the position to you if it works out that way. But if you're not hired, would you be open to another position and a very similar position that we could offer if it becomes available? So that we're not just telling these people to go away, we're creating another option that probably wasn't available to them. And then we put them into a pool so that we make that list available for everybody. Their responses are there. So from those interviews I had, we keep the responses, how they responded, and then we also share that with others when it's requested. So some positions like receptionist or office specialist is the technical term that's used. We can use an office specialist anywhere in the nation. We should not be without that resource. Specialized positions are different, say with law enforcement, that requires a specific kind of background clearance or knowledge, values, and skill about the human life. So they're very different, but we do take that into account when we think about the vacancies. The other thing is, it was mentioned, is the opportunity for tribal colleges for us to work very closely with them to probably increase job fairs. It might be another way. But I also know for a fact that not everybody goes to college, not everybody does higher education. Some might do a certificate. The workforce program does offer a certificate. They do help with the rental insurance. With the rental amounts. But there's also some really great vocational programs. A lot of the skill set that's required here on the nation requires vocational skill sets. How do you replace the water pipes? How do you help to fix a toilet bowl? How do you work with electricity? How do you build a building, the basic construction of a building? How do you replace a door with mechanics? I have some individuals and personnel who we had to sit there and figure out when the issues came up with disabilities. We don't have anyone in the Navajo Nation who knows how to install that disability access button. We're going to have to contract out just to get that done, because it's just not a button, it's the mechanics of the door and how it's used. And so vocational programs are extremely valuable on our nation. Being a higher institutional, professionally trained, if it's an accounting or legal field, it's good, but we do need people to be trained in vocational. We need those skill sets to help us so that we don't have to work with contracted vendors. I really appreciate one of my staff member in safety. He kept stressing to us that we need to take care of our buildings because we're dealing with asbestos, lead, and mold. And he says, we work with vendors, but I'm sorry to tell you, Ms. Nez-Manuel, but the costs for these are extreme. I can go get trained and I can get my team trained and we can reduce the costs and save the money for the nation. I said, okay, let's go ahead and do it. Him and his team went out and got trained. We saved thousands of dollars for one person to walk into our building to tell us whether or not it has asbestos, lead, or mold. So in thinking about training opportunities with our professionals, I really do support our people who want to do that. It's valuable, and they can use it anywhere, in any division, any department, which is extremely helpful. I will get this back to you. You requested this information to come back in writing. I'll make sure that I get that to you. Thank you. To my colleague, Honorable Simonson, I am really excited to think about how far we've come in our journey as young women who went to school together at NAU and ASU, and how we pursued a program, because we are really good at looking around our community and seeing what we need. As women, we're taught by our mothers and our aunties in ceremony that you got to help, no matter what the situation or the circumstances is. You got to help somewhere, especially with the kids and our elders. Nursing an elderly grandparent back to health or making sure they're safe is really critical. So those are some of the values, is caring for one another. So as social workers, we look at the systems and who they are and what they are. We look at those gaps, and that's what we're really trained in. I'm trained in working in the field, which is direct practice, and then from direct practice, I moved into the macro work, which is on a higher level where you're looking at it from a policy view. So there are plenty of social workers out there who work on a policy level, not just in the field. So this kind of goes to the question that why didn't I consider social work? And it's because I really appreciate the fact that we have social workers working in the field, but more importantly, the federal level operates on a policy and a national level. As social workers, we have to understand policies. We have to advocate for that in a way that really looks at policies that were written to take all of these Native Americans out. We have to understand how federal guidelines are written when it comes to funding, when it comes to budgets, when it comes to management. And by being a social worker who works on a management level, we are trained to read and understand all of that. So when I think about the human resources, this is really critical. I think the other thing that was talked about was how would I go forward and become this change agent? I believe that it's important that we work in an empowerment model. It's a model that's used to empower people and to, no matter who these people are that are applying for jobs, we should look at the contributions and the possibilities they can bring to the table. Something that we never really have a quantifiable measurement is for speaking the Nebazad. You either do or you don't. You either are fluent or you comprehend it, or there's a very basic way, but when we think about that, that's something that probably Western models don't really measure. But we empower because they're very valuable here on the nation, is to be able to speak the Navajo language and be able to connect with everybody in our communities. And I have to smile at Honorable Simonson because she comes to me and seeks guidance about community projects and gets feedback. And I have to humbly say and respectfully say that I kind of got after her when she was telling me, I need this, this, and this. And then when council finally supported her and everything, and she's like, I don't know. And I kind of got after her and I said, what are you talking about? You've had a whole year to prepare for this. Quit whining and do your job for your community because that's what you wanted. And I appreciate the fact that I can be really honest with her and that you have a trusting relationship with colleagues that you can give this kind of feedback without tearing them down. And it's just elevated her and other people that I have regular conversations with. So thank you, Delegate Simonson, for that conversation. Shauna Ann Claw. I really appreciate the questions you have that we had over at the committee meeting and your specific questions about sick leave donation. We talked about that with our team, and we were saying that if there's sick leave donation, there was a couple of areas that were gray areas, and we needed to make sure we understood those gray areas. One of them is the value of sick leave. How do we extend that? Will it matter? Does it matter? Because you can have somebody who's an office specialist, and then you also have somebody at a higher level. Who is that going to matter to? Those are some of the real basic questions. And if it didn't matter, then how do we get that in place to make sure that that sick leave is transferable to somebody else? And then how long would we be able to do that? When I sign off on timesheets, I do look at the amount of annual leave and sick leave that people accrue. But at the end of the day, some of the questions that make me nervous are the fact that we have a number of employees who have extensive sick leave or annual leave, and if those individuals all cashed in that leave at once, what would happen to the Navajo Nation? That's a very serious question. So those conversations are happening, and I'll get you some information on that. When we look at workforce development programs, we have workforce development programs that are starting. Every other week we have a team meeting, and I do stress that we get this advertisement out on the radio and out to our communities to make sure chapters have it. There is application information on the website that you can pull down and take a look at. That's one area which is nice because you can do that online. And right now we have staff that are going out to visit schools to make sure we use those workforce dollars. We worked so hard to save the $4 million in the workforce corrective action plan. We need to make sure we use it and not return any of those dollars. The child support services, where we work really closely with our child support office. I've seen a couple of invoices that came in the mail this week about the locations and the rentals. So I'll check into those and see the status on those locations, especially for the when it comes to alternative sites. If something is not available, that's something that's really important for our parents. If they, especially when they are young and our young parents need to go to work, they need to have safe child care for their children. When it comes to veterans disability, we do have opportunities for veterans disability. I believe that was asked earlier. And if you go online, you'll see specifically what the language is from the federal government, what we have to meet, the standards we have to rise to. So they do get preference, but also if there's ever a layoff or something, they are given the opportunity to stay on because of veterans preference. And I think for me, I really appreciate veterans. On my mom's side, I have about 40, over 4 generations, I have about 40 veterans. On my dad's side, from Nosh Chitty, everybody there is a veteran except for me. So my veteran work comes in public service, but on that side, there's probably about 40. So on both my mom and dad's side, over 4 generations, and there's probably about close to 90 veterans. And I'm really proud that my Nully Husteen was a code talker. He did work, and so those things are things I'm proud of. I also work really closely with our Klagetoh Veterans Organization. I help fundraise. Most recently, I helped them fundraise for $50,000 to help them ensure they have prevention and education information. So I do really do what I can to support our veterans. Navajo TV and film. There are a lot of questions about what resources are available, and I believe Navajo TV and film does come here. They do help with your technical assistance that's needed to make sure that these meetings are live streamed. We do have their team roaming throughout the nation, working on projects, and they do a really good job. I think one of them is actually here, our staff members here. And they do help out on a number of different things, both prevention, education, and promoting the area and the landscape. When we look at the background investigations and public safety, when we talk about IEMS, those are two divisions that definitely, programs and departments, we need to work very closely together. While our division has Office of Background Investigations, we also have public safety, which is a different type of background. So both of them have to work very closely together. So Director Anderson and his staff, we communicate regularly. If it's from procedures to following up with applicants, that's something that happens. And then we also work very closely with DPM, who helps with adjudication. So we have a lot of teamwork happening. So thank you for those questions. Oh, the Navajo Nation Band. I love the Navajo Nation Band. We just got through transferring them from Human Resources, and they're going to be over at OPVP with Vice President. So we just had a meeting with them last week and talking about what the opportunities are, and they are looking forward to working with her, and I think Vice President will do a good job in helping to get the band out into the community and working. And I'll let her know about having a community musical event. I think that would be really nice. And then with Delegate Unito, I really appreciate those concerns that are brought up about victims. You know, there's so many challenges that we face in our community when it comes to our environment and protecting people from with clean water to the air that they breathe to things that may be in their homes that they have no control over, even asbestos, lead, or mold that happens, or even not even having a home. Those things are really critical, and when people are homeless, we do need to be responsive to that. There's a number of divisions that would be helpful in this instance. I would think of EPA when we're talking about the oil spill. We also have a 1,000 housing initiative that we're working with. Our executive staff are meeting, I believe, this week. And so these are all really good points of contact, and human resources also takes part in that planning process. We don't just stand back because the housing crisis is something that impacts our employees. From what I understand, there's a long list of people waiting for housing, and I think if we really want to promote our young people coming home, we can invite them home because we don't have employee housing. We need to make that more available. And so I understand that housing crisis is such an issue. So it's important for the Division of Human Resources to be involved in those conversations. So thank you so much for those questions. Yeah. Eugenia, oh, sorry. Didn't turn the page here. So, and Eugenia, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, thank you for those questions. I trust your leadership. I trust the fact that you're going to make a decision that's your own, and so are the individuals in this room. When I think about the work that I've done in our communities, I don't think about needing anybody's permission to do work. I just do it. I go out, I work hard, and when I do my work, it's for a lot of different reasons. One is that I have 3 daughters that watch me. I have family members that watch me. They observe me, and they really get upset if I'm not taking care of our community or our people. So when I think about the fact that I don't have human resources background, I think that's kind of saying that it kind of contradicts what we're saying about our applicants who are coming forward, is that they have potential. They don't have to be qualified. We should be able to work with them. We should be able to do things, give them opportunities. So when I'm told that I don't have a human resource background, it's a contradiction to what I'm hearing out there, is that we do have potential. If we have the motivation and we want to work and serve people, it is possible. I have a really strong team, a well-qualified team who's a director of Department of Personnel Management. And I also have institutional knowledge with Resita. Resita is she's such a gem in our division. She knows a lot of information. We also have another individual that works in our administration who's been there probably 30 years. And then when I look at other programs with our staff training and development, we have people there who have worked for the government for a long time. So as I look across my division, I have a lot of experts at my fingertips. And I don't make decisions lightly. I do turn to them. I do ask them questions. I filter it through them. And then if I still question it, I go to our president and I double check with him. I make sure I work with our teams, our divisions, our colleagues, and that's where I turn to. I think it's really important to understand that every one of us have potential in here. Every single one of us. If we saw an opportunity before us and somebody asked us, we could do it. We could figure it out. And I think the one quality that I bring to the table is I enjoy problem solving. I really enjoy that. When somebody challenges me, I'll say, okay, let me figure it out. But that's something that I believe is most valuable. And you can hire somebody who's qualified and has human resource background, but they're not motivated. They don't care about problem solving. They don't care about the people. And so you could hire somebody like that, but what would the result be? What would the outcome be? And so I think about that. So when I look at my work ahead, I also think about solutions. I really enjoy working on solutions. When somebody comes to me, if it's my kids or my network, Honorable Simon said it earlier, I always tell people, don't complain about it, just do it. Quit saying you're trying, just get it done. If you make a mistake, you'll learn from it and you won't do it again. Just keep trying and keep doing it. So those are things I share with people around me, and people do know that I push hard, I work very hard, because if I didn't do that, then I would be doing a disservice to myself, because it's important for me to work hard. I think the other thing, that was brought up was the information about the job survey, about the minimum wage and what we can do with it. And I think there's a couple of areas that are really critical in the Division of Human Resources. One is we need to talk about the minimum wage, but we can't do that in isolation. We have to talk to all the stakeholders. So that includes the chapters, the 5 agencies, it includes businesses in any category that they come in. It also includes the employer, who is the nation itself, the executive administration, our division, our directors. It also is important to include external resources because we get money from the federal government. More than half of our funds come from the government. So we really need to understand those laws that come from the federal government and what we're allowed to do. And also, if we look at New Mexico or Utah, that's another consideration we have to make. So it's definitely not a decision I can make on my own. It requires assessment, data, research, and pulling all of that together. And I think the other challenge, again, goes back to housing. We have a housing crisis, so we have a lot of employees who need housing. And so I really look forward to looking and exploring that remote work that's critical for the nation. Yesterday, or during President Nygren's talk the other day, there was a question that was posed about urban communities. How are we going to help them? This is one way we can help them, is to ensure that we find opportunities for them and to ensure, because they are a big part of our, the reason why we have ARPA dollars. They're a big part of why people qualified for the hardship checks, and we cannot forget Phoenix, Albuquerque, Denver, and people in Utah. We can't do that. So, but I hope that answers the questions, and I hope I do earn your vote, Honorable Charles Newton. Thank you.
Snelle, Kodo, Sat, Leninat, behind the door, and Janot, Alke, when out by Yankee and Lenko, Hat and Skago. Adog, Ashin, what our Kodonat, and Lenegi, Hatot, the Hiki Iliad, or let Shema speaker.
Shiaja, Honorable James. We have one more in queue, Kudo, Honorable Speaker. So,
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, I did, I think so. Now, I did kid, just she. I don't like how the need that your no, she added as a national late, Ella. She been carded. Oh, what I call done not so late Ella, late Ella bananas, lato, had ally, bin oh, big hago. Yeah, she, yeah, what yeah, what not the kids. I don't, say, I don't had it either. I don't know just let go what the division directors, my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, although we have the vote to, we're going to be making this confirmation whether you vote in favor or not, but this process is pretty much a process that the executive branch makes the recommendation. So open if there was other candidates, I'm sure we would have had additional legislations. But right now, the president has brought forth the candidate for this position. And we have four years to ask her additional questions. Then next week Nabi Bandil tell she they was there how close now no later Hernandez not and the hard than Hernandez that is I did not task or less. Uncle what had even none she left to try it. And in the division director portion is solely, the division directors work at the pleasure of the president. Confirm in the I'm going to vote in favor. If you are confirmed, just make sure you continue to move forward with direct services, because in a few months you're going to be bringing in this big binder. You're going to say, I want this much money, and you're going to use the Navajo people. You're going to say, for the Navajo people. This is to all the division directors, and this is what I always say to my chapter, is that council shouldn't be bringing in the tribal programs, the executive programs to the chapters at the local level, because the chapters is within the executive branch. At times you hear programs not working with other chapters, and or they're trying to call the programs to get their attention. That's all I ask you, is to work with the chapter, work with everybody. Direct services. The Navajo people is paying you a pretty penny. You make more than the council delegate. You make more than us. All you division directors. Even not the services that you provide. And again, you will be a reflection of the administration. If there's issues with council,
Yeah, Speaker So. Are there any other questions or comments, colleagues, online? If not, we'll go back to reserve time. We have reserved time for Honorable Parrish at 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson at 1 minute and 31 seconds. Honorable Shauna Ann Plough with 27 seconds. And Honorable Chair Charles Newton with 1 minute and 36 seconds. Session A, Honorable Chair Parrish, 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and again, thank you to Chair James for providing this legislation today. Ms. Debbie Manuel, thank you for providing comments back, but I think that you forgot to answer the question about how many people you managed, and I was referring to the campaign management position, which is your most recent position, because this is being the division director. You talked a lot in your comments within the past hour about working together, but my questions is your experience with working with large numbers of people, because that takes a different type of organizational management. Again, are there specific changes since the inauguration, since you were appointed on January 10th, that you have observed so far that you would like to make to the plans of operation? And I'm going to go back to pointing out the lack of work experience and education, because you are the head of human resources, which is also the head of Department of Personnel Management. So what message are we sending to our Navajo people who don't have the education or experience to those that apply for jobs and they're turned away? So what are we saying when we as council confirm or, you're before us as an appointment? What are we sending to our people? What message are we sending? Because again, this is an investment of your salary on an annual basis. So this is not necessarily a trial and error period. This is you coming for an acceptance by council today. So I'm just going to underline that point and the importance of this position, because this is a division director position. And Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 31 seconds. Ado kune banat so for reserve time, Honorable Johnson. 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question that was not answered was the DPM needs to go automation, full automation. So I'd just like to know the timeline for this. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:17. Ado kune shade, Honorable Tlaw, 27 seconds.
Okay, one question I forgot to ask was in regards to grievances. What are you doing about grievances that are 6 months to 1 year? And then also, what are you thinking as far as at-will positions? I know that there are some that may need to be looked at again and reconsidered. And then also, what are your plans as far as job fairs and working with the public? So those are my questions. If you could respond, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Tlaw. Ado kune Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 1 minute and 36 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate the response given by Debbie Nez Manuel. And I wrote down everything in trusting in leadership, also, the contradiction that is being made regarding no experience. I think that in this director's position, because a lot of changes need to be made, I don't think it's contradicting. I think it's that expectation that you're going to get this job done. And then I heard you say that, you mentioned businesses and enterprises and bringing them to the table to talk about minimum wages. But what you failed to mention are the people who are making $9 an hour. You failed to mention bringing the people to the table, our Navajo Nation employees who are suffering because they are making less than minimum wage here on the Navajo Nation. So I appreciate your, support for businesses, but I speak for the Navajo people, and the Navajo people right now are asking to be making more than $9 an hour. So at this time, Ms. Naz Manuel, I will be voting red because I think you are aligning more with the businesses than you are with the Navajo people. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Chair Charles Newton waives the rest of her time. Ado kwaiki na Honorable Vince James, you can go forward with your responses.
Speaker, Ado Nana, Delegate Parrish, Delegate Johnson, Delegate Claw, and then Delegate Charles Newton. Kwado reserve time. Keep it not today. Ecuador Hana Zito, Nado Kito, Halit Ado, Bahna Del Kidi Ado Street, not Aha or Zit, the Neko, Oko Kodoshi, Shinalin Linigi, Banahitish Arco, Adonana, Kodo, Shisazindo, Lede, the first State of the Nation address, Eliayan Da Ita Behasti, Ako Shady Aje, President Boo Nigrin, did halt out Aje, Eya Kodo Baiti Sin as a sponsor to Snoko. Ako Kotzado, Quinzada, Ebik Eholji, Zelinko. Ako Ani, the Quigoshi Adola, Edil Adoban, Sahakis, and Lenko. Ado Leden, Holziste, Ad Atlato experience. ndishni ho bahanasi ho shilhol jishako ako anhi adan zi keso Latola laho onanat ojo onahin zin ako ni hisi zindo bishbansa anani glini ado yo binan hidek hita our experience. Were you ever a previous public servant, chapter level doshenia, edo da farm board, elected position ahona has anish bihania ado da hiti ni da ako ko eben nacha in sanaza kesola ala do kot a hadis lan so da ita kot a shil hol jishin le ako a kot a atish sezino beses ako ado be hanas to on leden de high school diplomas be da holoniki choho egon dal ne shot ado nana ajanto da iltratante akon himasanen hicheda noth hait abe ina adeyila it's ade de nika it's ade not ani dasidli kot anal sos da hilt sosto goshi yahwin ado da hiti nigo do hodat eho bahna dil kitako ni het khahlit a honanat hat khahlit o hayu ni het khata holon becho enil eko khode be ahazen hat khali etlinje be ahazen nal sosis da hilt sos do bedi ni da alto oko jono okot a leden hiten na de khisele ni hiten na en lenigi okot a be ina de la oko dien bezar da hit alchit a hananat eko ako kon jono ake halt alban sanadza kesa la equananat ela jinzon sitza kesa la shanat a no lenigi ako an leden a hundishni toho ida 10 days worker at the chapter levels. Nahan nadal nashnan jono bathroom edition hat ishi yendad nashi ho yi dot the ne chita off edo chide yoch edan dishni ako. Don the experience that he did nego hot out 10 days employees hire days now ban ne kayako. PEP workers hire days ne. They're running our chapters for us. Kondia, I need to get to my chapter meeting. No da kodo. They're running our chapter for us. Jono shin eya equado shinale. Jono sadi yaltkito bin sekis lini bitzil. Adona nesh eyi laigi ilto keta hona am. Na aneshin linigi nihinat eyi lao da baka ako. Ako hot a ishes zindo e hot aba. Bahanatis in Lenko, Kodona or Khan, Leniki Shint and Hin has Lado Lich. She based by Saan, no Leniki, she not art, no Leniki, Hajashi or Ado Lich. O Yosh Quainches Desco or Ashon, the Genon or Kato Lichako, Nihishin, he hold Nihako, Nahas Lako, Benia Yadil Ni Seleko. Kot out Bahanana Stito. Shinalishi that Kodo Ahon Shane that Banahutish at Nato Shinale Sadi Hadzi Ibna Akot Honorable Ado So Kot Edo Lekako Do Na Hiahako Shinale Ad.
That was really beautiful. Thank you for thinking about our grandparents that way and how they raised us. I know my grandparents didn't have a high school diploma. I think they went to 5th grade and they raised 16 children. And I think about our nullies, same way. My nully, when he went to sign up to be a Marine, to become a Navajo code talker, I looked at his records, and his records don't show he had a high school diploma, but yet he was really willing to sacrifice his life for all of us. And I think about some of our students who are out there who probably lost parents during the pandemic and the struggles that they have. They'll never have a high school diploma, but yet they have the knowledge, the drive, the skill set to be something, to become something. And That's the compassion part. But Hansen, when I think about our young people and people who don't have the resources, and I often extend this to people, no matter what experiences they have, and I want to acknowledge Honorable Parrish. When she became Miss Navajo and she was running for Miss Navajo, I approached her directly as a young Miss Navajo, never having been Miss Navajo before, and I extended her resources that would help her as a person, as a young person, and I talked with her mom, and those are the things that I do for our community. And so when I think about our grandparents, our young people, people who are striving for things, those are the gestures that I extend to our people. And then to answer the question about the number of people that we supervise during this campaign trail, it's probably well over 100, probably at least 25 to 35 people per agency, all of them spread out. I think Shiprock, we had 3 major groups that were there. They all volunteered, everybody helped out. And we empowered them to think about their communities when they want to help one another. We show them, we give them tools, and we provide guidance, which is really crucial. And then there's a lot of different ways that people helped, and that's why I really value remote work. So people could do remote work from where they're at, wherever they were at, so they could help out. And the skill sets that were needed there were very diverse. So we had to look at someone's motivation. They had to be motivated if they wanted to be a part of it, because if they weren't motivated or being forced into it, it wouldn't work. That applies in any position that you have. And so those are the really critical things when I think about individuals. And I like the idea that, we know there's a difference between a Western model and a traditional model, Navajo traditional model. And I see the difference. I see how Western models can be very bureaucratic, and they create limitations and barriers for our potential applicants. And so that's why I look at the equivalency. It's important. It can help. And if you've worked in a position for 20 years and then you leave because of a life change, but then when you come back and you come again, and if there's some Western model that says you need this, this, or this, then we can say, well, that we know you don't have this accounting background, but you've worked here for 10 plus years. We know you know the policies, and we know you can follow the rules, and we look at them and we say, okay, let's go ahead and figure this out together. So when I think about that, those are things that come to mind. Mr. Johnson, Councilman Johnson, I really excited because DPM is working on an automated personnel human capacity of measuring the work that our employees have done. So if they've worked for the nation, they can come on board, and then the program that we're looking at will be able to allow these individuals to have a dashboard, be able to look at their work, how long they've been on the job, and any number of opportunities that are there for them if they stay in one job, or maybe they start in workforce development and they grow into another position and they apply. It will allow us to be able to follow an individual so that we can see what their growth is and see what the skill sets they're learning, and then also look at their certifications to make sure that we are helping them along. Probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, President Nigrin was saying, I really would like to implement a training manual that's automated, so that as employees, when we need additional training, it'll give us an alert and remind us that we have to get training done. If it's hands-on training and using a Excel form, or if it's something like sexual harassment awareness training, or even something that's more specialized with safety and inspection, then that's something we can do. And so when we look at the timeline for that automated program is actually under RFP right now. So we're looking at vendors, and we're looking specifically at vendors who had already applied, so we can be able to narrow that down. And we're making those decisions together with legal and also our fiscal recovery office with Tom Platero. And so together we're going to figure out which vendor packet will be most appropriate for DPM. In looking over at Honorable Claw, grievances that are anywhere between 6 months and 1 year go through the legal department. When grievances happen, and believe me, I see them regularly, and they go through the legal department. I think in the past, their grievances might have been addressed in the division, but because we have a personnel file manual, then we follow that process. So legal has a lot of decision-making when it comes to grievances. And I think when we look at grievances, there's a lot of work to be done. But we can avoid these grievance cases if we actually sit down with our employees before, have conversations, understand what the scenario is, what the context is, and then just really listen to them, because sometimes at the end of the day, they just want to be heard. You know, people just simply want to be acknowledged, and I think that's really important. If we listen and we problem solve in the front end, we don't have to go through the grievance process. We can avoid a lot of that and really save dollars for the tribe. That's important. At-will positions came up in a couple of our division meetings already about how we do this. And I think this last administration transitioned a number of supervisors and program managers to at-will. And it really is something that we're looking at, is which one of those positions are working, and then which transitions are working effectively and which are not. So it is a discussion that's happening right now. There are no outcomes or decisions that have been made about it. So when that time comes, I can share the information with you, but we can also include you in that meeting as well. Job fairs are happening. We have a few different ones. I know when travel authorizations came through my desk, so our individuals are going here to Fort, also into Gallup and surrounding areas, making it out to the job fairs. And I think the job fairs are focused on a wide range of topics. Some of them are hosted by public safety, others are by schools. So it's really in partnership with the schools and communities that are hosting them. Let's see, going back to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. I really, in time, I really hope to earn your trust in the work that we do with human resources and with the administration. I think that when I was describing our model earlier, I actually have a model that I wrote down, and it's a 7-point model that's starting to speak to me. And in my 7-point model, I have community and stakeholders as a part of the model that I'm looking at. It also includes personnel, enterprises, and external organizations. It includes the administrative office and also Navajo Nation Council. It's really about striking a balance between all of these moving pieces. It's a partnership that's really important. So I might have not mentioned it earlier in my statement, but we can't do anything without the community. We just can't. And so there are 7 pieces to that model that's coming out, which is really critical when we make decisions about wages, about benefits, about potential work that's out there. So thank you so much. I hope that answers your questions.
Shema Speaker, other members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, that will be our response.
We'll go back to reserve time. We have Honorable Parrish with 31 seconds. Honorable Johnson with 1 minute and 17 seconds. Honorable Parrish, 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And again, thank you to Chair James and to Ms. Manuel for their time this evening. And I thank you for pointing that out. I think today I sit here responsible to the communities who voted me in. I'm responsible to those communities, and that I'm going to have to vote on the best interest of the employees of the Navajo Nation and also my communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parrish. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank you and everybody here, for your input and the discussions here. And I know it's very, very important, position that you're in now. And I just want you to know that I'm going to vote green for you on this conferment. So just want to thank you for answering all our questions and taking on the challenge, and that's what we want, and that's what, the purpose to improving the lives of our Diné people, our Diné citizens, and especially in your position. I'm looking forward to working with you. Yeah, thank you. I waive the rest of my time.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Johnson, waiving his time. Ado Kodoshi Yaj, Honorable James, I'll give you back the floor for closing statements.
Akihat nanat Chamata Speaker Curley Ado Beshman sa Anno Tliniki ni Tliniki Yat Etoshe Kahasito Kodon Janot Eya Inda Adol Kito Kodol Ton Janonat An Hijahanate Ziko Kodoshi Adot Ahoshi Ekitna Neshin Linikishi Bechen Nanit Niho Nihitin and Hatil Nishigi Abohone Anit Aid Iltato Bayil Ziltolish Adonana Hajoba Adens and Nan Nesteyoke Dona Nestens and Ishilto Behiga Nizon Behiga Sizon Shi Janoshi Ebe has Anita Ndog Astor La Hoda Kohan Shane the Cheda Hodol Nisako Ado Ida Hot Ayi Dale Nishiltoko what our orientation Bansi Kredo Laton Hilcheta Hoista Seleko regarding the hiring process and all of that and Kodo Shinalin Liniki Latoya Hadzi Seleko Ashin Kodo Be Neja what in see case of Shin what Hilnada Dil Nationat Arno Liniki Akon Skago Hiha Donanan Shinale Kodo Miss Debbie Nesmanuel Hiha Nanas and Sagi Be DC Lato Shinan Slato Dishli Jo put out a bay Lassen Clean no what out quite not so linen hitato need so do Nana shin he not linen hot lines of the Kate of the not so linen what out lady lots of leko if it's not Neshiki she a don't need it toko Adonana Hiha at Egi Dashina Dil Kito had Egi the Hala and hit this Ashi and that is Katiki at Edon Ha Insend or Lechot no Totsad and then behind the what are net she what are his in the deal nation leco quite it all left on Shama speaker that will be my closing response Adoshi Kodot where I think we're ready to vote. I don't think there's nobody on the wait. Okay, nobody on the screen. Lay that now you hanado shit lay what ella so thank you, speaker.
Honorable James, we do have one more in queue. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley. Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I'm very proud of you, Shanant Anothenege. You guys have some good questions. On Hinge Anko. Aro Shanala, Honorable Vince James. At Daran Jungon Hutsatans and Shoba Hens and Don Hawin Khalegi. Skarashin. Nahadesh Khalaba Hol Jizora. Yate Aron Hitaroneni Yagi Nagate Horta Washta San Juan River. I'm the man from San Juan River, not Snowy River, Eva Ashabendli. if there's a reason that I'm going to step into your office, there's going to be a reason that I'm going to step into your office. Eshabendli. Aro, echehe, what Nihinant I not sedes kesegi. I karunji ekinsh on Nes manual. Nes dal gehe ayadot, eda. Kajotla shiga rodasetta, Dr. Nes. Shira hinshiga, Ara Halina Nes begain Anna Jolliga, Rosha Dejelto. So, welcome, and we look forward to working with you. Aro at and nenit aro yo da jintle aro de will zilla host olzen got your hunt nila. Horat ancient edat at in anish. Ikiln anish nila. Honorable Daniels on in aro a niga tosat tahagi so yo hashkego at a batskis. At Ellen had ye had zisho. Aro hehe hot nihitato nenya. I don't know how to do it. I'm ready to vote, so hehe do it again. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Nez. There's no more reserved times, colleagues, and no one else to request to speak. Anybody else? Second call? Third call? Thank you, colleagues, and going to the drawing board for your vote.
Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Norman Begay is excused. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 2 opposed, and Madam Speaker not voting.
Jahat staff, we do have 18 in favor, 2 opposed, and Speaker not voting. The main motion passes. Congratulations, Kudo, Ms. Manuel. Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to suspend 4 rules, go to legislation 0049-23 next. Also move legislation 0044-23 to the end of the agenda.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you. Speaker, yes, I would like to make a motion to suspend the floor rules. Speaker, I sent an email out. The reason I'm asking to suspend the floor rules, out of respect for my agent, I don't want to announce, to the whole world the reason for my motion. So, colleagues, if you could open your email, I would appreciate it. But Speaker, at this time, I'd like to motion to suspend the floor rules and to move my legislation legislation number 0044-23 to move that to the last item on the agenda. Thank you, Speaker. That is my motion at this time.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, we do have already an existing motion on the floor for suspension of floor rules. It does, that motion does include to move legislation 0049-23 as item, the next item on the agenda, and to move legislation 0044-23 towards the end of the agenda. We do have Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton seconding that motion. For clarification, colleagues, pertaining to Rule 24, suspension of floor rules, letter C, it does state a motion under this rule may be used to amend the agenda as adopted by the council, but may not be used to reorder more than one item of the business per motion. So Honorable Johnson, maybe we have to do two motions separately. A recommendation would be to do legislation 0044-23 first towards the end of the agenda, and then that you can also go on with that other second motion to move up 0049-23. So we'd have to do them one at a time. Honorable Johnson.
Yeah, I concur with that.
Honorable Charles Newton, do you concur? Seconding party concurs. So this is suspension of floor rules to move legislation 0044-23 as item BB. Honorable Charles Newton, point of privilege.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Speaker, can you please repeat just now what you said? I thought you said 0043. Maybe I misheard.
Honorable Charles Newton and colleagues here on the floor, just for clarification, the motion is to suspend the floor rules to amend the agenda and move legislation 0044-23 as item BB. Colleagues, this will require a 2/3 vote of the council, so 16 votes. Are there any questions or comments from the floor? If there's none, we'll go straight to a vote for that motion of suspend floor rules.
Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay is excused. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 16 in favor, 1 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Go ahead, thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 16 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting. The motion carries for suspension of floor rule. So we do have legislation 0044-23 that will move at the end of the agenda. Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to suspend floor rules to go to legislation 0049-23 next.
We have a second by Honorable Charles Newton. Honorable colleagues, folks who are listening in online, we do have a motion by Honorable Johnson to suspend the floor rules to hear legislation 0049-23 next on the agenda. Do yiket ni yahaki e kudo Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Do shlo do slap na batil kida. Are there any questions, comments? And then we're going to go straight to a vote on that motion. Right there. Point of privilege, Honorable Vince James.
I'm in the lineup to speak. I have a question.
Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, thank you very much. Kudo shanat nothlinigi. Motioning parties nothlinigi shanale nothla shanale nothlenko. Honorable Johnson and Honorable Charles Newton. Kudo nihinch ke do le do ashi inotot aitan hilbahozen ako eclipse le hatno hanne en linigi kon hitra eta lias lin ko hashit aban so kesha shinat no linigi ado nahanda nashito kon ta hodlo to ko hashit eshi de dosen do ati ein leden 19 date ahead ati tlabik eta honil ko ako eshi that's ibn nachin in this case o that's it kodo khait aho that's it motion to recess at the Nathan Somban this case of course not to give us time to go home and then to give time for staff to go home and get situated. I know this is a motion within a motion within a motion, so but so Shanalin no Thinigi hate Ashibe or state or Lako agenda that is carbon the kato withdraw that doch liten so don't hit the sneko then he hod neko ado tagoshe ya speaker if you could please excuse me so I can go home and do my portion before the eclipse ede what edolich shema speaker yeah thank you.
Point of privilege, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I was just now looking. I think the eclipse is April 20th, and unless today is April 19th. But I could be wrong. Can we get some verification on that? Because I too would like to respect the the rules of our traditional ways in terms of the eclipse. So can we get some verification, Speaker?
Okay, Hakoshi, thank you for that point of privilege. For clarification, colleagues, we do have an eclipse today, this evening, April 19th. Officially, on the forecast, it's estimated around the time of 7:30 p.m. this evening and all the way to 1 o'clock a.m. That's really up to you. but we do have a motion on the floor. Another recommendation could be to go forward with this motion and then recess for the day. But there is also a recommendation for the motioning party, Honorable Johnson from Honorable James, to either withdraw or I'll give that decision to you. Honorable Johnson?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Chairman Vince James, thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate your your knowledge and your sharing the traditional aspects of that. The reason why I called for to move up this legislation of appointment is Madam AG, her family is here, and they traveled a long way to witness her confirmation. So that's why I wanted to go ahead, because they took a day off from the ranch, and they got to travel all the way back to 3 hours back to Loop. So that's the reason for my motion, and just being considerate of the family and everybody here, and let's go ahead and have your support and get done with this before the eclipse. Yeah.
Okay. Honorable Johnson, just for clarification, you're standing with your motion?
I'd like to move forward with the motion.
Honorable Charles Newton, do you concur?
Abiding by the rules of this sequence, so I'm going to withdraw my second. Thank you.
For the record, Honorable Charles Newton withdrew her second for that motion to suspend floor rules. Is there anybody else who would like to second Honorable Johnson's motion? Second by Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie. Honorable colleagues, we do have a motion on the floor to suspend the floor rules to hear legislation 0049-23. It would require a 2/3 vote of the council. And just for clarification, we do have an eclipse at 7:30, and I'll leave that discretion up to the council to recess before. Are there any other additional comments or questions? Second call. Third call, going for a vote on that motion.
Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes red. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Lamardo Azarette. Honorable Lamardo Azarette. Honorable Lamardo Azarette did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay is excused. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Madam Speaker, with the vote of 11 in favor, 6 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Yahat Kodo staff, we have a vote of 11 in favor, 6 opposed, and speaker not voting. The motion does fail. Kodo, we have a motion to recess by Honorable Vince James. We have a second by Honorable Toth. Commissioners, are any objections or comments to the recess? We don't have any. We're going for a vote to recess.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay is excused. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 13 in favor, 5 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Honorable colleagues, we do have a vote of 13 in favor and 5 opposed and speaker not voting on the recess motion. Before we break for the day, for being here with us throughout the whole day, and please travel home safely in observance of the eclipse. Just being observant and respectful within that time of nature. Before Honorable Riquinez has a quick announcement.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to just say thank you. Ida Burnside. So let's give her a round of applause. Ida, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ida Kodoshima. And another announcement at 8:30 tomorrow morning, we will have the Lieutenant Governor Henderson, Utah Lieutenant Governor Henderson be visiting us within the chambers at 8:30 a.m. And we also sent an email for 9 colleagues that haven't taken their poster pictures. It will be open throughout the whole week. This week, or schedule a special time with our PIO, Mr. Burnside. With that, colleagues, we recess at 5:32 p.m.